pa lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist na kukuntukan niya.
Has to be careful, but he gets the shot and he
Uy,
gets the trouble.
grabe!
Saving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one and also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng aksyon, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalent race here dito sa house.
Ano dun, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLP.
Welcome to Day 12 of the CFS SA Masters 2026 Summer Group Stage, where every round can shift the standings and every mistake can cost more than ever before. The stage is getting heavier, the matches are getting hotter, and the fight for the playoff contention continues. Kami nga palang inyong kasama dito sa inyong panel. I am Mochi alongside with Bipolar at kitang-kita naman parang pupunta lang kami sa gender reveal. Pero ang i-reveal natin today kung sino ang mga malalakas. Kamusta ka naman, Bipolar?
Okay naman, no. Again, just like what you've said, no, malalakas ang makikita natin dito because the peak of CrossFIRE Philippines is now incoming dito pa lang sa week na to. And first day ng ating, this week pa lang, this is day number 12 of the group stage wherein talagang batakan na kung batakan. Whoever shall fall, we will count on them, but whoever wins, we will see them continue in the stage. Pero syempre, Mochi, it's still one hell of a day. Parang kahit kanino pwede mapunta to.
Exactly. And I feel like tama lang na balikan natin kung ano nga ba yung mga nangyari from our last day ng last week, no? Especially na hindi rin biro yung mga laban na nangyari doon. And this time, it is veteran against Execration, wherein, to be fair, halos nalapitan nila itong si Execration sa mapa ng South Base. Pero at the same time, parang medyo nagkanda clip farm ata ang Execration dito against veteran.
Yun ang ano, Mochi, we saw two maps na kung saan both teams play well. We saw veteran use these kinds of map pagdating sa kanilang qualifiers. Meanwhile, itong ating Execration has a formidable port and as well as sub-base. This is the first time na nilaro ng Execration sa buong group stage natin ang ating port, and you'd love to see it because still, it ended up in a 10-2 scoreline kung saan hindi nila pinahinga. It was a bloodfest kung saan Yoti was hitting shots. It was a gunfight mula dito kay Polis pati kay CBF. Pero pagdating natin dito sa sub-base, just like what you've said, Mochi, hindi in-expect ng ating players mula sa Execration na ganito tututo si Twintation, na ganito si Drones, na ganito ang buong veteran just because of the map of Sudbies. Yes, we know them to be household things pagdating ng port, pero we know them to be an amazing force pagdating dito sa ating Sudbies. We had creativity, we had Vent Space, we had Passage, we had Woods, fights for these two teams, and good luck, no? Pero kasi hindi nila nakuha yung parang weekly 10 scoreline in a full series yung nakuha dito for veterans. So, Execration gets out with a win.
Which is still a nice try para sa kanila, no? Kasi biro mo, nag-top frag si Tuntism alongside with EV9. So, for us, that is not bad at all. But let us also see, no, kung ano nga ba yung susunod na laban doon. It is starting Bobby versus Team Stallions, which sobrang hapdi na to, no, Bipolar, especially for Taring Bobby. And despite everything that they tried dito sa mapa ng Ankara ng sub-base, talagang napatunayan ng Team Stallions at napatikim nila kung ano nga ba ang nagagawa ng greatest as so far dito, no, sa ating
Yun nga, looking at it, no, bakit kaya nag-Ankara dito yung Taring Bobby kung saan they also just spam out port, no? I believe it was banned sa ating first stage, first phase ng ating banning. That's why Taring Bobby was able to pick out Ankara, no? Pero naramdaman nila na, never natin dapat nilalaro ang Ankara up against Stallions because when they're on the PL side, look at this, Mochi. Full-on onslaught kahit 2v5 pa yan. Napapanalo yan ng Stallions, and looking at it, this is one of the first, or if the first, 0-10 for both sets in a closing series dito sa entire group stage natin. Because I believe may isang time tayo 0-10 as well, pero parang nakahabol ng konti yung isang team, just like kami from Musea. I think it was Virtus.pro ng konti in the second set. So this is the first time, and Stallions, man, they are still hitting shots, no? And I love to see it, no, na Revenge is still in this kind of mindset na parang he is still gonna be unstoppable. Pero one of the players na talagang binigyan natin ng praises dito was JJ, actually, because he is set out with MVPs.
That is true. And I feel like acknowledgeable din yung kahirapan na natamasa dito ng Taring Bobby, all because of the fact na nabawasan ng kanilang aggressive manpower nung naswap itong si JMB alongside with Macray. Pero let's see kung ano naman ang ating last match, no? At paano natapos ang ating araw last week. It is Attras against Fervid, where we were shown na Attras still has a lack, no, na hindi pa nila kaya masyado na tumapat head-to-head, neck and neck dito sa ating mga teams na meron tayo in the league so far, na kalimitan natin nakikita na pumupunta at umaabot ng ating playoffs, which is still a nice try, pero parang medyo nahirapan ata ng matindihan si J-Kim dito at as well as si RTA bipolar.
Yun na nga, I mean, J-Kim was still the hope pagdating dito sa ating labanan up against Forbid, pero it really didn't give a lot of like promise pagdating dito sa Forbid, because you have Tracifer and the frying all throughout these two sets. No, we get into overtime kung saan isa lang napuntos nun after Attras in the first half, tapos after that it was just easy pickings mula dito sa Forbid. I would like to say new compound, talagang na-trust na dito ng Forbid. Okay. Kasi they lost the first new compound pick nila before this matchup. Nasabi na, uy, let's try it again. Ipakita natin sa buong mundo kung paano nga ba maglaro ang Forbid sa new compound. And this is the end. There's a lose streak ng Forbid, and now they are in playoffs contention once again. Pero that's if ipapanalo nila dito yung last two matchups niya. I believe it's a Rosé team plus STS, but let's see further. No, may kita naman natin yung schedule na so on and so forth sa next couple of days. But yeah, amazing for Forbid for bouncing back after lose streak.
Exactly, no? And Forbid, we're being reminded paunti-unti kung sino nga ba talaga sila at ano yung mga kapasidad nila na kaya at pwede pa nilang gawin dito, no? Habang patapos na ang ating group stage. At paalala lang guys, no? Next week will be the last week ng ating group stage, no? So, doon na talaga magkakaalaman kung sino nga ba talaga yung mga teams na makikita natin patungo sa ating playoffs and as well as ang ating seeding. Pero let us see ang ating top 5 place, no? Na talagang nag-highlight kung gaano katindi ito ang mga players na to. And I feel like pwede natin tong simulan kay MVA nung sila ay tumapat against veteran sa mapa ng subbase.
Yun nga, no, I saw nga sa isang clip sa YouTube na MVA versus Imperial pero in an AK form. Ngayon, gamit na HK on the other side of the map, he just owned veteran, man. Long range angles, 2Ks, 3Ks, almost an ace, or at least an ace, no, for MVA. I believe, actually just 3 kills, no. Pero the powers that it give, talagang hindi napagalaw dito ang veteran. Look at this Mochi. One man hold on missile. Tingin sa luwag. Biglang tingin ng sikip. Na-realize niya may bumabaril dito sa may CR with the TRG. Tapos napitas niya pa din, or napaback off niya din si Twintism. MVA, man, he's coming back into his peak form. And I feel like that MVA that we saw from the previous years ago, bumabalik na dito sa Execration.
Exactly. At ang nakakatakot doon, no, talagang nagdadalawang isip yung mga miyembro ng mga veteran kung susugurin nila kahit mag-isa lang si MVA doon. Ibig sabihin, ganun yung amount na respeto na meron sila against MVA. Pero yung susunod naman sa ating list will be from Tracifer, na kamakailan na nakalaban nila ang Attras, and this is in the map of New Compound.
Ito nga, no, I mean, we talked about this, no, this was I believe the menu silent jump mula dito kay Forbid. Ginagawa ko rin to pero patalikod pero sabi ni Tracifer, uy, tatalunan ko na lang to. I believe this was his one of his 3 kills na jumping jolob sa buong New Compound, no? Tapos pinitas niya lang. Imagine that, Mochi. Tracifer realizing that he has 1 HP, doesn't really need to keep on fighting, pero sabi niya, I'm expendable. Nandyan naman yung isa kong player, nandyan naman yung natitirang Forbid, pero I can still deal the damage. Just look at this. Even J-Kim, the man that is on fire pagdating dito sa Attras, did not realize what was going on at pinitas-pitas dito ni Tracifer for an immediate parang fire starter pagdating dito sa Forbid. This is one of the earlier rounds no, mula dito sa ating players mula sa Forbid and Attras, and Tracifer, man, giving us a show, realizing na meron dun ulit, tumingin na lang siya. Si RG, man, dumbfounded dito sa may midcon natin for the New Compound.
Tsaka naaalala mo ba yung Polar nung in-interview natin si Tracifer, sabi nila, nagkanya-kanya lang sila dito sa mapa ng New Compound. At kitang-kita naman talaga kung gaano katindi individuality ng mga players natin from Forbid. Pero alam mo ba na meron pa tayong susunod from Forbid as well? At ito naman ay galing KD, no? Still, in the map of New Compound, nung kalaban nila ang Attras. At, well, I'll let the clip speak for itself.
Yeah, let's talk about it na, Mochi. Look at this. There is somewhat good spacing mula dito kay Attras, pero parehas kasi silang tumingin dito sa may box on the right side. Tried to clear it out, pero sabi ni Di, magpipik na lang ako. Iisa-isahin ko kayo, and without any, like, parang onti lang na rin yan dito, just from that immediate contact paglabas dito sa pintuan nila, pati ni J-Kim, sabi niya, wait lang, I have aim. Yes, hindi ako nagpo-frag out nung previous series namin nung puro kami lose streak. Pero in this point in time, nung pumapatay na si A7G, sabi ni D, wait lang, ako dapat ang star player dito. I just look at that. Even RTA could not react kasi pati siya, patingin pa lang dun sa may pintuan.
Ayun nga eh. Balo mo, patingin ka pa lang, patay ka na kaagad. And
Yes, nasa deathcam ka na.
Diba, no? Tapos wala man lang dun sa dalawang unang napatay niya initially, ang nakatingin sa kanya, ibig sabihin, ganun kasakto yung timing niya at ganun din ka-concealed yung position niya. So, alam mo, since meron na tayo KD, meron ulit tayo galing KD.
Ibalik natin.
At then ano naman, ibalik natin, di ba? Kasi hindi siya tumitigil eh. And this one is in the map of Ankara naman.
Oh, this was insane, no? Mula kayo, di talagang hinayaan nyo lang dito. Sabi nyo, hindi kayo mag-push ng todo. Sige, mamamatay kayo, but I can still keep on pushing, no? Sabi nga dito ni I believe this was A7J, D, go kill. Tapos go kill talaga ang ginawa dito ni D. Look at that, man. Falling from the skies above. D still hits every shot bago siya bumagsak doon. And it was just great plays, no? D was also one of the factors dito sa Ankara despite it going into overtime, I believe. Na parang they really got into that parang fervid form ulit. And that's because of these performance here. Solo push mula dito sa may LB side. Papunta sa hotel, papunta sa second mid. Even Attras, they had numbers here from this immediate the first two frags. Pero if D is always online, do you really have an advantage? I think not.
It's very difficult to face up against D, no? And I feel like ganito din kaganda yung flexibility ni D kasi pwede siya maging on the support role, pwede din siya umatake ng ganito katindi, which just shows kung gaano katindi yung naging growth niya, no, all throughout the course of the months na meron tayo dito from phase 1 up to now. And yeah, basically, no, all out wrecking havoc here against the members ng Attras. Unfortunately, hindi man lang sila nagkaroon ng decent na trade-off dito, no, kasi they're always being caught off guard, which just hurts to see, no, from Attras. And again, kung kanina, meron na tayong dalawa from D, syempre, hindi magtapatalo si Dracifer, no? Kung naaalala nyo na meron nagsabi galing sa nakaraan nating hot takes na, alam mo si Dracifer, abay, ayan, pinakitaan kayo ngayon. Sa Ankara pa rin tong highlight niya.
Yun ang sabi dito sa text natin na bakit parang si Dracifer binubuhat lang ng mga kabataan. Well, pinakita niya dito na hindi niya na kailangan. Look at this solo aggressive push. No information. Magpupush na lang si T para matapos na ang kabalastugan. Ang mga kabalahura na ginagawa dito ng Attras sa Bong side. He just pushed and every shot hit. Imagine this, Mochi. Walang information. There's still 1 minute in the clock. Wala pang golden time in 45 seconds. Nainip na si Dracifer sa top A. Pumunta siya ng vents and he got multiple headshots. He entirely one-man stopped itong ating EA push na kinukook up pa lang ng Attras, and that is it, no? Full of fervid highlights tayo dito ngayon, pero kasi granted, no, nakita natin talagang bumalik na talaga ang fervid sa pagiging malakas.
Exactly. And you do imagine our jaws being on the floor during that moment, no? Na ang dalas magkaroon ng matitinding highlights itong si Dracifer. Pero natakal na natin ating individual highlights. What if pag-usapan naman natin ang ating team highlights right now? Ano ba ang meron dyan, Bipolar?
I mean, I believe this is a veteran and execration. It is execrations, off-roll execution in an aggressive and scary way. This is a pick of the play coming in from Mochi. It was a, 3-1-1 setup, I believe. Magpupush sila dito sa luwag, pero look at that map coverage Mochi sa ating minimap. Pushing sa my vents. Nag-clear din ng MR, pero since they had full control, look at this spray down mula sa execration kung saan nag-push si Yotib sa may luwag while Folix was in second mid. There was amazing flashes mula kay MBA and Justin. It was just great execution at the end of the day. Execration, they just overwhelmed itong players natin for veteran. And yung nakakatawa pa dito, ito yung times na nakikita natin si Yotib na hindi nag-TRG. Dumiretso lang siya ng M4A1 at lahat tayo nagtataka bakit hindi nag-TT. And this was also the time, I believe, na nag-TRG pa si Folex, no? He was actually far back from these kind of exchanges. Pero sabi nila, kaya na yan ni MVA, kaya na yan ni Yotib, kaya na yan ng attackers natin. And what a way to end it, no? Na parang execution just getting better as the day goes by.
Yeah, ito rin yung moment na nag-swap sila ng role ni Paul, no? Si Paul yung nag-TNG.
Yes.
Pero natatawa na lang din tayo, parang hindi nyo dapat ata ginagawa yun, no? Nung sinabi natin sa kanila. But they made the most out of this, no? Nung kalaban nila ang veteran. Definitely showing na an off-roll is just scary para dito, no? For them, dala ng kanilang aggression at kung gaano sila katindi, mang-overwhelm ng kanilang mga katapat. And I do think that we have our second one up and ready, and it is gonna be Team Stallions versus Staring Bobby, no? Wherein this time, they definitely outnumbered every single one of them here by Polar.
Yeah, this is actually insane, no? This was a 2-0 scoreline kung saan STS was just outnumbered but they survived the war using mind games. Big shoutout to Salvatore, no, kung saan nakita mo dito nag-push with the reads mula dito kay KLB, nakapitas sila ng onte, pero it was basically a 3v3 at the end of the day. Pero napitas sila ng onti-onti. Look at Lloyd trying to fight it all out. Pero although Lloyd gets traded, he got time para makapag-rotate pa si Kano dito from high mid to get the last remaining players at na-deny pa nga dito yung 3v5 na sana maganda kasi sinimulan na Elcompe. Just look at this Mochi, no? This was the rare times na Elcompe actually just pushed out. He spot the C4, even Jangar mula dito. It was a full-on GR attack towards the BL side. Pero since maganda mag-play for picks dito ang ating STS, they played off information one by one and just the map coverage that they got despite them being far apart, sapat na yun para makuha yung gantong kind of engagement. Every pick meant something for STS here despite the disadvantage in the very early of the round. So STS, despite being outnumbered, they still got to win dito sa ating Ankara.
Yeah, and it appears that Taring Bobby learned the hard way to never choose Ankara against Team Stallions as well. But, last but not the least, we have Fervid versus Attras. Kung hindi pa sapat yung individual player highlights natin kanina, abay meron pa tayo dito. But this time, ito yung inaakala na sana ng Attras, no, na may control sila, pero Fervid proved them wrong ASAP.
Yeah, looking at this, no, may kita nyo, bakit nga ba nakahold lang for the first few minutes ang players natin for Forbid sa ating respawn na sa may Arco? Well, eto kasi yon, lulutuin nila yung buong mapa with the signature Dracifer on CA push, tapos kukunin nila dito yung TB, and it again, full-on approach. Inubos ang players natin, iniwan si CRG, which was very hot sa series na to, pero talagang, look at that, Mochi. At the end of the day, what can you do kung pinitas na naman kini Dracifer, one of our fiery red hot players dito sa series na to as well, na just instantly decapitate everyone. Tapos, at the end of that execution, Mochi, wala pang ginawit marami ditong utility ang ating Fervid, so they just had a better post plan. Kahit namatay dito si D, it was information overload kung saan Fervid just had numbers, just had power positions, and CRG forced to fight, but at the end of the day, they give another brutal round para dito sa ating Fervid.
Yeah, at dala ng pagkaubos ng ating mga manpower dito from Attras is also yung pagkaubos ng pagkaisip din ng Attras kung ano pa nga ba yung pwede nilang gawin, because they just continue being questioned, no? Ano nga ba yung susunod nating gagawin? Nadidisorient sila sa sobrang gulo ng Fervid dito and how fast they're playing every single round din dito, no? In both of our maps sa Ankara and as well as new compound. Well, kung magkakaroon tayo ng katanungan na ano nga ba ang meron sa Fervid, bakit paano sila nanalo ng 2-0? Ito lang yung clip na kailangan natin ipakita sa nagtatanong, no? And this has been already enough para ipakita at ma-prove yung ating point na iyon. So, again, these team highlights, no, little by little, every single week. It's no longer about Team Stallions, no longer about Virtus.pro, no longer about Execration, no. There's always something new, and that's also what's scary with the scene right now, no. Nakakahabol na itong ating mga quote-unquote tier 2 teams, no. I don't even know kung matatawag pa nga para natin sila na tier 2 teams. Kaya naman, tignan na natin ang ating updated standings para naman meron kayong ideya kung ano nga ba yung naging resulta ng mga pangyayaring noong last week.
Ito na nga, multiple days and multiple weeks has come to this point kung saan this is what we expected at the end of the day, right? Team Stallions on number 1, Virtus.pro second spot. They did have that first spot for a little bit, pero may kita natin dito nga rin, Execration, Fervid, and ComebackFriends on number 5. Pero, think about it, MATTJESS is still in that journey na they will come back, so they can still claim that number 5 spot. Meanwhile, Acceptance has been a come and go. That's why they're on their 7, and just looking at their win-to-lose ratio, it has been a split, 50-50. But they do have somewhat of a firepower. No, last time nga, nakalaban nila dito yung ating mga top teams. They instantly got that win without even going to the third map. But Attras still only having 6 rounds, 6 matches together with veteran Taring Bobby. Dito, parang gusto ko rin makita to, no? Or at least put some attention dito para sa ating mga viewers, because these last 3 teams, you might see number 7 na Rosean team after the entire group stage. No? So we still don't know kung ano nga bang ilalahad ng ating mga teams.
Hindi pa natin alam, no? At yun din yung nakakapangamba dito, no? For our 5 to 8 places. Kasi ang daing pwedeng mangyari at sobrang liit lang ng mga diferensya nila sa isa't isa. And it can entirely change yung course ng ating ruta papuntang playoffs. Pero alam niyo ba guys, na meron kayong chance na manalo ng 100 e-coins! Wow, right? Pwede ka ng, ano bang pwede nyo gawin dyan? Ang dami, pwede ka pabili ng ship, pwede ka papalit ng yung mga speed kit, lahat-lahat na, no? And all you have to do is to follow and like ang ating official CrossFIRE Philippines Facebook and YouTube pages. And be sure to check kung o pumili kayo, no? Be sure to check kung ano nga ba yung mga highlights doon na trip nyo. Is it from D? Is it from Dracifer? Is it from NBA? And all you have to do is to share it publicly, no? Para naman makita yan ng ating moderators, and sa caption mo, ilagay mo kung bakit ba deserve nun maging play of the week with the hashtags CFS Master Summer and the hashtag CFS Play of the Week. And syempre, no, pagka napili ka at public yan at na-note ang iyong entry, pwede kang magkaroon ng tsansa ng 100 e-coins. Grabe yung pamigay ni CF Polar.
Yun na nga, no, ang dami nating mga upcoming na mga draws, ang dami nating mga upcoming na pwedeng bilhin. So check out nyo na yan, or pwede pang change nyo na rin, tulad ng ginawa namin na Salvatore, shoutout sa'yo, TNG, no, especially kung
shoutout sa mga change name.
Yeah, shoutout sa mga change name. Pero yun na nga, no, Mochi, I mean, again, we also have caster giveaways, so check that out as well.
Yes, be sure to check that out. And I do think we will also have quite of an idea na nga kung sino-sino nga ba yung mga maghaharap for today. And here it is. ComebackFriends versus Virtus.pro, Attras versus Execration, and Team Stallions versus MATTJESS. At ang malala dito, bipolar, hindi natitigil ang mga litmus test ng ating mga teams na nakikipagbakbakan sa middle part ng ating standings.
Yeah, ang ganda nga actually ng schedule natin ngayon, Mochi, kasi looking at the first matchup, you have ComebackFriends and Virtus.pro, and ComebackFriends, hindi nila target ang STS, Mochi. Alam mo ba kung sino target dito ni Tetsu pati ng buong ComebackFriends? Virtus.pro. Kasi gusto na malaman kung kaya nga ba nila mag-mid roundings, kaya nga ba nila tapatin itong mga heavy fraggers natin for Virtus.pro, and yung Attras and Execration, that is very, almost close by the way, pero one way to end of the day is tatagos na nga ba ang matches up against STS with their recent roster change, or will it be another Stallions win at the end of the day? But ito na nga, meron tayong first match of the day already, ComebackFriends and Virtus.pro.
True. And I feel like ang laban na naman dito, bipolar, no, if hindi man sila manalo, is to ensure that they did the most that they can, no, na marami silang routes na nakuha, na hindi lang sweep yung magiging numero natin dito for our series. Pero pag-usapan na rin natin, ano nga ba ang meron dito for ComebackFriends and why sila magkakaroon ng pantapat dito, no, against Virtus.pro. Kasi kahit from last week lang, itong si Bright na usually pang 6 pad lang nila has been able to perform quite well, no, simula na nung sila ay nagkaroon ng laban. Pero again, with all of these players, bipolar, kasama dito si Aiden, well, seems like ComebackFriends has that type of lifeline.
Yeah, they have it a little bit. No, I would like to say, Bright, again, if you're gonna be playing today, that is gonna be cool. Kasi nakita nga natin dito na ComebackFriends, yes, they have attackers. Yes, they have face front value pagdating dito kay Aiden, kay Aldrin, even come in from Woos, no? Pero, yun na nga, actually, Woos will be out. Bright will be playing in.
Wala si Woos.
Does this mean magti-TRG na si Cetra fully? Or will it be sniper hell para dito sa at least parang walang magsi-sniper dito sa ComebackFriends, no? But Bright, again, talking about this guy, up against the veteran or up against the Rosean teams, he had a way to have big map awareness, Mochi. Yan ang kalakasan ni Bright. And if he goes and lurk up against Virtus.pro, that is a good thing. If he just finds Elvin, if he finds Keller, it is gonna be great para dito sa ComebackFriends. One thing to also point out, tulad nga na sinabi ko, sabi ni Tetsu, gusto niyang makatapat tong Virtus Pro. Bakit ba, matatanong nyo? It's because he respects the strat line dito ng buong Virtus Pro, especially itong utak ni Keller, because they have so much
Of
to offer.
course.
They have so much strat book sa kanilang mga bag, and dun matitesting kung yung alam mo yun, kung formidable IGL din ba si Tetsu, because up against Virtus Pro, one of our so-called upcoming standard pagdating sa Filipino Crossfire, this is the biggest test, maybe biggest test even after fighting up against Stallions, no, para sa ComebackFriends to actually be in that playoff spot. But yeah, last 2 matches para sa kanila. Attras will be their final last. I feel like Virtus Pro, if they win here, they can easily win up against Attras.
That's true, that's true. And kung usapang struktura lang naman din yung tatalakayin natin, no, di sure na rin, no, na ComebackFriends tamang-tama at saktong-sakto na Virtus Pro ang kanilang gustong makatapat dito. And as you have mentioned earlier on, itong tanong natin kay Tetsu, which opponents are you looking forward the most in last week? What can you say to them? Virtus Pro, since they are so mechanical and also strong individually and as a team, which is talagang in line naman talaga sa gustong makuha dito ng ComebackFriends, which is to ensure that their team has structure and mid-rounding and additional stuff that they can throw galing sa kanilang mga playbook, at talagang matetest ng maigi si Tetsu dito.
Yeah, this is actually also pretty good, no? Kasi nga, ito yung pinaka problem ng ComebackFriends, that mid-rounding and how they will be attacking together with Tetsu kapag nasa game na sila. And will it affect, lalo na't wala dito si Wooz, wala silang backup player that is gonna be a little bit
that's
passive.
true.
Will Bright be the factor para makalaban dito ang Virtus Pro? We don't know yet, pero there is respect mula dito sa ComebackFriends.
Yeah, that is true. I'm just questioning din ano kaya yung mangyayari sa kanila internally now na wala pa rin si Wooz until now,
That's
no? And how Bright will be affecting yung processes din natin dito in the team, especially pagka all out na pressure ang meron dito against Virtus Pro. And speaking of Virtus Pro, let's talk about them, no? Ano nga ba ang meron dito for Virtus Pro as of the current time? Well, all we know, mas nakakatakot sila, bipolar. Especially after all of the recent feats na ginawa dito ni Yobib as well as ni Cetra, and even yung MVP title natin from Keller nung isang beses.
Yeah, MVP title for KLR has been at an all-time high in Mochi, and these ratings right now for each individual player has been at the peakest performance. Yes, Elvin 1.08 lang dito, pero kasi if you think about it, recent matches natin for Elvin hasn't really been that explosive. Hindi na masyado nagpapako dito ang Virtus Pro na Elvin, go do something bago kami gumawa ng galaw. It's actually Virtus Pro helping each other and becoming a force. Looking at it, no, KSA, and as well as itong si Elvin nga, using that AK to be the defying odds para sa kanila to have a little bit of advantage just because from the muscle memory itself. Pero Yobib, man, I know I say this a lot off stream na I hate to say it, but Yobib has been at the best peak performance ever. I was a hater before, pero now I am entirely a believer just because Yobib is not just a cocky guy. He is also a player that can easily bring in performance when it is due, and sometimes even more. Looking at it, right, Virtus Pro, one loss pa lang up against Execration, but think about it, that Execration fight was still very, very close. At least parang naging testing point rin din yun para sa Virtus Pro kung makakalaban nga ba nila dito yung STS ng mabilisan o ng mas maayos. Pero man, yung sinabi rin ni Zero to beforehand bago pa mag-start ang buong ang group stage, bago after nila makalaban yung Attras, na we want to be dominating as well. We are prepared. We are also hungry. Gumagana, Mochi. They are not disappointing anyone who believes in Virtus Pro, and I would like to see them in that number 1 spot. Feeling ko yung trophy may malaki ng chance papunta dito sa mga Oso.
Alam mo, not gonna lie, hindi lang sa kanila, no? Hindi rin ako magtataka if Execration would be there in that conversation. Pero sabi dito, kay Coach 02, ang tanong ay, what will be the preparation for the last week of this Masters? Well, sabi ni Coach, we are officially locked in for our final 3 matches of the season. The stakes are high and we're ready to make a major impact Impact mentioned, the team is mostly getting ready mentally. And I feel like that is also the core thing, no? Other than having the prowess individually, the mechanicals are on point, and even kung gaano kakapal yung mga pwede nila gawin dito sa mga mapang pinipili nila, no? The mentality is what matters the most. Something na hindi masya-shatter easily, something na hindi maapektuhan ka agad-agad, at something na hindi mo hahayaan na ma-throw away ang isang punto, no, against sa kung sino man ang iyong magiging kalaban. And it appears that Virtus.pro is already indeed locked in and ready.
Yeah, isipin mo yun, Mochi, no? Ngayon pa lang sila nagsabi na we are actually locked in for our very final matches. Pero from day one itself, sabi dito ni Zero to as well na they were made to win since day one. And the belief in that foundation is at an all-time high, man. Virtus.pro, I can't wait to see this up against ComebackFriends.
I can't wait indeed. Kaya naman, tingnan natin kung sino nga ba ang ating mga players for our head-to-head. It will be Tetsu and as well as Elvin. I know this is quite off-roll, and I know it is quite different, pero paano ba natin mako-correlate to bipolar?
Tenured? Tenured?
Okay.
Tenured? Mga malikot sa labanan? Labanan daw ng mga gala? Yan yung sabi ni Sneaky.
Pwede.
Tama naman, di ba? Gumagala din ng team si Tetsu dati, so let's think about it. Pero it is still somewhat it is still somewhat same if you think about it. Tetsu and Elvin has that same fire capability or performance capability pagdating dito sa labanan. But the difference is Elvin has health now. Tetsu doesn't. If you think about it, Elvin has Yobib now beside him. KLR in these pushes, so hindi siya mag-isa. Meanwhile, it's si Tetsu, they will be playing this kind of strat na very individual. One player needs to get one or even two, no? And if Tetsu doesn't get that, and if only he gets information, well, that's not gonna be something na magugustuhan nila. They need to expect, especially itong si Tetsu, with their strat lane right now, na hindi mag-isa dito si Elvin. And that's something to look out later on.
That is indeed true. Especially that VP is already straying away from that dependence din sa mga lurks at pandadaga ni Elvin, no? For quite some time already. Which is just definitely scary. Kaya naman, saan kaya maglalaro itong ating mga teams, no? Malalaman natin yan right now. And if there will be some respect bands present, kasi sisimulan nito ng ating mapa and sub-base, followed by Eagle Eye, anong kara ang ating magiging decider. No port, no Black Widow, no new compound, and no new Mexico for this one, bipolar.
I would have loved to see port just because may itch lang ako sa port para dito sa ComebackFriends. Pero sub-base, this is crazy, ah. If you think about it, even from the past masters before, Virtus.pro didn't just try to practice or be experts pagdating sa other maps natin like Eagle Eye and Kara. It was also sub-base, Mochi. They were preparing not just for the Filipino scene, pero pagdating na rin sa international stage. And this is such a big slap in the face kapag mapanalo to ng ating ComebackFriends yung Eagle Eye 2.0, no? Kasi I would love to say, walang makakalampas sa GR side ng Virtus.pro, to sila pa yung magiging GR side sa ating second half. That is gonna be insane. If they do find Yobib though, which would be something to look at, it might be very nice pagdating dito sa ComebackFriends. Pero Eagle Eye 2.0, especially without Woos, inopen nila Eagle Eye without Woos.
I also have quite a lot of questions din dito, no, sa ating map Vito. The sub-base might either be really good or really bad for CBF kasi syempre, no, alam na VP din yan ever since nung sila pang nagtatapat at nagtutos dito ng Team Stallions, which is formerly Ubek Maniac, and yung sa Eagle Eye natin, we're not even sure about the rules as of the current time na wala si Woos ngayon, di ba? So that is indeed a lot of questions, lots of bakit ganon dito sa ating map dito right now. But ito nga pala ang ating predictions para sa tapatan natin or unang tapatan natin for today. Once again, CBF versus Virtus.pro at lahat kami ay humahanay dito, no, sa dito pala. Ayan, dito sa kabila. Free in favor for Virtus.pro. And I feel like that is already quite of an obvious decision here, no, bipolar, after all of the things na sinabi din natin earlier on. I'm also quite curious ano kaya yung sabi dito or sinasabi dito ng ating community. Kasi I'm pretty sure that's also gonna be a bit more skewed dito, no, for Virtus.pro. Makikita din natin yan maya-maya.
Yeah, itong community post natin, no, magbibigay rin ng onting timpla. And there is a lot of like powers pagdating dito sa ComebackFriends, no. I would like to say, Mochi, I was almost gonna be putting 2-2 in favor pa rin naman ng Virtus Pro. Siguro, nasa isip ko kasi mag-a-uncarry dalawang teams na to. Pero hindi eh. So, it's gonna be difficult para dito sa ComebackFriends. Wala tayong 50-50 kind of map. And these maps na nakita natin requires very good execution. Yes, may gano'n ng ComebackFriends, pero isipin nyo palagi, individual players lang to. At the end of the day, you have star performance capabilities, pero dito na talaga matetesting, Mochi. If nakapag-prepare nga dito si Tetsu para dito sa ating players for Virtus Pro, well, they might still have a chance para ma-force ang ating design.
Yeah, that is true, no? Especially na, ewan ko, dahil natin katanungan kung anong gagawin nila ngayon na yung 6-man na maglalaro, no, na si Bright. Hindi natin we're not doubting that game, no, in all honesty, but, ito nga palang ating ranking. Singit na lang natin, no? Top 1 is Ramon. Well, staying strong with that 75%. We have Salvatore in 74%. And second, hindi ko inaakalang makikita ko yung sarili ko dyan sa ating top 3. Honestly, with the 73% alongside with Sneak. And we have L on top 5. Bipolar, kakamustahin kita. Anong nangyari at nawala ka sa ating standings at
Mochi,
rankings?
tandaan mo, kapag nanalo ka, panalo din ako. Let's go, Mochi.
Okay, let's go!
Okay lang yan. Angatan mo lang si Sneaky Frog, pati si El. Sino ba yung mga yan? Okay lang yan. Masaya lang din ako na si Dadum, maliwanag at wala na sa top 1.
Wala na si Dadum. Shining bright like a diamond nga si Dadum ngayon. Shoutout sa'yo. Mamaya magkikita tayo. Pero i-welcome na natin ang ating mga casters para sa tapatan ng ComebackFriends against Virtus Pro. Tawagan na natin sila, Sneaky Frog and as well as Salvatore. Hi! Good afternoon, guys! Ito na naman tayo, no? Parang sobrang rangal natin, no? For today's video. Ano ang ating violent reactions after knowing yung map V2 kanina, Sneaky Frog? Kasi parang andain nating ipo-point out.
Yun nga, no? Yung sub-base natin for map number 1 is either gonna be really good or really bad para dito sa CBF. Kasi yun naman talaga yung, honestly, yun yung naging no? Parang lingo or like the theme for most of yung games natin with CBF na it's either really close and goes into OT or ayun nga, it is just gonna be a one-sided shellacking, no? Pero para sa CBF, I'm actually a bit worried para dito sa series ng CBF na to, no? Mochi, and it was evident dito sa predictions ko kasi hindi tugma yung playstyle ng dalawang teams. Obviously, CBF individual yung kanilang laruan dito sa mapa natin, and it could work in a map like Subbase, pero I'm not so sure if it is gonna work in yung second map natin kagaya ng Eagle Eye 2.0. And siguro itong CBF, no, they really have to be careful about who they give or anong fight yung kanilang iti-take dito kasi kagaya nga na sinabi ko sa mga prior series ng Virtus Pro, yun nga, you give them an inch and suddenly they have sight. So, yun nga, you really have to be careful what you're giving to VP dito sa mapa na to.
Exactly. And I hope na hindi tayo umabot dun sa point for ComebackFriends na kailangan nila mag-rely sa mga heroic plays ng ilan sa kanilang mga miyembro para lang manalo sa mga rounds natin. Pero how about you, Salvatore?
Honestly, expected ko talaga to, no, na makukuha talaga ng CBF yung subbase. Kasi nga, Virtus Pro has a history of teams na pag hindi ka Team Stallions, if you know subbase, makakapalag pa rin talaga sila. And we all know that kasi nga nakatapat nga nila ang acceptance at nahirapan pa rin ang acceptance at both ends of GRN as well as PL. So, this might be a pocket pick para sa side ng CBF, pero sino ba tayo para makapagsabi na hindi kompleto ang map pool ng Virtus Pro? Syempre, nandiyan talaga ang subbase. Yun nga lang talaga, no, tama nga si Sneaky, yung Eagle Eye pwedeng sumabit dyan yung CBF, although there is a good amount of experience dyan sila Tetsu at sila Aiden. It's the mere fact na ang usapan talaga kasi ngayon puro firepower na, Mochi, no? Yun yung hinahanap natin sa CBF nung mga nakaraang linggo, pero Virtus Pro umaangat talaga dito pagdating sa lahat ng kategory na pagiging best team.
Exactly. And it appears na here for VP, no? This is just gonna be another day for them, but quite of a big one para kay ComebackFriends. And speaking of ComebackFriends, no? Parang maganda na meron din tayong pagtapat dito. Kung may head-to-head tayo kanina, we can stay itong si Aiden and as well as itong si Yobib, no? Kung kaninong frags kaya ang magmi-mean the most this time around, especially na being the leading fragger on the board here for both of these players, no? Parang matindi ata yung magiging role na ipe-play nila dito sa ating laban, Bipolar.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the statistics, no, they are the top fraggers pagdating dito sa ating dalawang team. Pero if you think about it in a sense na team base, you have Aiden that is up front. You have Yobib that is back up. So, Yobib will rely on the other players para makakuha ng other frags. Yes, he is capable of not even going for trades, no, actually hitting these shots bago pa mamatay yung kasama niya. Pero Aiden, I feel like he's gonna be having a tough time here pagdating dito sa laban natin up against Yobib. Kasi if these two players meet in contact dito sa, especially on sub-base, pag second mid natin, pag woods fights natin, Yobib might still win these fights. Because Aiden, again, he doesn't have that second player behind him at least. And I would like to also divert the attention ng Onti dito. Yes, these frags will mean a lot dito sa underdog teams, but it also requires the players like Elvin and Bright to actually make the maps easier. Kasi pag gumana yung mga ganun types of players natin, mas madali may kita dito yung Aiden. Mas madali may kita din yung Yobib. So, yes, Aiden and Yobib is gonna be a good fight, but hopefully, Aiden doesn't, falter up against a star player like the Dark Prince.
Parang simplihan natin. Isipin natin nagpapalit tayo ng bumbilya. Laging may nakahawak sa silya sa baba, 'di ba? Just in order to supply that additional support, despite doing that said role na kailangan mong gawin. Pero let us talk about naman dito, Virtus Pro are now Virtus Gods. Do you think that this is actually an accurate statement, Sneaky Frog?
Yeah, I think it's probably the most accurate statement that we have seen para sa Virtus Pro, especially going into yung season na to. I feel like, granted, spring was a bit of a hiccup para sa kanila dito, but I feel like we didn't really truly see yung tunay na form dito ng VP. And alam naman natin yan, we've known 0-2, or I personally have known 0-2 for like almost a decade now. And alam ko that he is the type of person to play the long game, especially pag international na yung usapan natin dito, no? So maybe not revealing the cards last season, tapos papakita nila ngayon, that could be, that could be a guaranteed trip, kumbaga, pwede na lang istamp yung kanilang visa at this point.
Ooh, really liking that. Pero totoo, Virtus Pro is looking better than ever before, and I feel like that's already quite of an obvious one, even just by basing this sa kung paano sila nagbe-behave in every single map na nakikita natin sila. Also taking advantage of playing with time. Pero ano naman ang meron dito, One voice, 9 victims. After Kellar has been able to rank a 4th sa ating KD last week, Salvatore, do you think that he can do the same thing again against ComebackFriends?
Sasabihin ko lang ulit yung sinasabi dito ni Kellar sa buong liga. Pag si Kellar ang nagta-top frag, ibig sabihin, noobs daw ang kalaban Quote him on that one. Mochi, he has been having this amazing stretch talaga, to the point na hindi lang talaga basta-basta any other team yung nagiging biktima dito, Like Execration with that series, nahirapan din sila na paunti-unti. Pero Kellar still fragged out, Nung mga sumunod na nalaban with this 4-game winning streak they have, Kellar was also one of the MVPs doon, Mochi. So, hindi talaga lalayo tong statement na to. And without the help of Woos, isa sa mga kinakailangan talaga ng CBF para makantsaw ang isa sa mga kills na mahalaga, Feel like Kellar will now shine, especially in the fragging area. Kasi mababawasan ng firepower dito ang CBF. Madadagdagan lalo ang Virtus Pro just based off of confidence. Ang iniisip na lang dito ng CBF, how will they be able to shut down this system na hanggang ngayon indestructible pa rin. Kasi tinamo naman si KLR for the past 2 weeks of competition, Mochi. He's not stopping in his path of destruction talaga.
And ang nakakatakot din dito, there's a lot of layers that they have to acknowledge para dito sa ComebackFriends bago man talaga nila masira yung sistema that is very being practiced by Virtus Pro every single time, which is just a very difficult task. Not impossible, but very difficult to shatter. Pero mukhang prepared na ata ang ating arena for today. And it seems like hindi na tayo magpapaligoy pa. Ipapasa na natin ito sa ating mga casters. Ito na ilatag na natin ang lahat. Sneaky Frog and as well as Salvatore. Retraka na.
Maraming salamat, Mochi and Bipolar. Sneaky, commercial muna tayo bago tayo dumako ng laban. Ang dami nagpapabate. Pero unahan ko na kagad. Shoutout nga pala TNC Production sa ating mga birthday celebrant dyan. Boss Aaron, maraming salamat. Happy birthday nga sa'yo. Belated, Boss Nos. Happy birthday din sa'yo. Boss Tino, shoutout nga pala sa'yo na nanonood ngayon. Balita ko, may binibenta nga siyang na produkto na solid nga naman talaga. Headphones ata yung hindi ako nagkakamali. Pero yun, Sneaky, tapos na nga ang commercial natin. Tayo dumako na nga sa ating mahalagang usapan, Virtus Pro and CBF. Now we head into an area, a gray area, Sneaky, para sa side ng CBF. Kung nung nagsimula sila, marami silang nakikitang ilaw. Parang unti-unti na atang dumidilim yung mga paningin dito ng CBF,
For sure, pare. Meron din akong shoutout. Yung shoutout to kay Happy Graduation kay IJNS, pare. Yun nga, yung one of the bigger pages dito ng ating CF men. I think recently lang, 24 hours. So, big congratulations, pare. Sana mas may oras ka na maglaro ng CF. Kasi, yun nga, no, CBF kind of in the same thing as well as itong si Aiden man. Once he graduates, he's gonna be playing a bit more. Pero, jokes aside nga, pare, I feel like ang hirap sabihin nito, men. Parang labag sa loob ko. Pero I feel like the magic is over para dito sa CBF. Not gonna lie, sadly. Kasi, ayun nga, nandito na tayo sa ating mas mahirap part ng schedule para ka sa kanila dito. And, ayun nga, no offense to them. Their only significant win dito sa ating group stage was that win up against itong Team Acceptance at the beginning of the season, pare. Pero nung humirap na kasi yung kanilang schedule, they lost against MATTJESS, though. Granted, it was a pretty close match, pero, or they won against MATTJESS. Granted, it was a pretty close match, pero mahina pa sila nung time na yon. So, yun nga, no, the energies are place para sa CBF. But here comes the live comms, pare. First game na agad, wala nang intro.
Wala siya akong missile, teka lang. Ito, missile, mano, metal.
Nag-smoke. Siya.
Siya pa.
26 pa kayo. Bib side ko.
Ben, pre!
Bin na. Ito, CR no.
Hindi na lang matungo yung attention, you know. Ben, pasok na nga ba? Di natin alam. Pero nonetheless, no, Virtus.pro, papasok na.
Oh my God, KSA, kita mo ba yun? Nag-long jump siya papuntang A-site, pare, pero namatay din siya eventually. But here comes Elvin. Andito na, magdadaka na ang Rat King. Tinabihan pa dito si Aiden. And Elvin is now holding itong CR natin. Spray down with the AK, pero di kagana kalaban si Aldrin dito. EBR full spray while running. 47 HP para kay Aldrin. Zetra at Yobib nasa loob ng site. Smoke immediately, pero 23 seconds. Yobib with the dank angle as well. Dito sa missile, Aldrin down immediately. Tetsu has to pick whether or not this is winnable para sa kanya, pare. And it is. USP can immediately take down 2. Pero tignan mo naman yung Virtus.pro. Nagtatago na lang sila dito sa mga kahon. And there is no reason to go for the full peak. Zetra is down.
No time.
At wala nang oras, men.
NT. Para kay Tetsu, pre. Alam mo naman, no, Virtus.pro gumagamit ng gulang talaga dito. At,
Yun!
Lawak na utak. Yun! Dead round! Nothing like a Virtus.pro game na merong kagad DR. Eh, mapaparami pa commercial natin yun, Sneaky. Di ba? Mapaparami ang commercial natin dito. No, pangunahan ko na kagad. Nakalimutan ko, you talked about graduation. Happy graduation. Congratulations nga pala, Miss Alex, no, of TNC Production.
Oy, wow.
Congratulations nga pala sa journey mo, no. So, yun, no. So maraming salamat sa pag-provide nga ng solidong pagbabantay at pag-aalaga sa aming mga talent bago kami magsimula ng broadcast day. So yun lang naman, behalf of everyone here sa mga talent, congratulations nga sa iyo. Going back, no? Ito nga pala, no, Sneaky. Round 1, feeling ko talaga yung round 1 na yun, dapat ba yun yung mangyari para sa side ng Virtus.pro? Napakabilis na lang kumilos kagad ng Woods, eh, no? Bakit, Sneaky?
Oo, pare. Alam
I-drawing mo
bakit,
nga sa amin.
Kasi ganun din yung round 1 ng first game ng VPFV. Hindi ginawa nila, pare. Alright. That's exactly what they did as well. It's paano ba sabihin to? It's called na appetizer or pakiramdam nga ng ba or kinakapa lang ba dito ng Virtus.pro on what sites or what side of the map you have to take to. And especially kung kayo yung CBF, you're entering itong sa base with the expectation na okay, babagalan nila tong mapa na to, they're gonna pull a Vasco, dun lang sila sa labas, kagaya din ng Pepe and all that stuff. Pero hindi yun yung nangyari, parang it was a straight up line up papuntang Woods. Elvin, daan ka ng vent and let's see what happens, pare.
Sabi, no, kasi nag-Olympic jumping, eh, no? Wala doon sa luwag, angat papuntang boxes. Tapos parang distraction ata yun, para mabighani sila sa vertical dito ni KSA. Kasi nagulat na lang sila, pang lumabas na si Elvin sa vents. Well played para sa Virtus.pro. Pero hindi dapat sa A lang sila may atake dito, Sneako. Dito naman sila sa may B side. Onting control lang sa may passage. Baka sakaling makagulang nga sila dito, no? Pero napakaraming tao sa shutter, pati na rin sa CR. So yung rotation dyan ng CBF, mabilis-bilis lang din. Elvin, pumapasok. Entry player ka pala. Aldrin now with the pick as well. Gets the double kill. And Aldrin! Napakalupit ng control na yon. With the triple, ComebackFriends with the defense.
Yan ang caveat dito, no, Salvatore, na pagkalaban mo yung CBF. If you do not take out yung main anchors ng ating depensa, pare, pwedeng mangyari yung ganyan. And this is why we talk about individuals pag pinag-uusapan natin tong CBF. Aldrin navigating his way into a 3K dito sa pag-defend ng peace side. Pero Tetsu, just Kaya mo yan, pre. Huwag mo na i-double jump.
Let's go. Buelo ka. Boost mo, pre.
Ayun na
Kaya mo
nga,
yan.
man.
Oh!
Kakabuelo mo, pare. Winolbang ka na dito ni Kellar. And all that noise, I think, na-recognize dito ni Kellar na nahihirapan sila mag-boost dito, pare.
Pre, no? Bakit kaya, no? Sa pinaka-alanganing pwesto pa, naisipan mag-boost dito ni kaibigan, no? Pero Virtus.pro, 2 rounds. They went very aggressive sa woods, pati na rin sa second mid. Eto na ata yung time na sabi nga nila, pre, hold na lang natin. Very good time. Kellar, another kill. Talaga nga naman dumadami ang mga biktima dito ni El Capitan, Yobe Bolbang. Lahat ng patay ng Virtus.pro. Di nila nakikita ang kalaban nila. Naglalaho na lang ang CBF nang di nila inaakala.
Yaba rounding the corner, pare. Pwede pa kaya to? Yaba has been known for a fair few clutches, pare. Pero as soon as ma-discover ni Yobib na naandito siya sa woods, he will be dipping his way papunta ka dito sa B-setter, at least for the rest of VP. Yaba, nakita ka dito si Elvin dropping his EBR while he's nervous. Pero yun lang, naiwan yung kanyang EBR sa woods, pare.
Yan.
Ay, ikaw na
3v1, no? Yaba, kalahati pa. 29 on the clock, Stingy. Magpapa-CR pa siya for sure. So first contact, etong shatter na to. Very impossible para kay Yaba hanggat di pa nga siya pumapasok with little time remaining. There goes the spray. Clearly, Virtus.pro talagang dinaan na lang sa EBR yung pagkapanalo ng round na yun. CBF, tingin ata masyadong madugas yung round din.
Yun nga eh. And Virtus.pro, parang this is one of their faster games actually. Pagdating nga dito mapa natin. And I thought, kaya nga na sinabi ko kanina no Salvatore, they would be running the Fei system na, yun nga, medyo mapagal sa simula. They're just trying to see if anyone is going to be pushing itong woods and or itong MR natin for the sake of map control. At dun sila magpupunish, pero hindi man eh. Virtus.pro mismo yung sumasala dito sa map control natin. And the default is looking really good. CBF naman yung medyo passive this time, and they're just trying to overwhelm kung sino man napapasok dito. But it did work last time, no? As long as distracted yung mga VP players sa isang, Yaba or Aiden, siguro pwede mag-pop off si Aldrin, pare.
So ngayon, like, despite popping off of Aldrin, yun yung kinakailangan talaga ng CBF, no? Not really a system na, okay, it's good defense. Dahil nga may isang player na nagbibigay ng lakas para sa team para makuha yung play na yun. That is now the mindset here of CBF. KSA makakalampas doon sa pwesto, doon sa may DR pre. KSA entry, and as well as Elvin. What a split by Virtus.pro. Wala ng depensa ang CBF. Lahat ng mga nasa panlaso na pwesto na huli. Sneaky, 3F and DR. Kinantsaw na naman ng VP.
Yun ang delikado sa ganun na setup, no, Salvi. So sobrang passive mo, man. You really have no idea or wala kang talagang legit na panlaban dito. So kung sino man magpupush ng LR, kung sino man magpupush ng passage, pare, all you can do is, yun nga, sit and stare dito sa mga angulo natin, men. Pero ganda ng awareness doon ni KSA, no, na hindi na diniretso dito yung 2F. Instead, dumiretso na lang siya doon sa entrance mismo, and he spotted Aldrin in a very bad position. And as soon as that first kill went, pumasok agad yung mga passage players natin, pare. Impressive macro, man, sa Virtus.pro.
Definitely, pre, no, as expected from the team na tinatago talaga yung sa base buong taon. Pero pag pinaglaro mo naman talaga, they are just as deadly as getting the strong side of this map. Virtus.pro knows how to manipulate the position, no? Like to the point na, okay, LR, palaging may tao dyan sa DR. Palaging may 3F. There's always space given rather ng CBF dito, no, to force that duel. Kasi alam ng CBF, they have the confidence. Tetsu pa lang, Aiden pa lang, they know that they can fight. But this is Virtus.pro relying on the mind itself, eh. Like, kung kaya nga nilang bigyan ng onting misdirection itong CBF na to, that's an easy guaranteed entry talaga. Tinamuha ni na, pre, lahat ng tao sa CR, kinuha lahat ni Elvin. Nung umentry si KSA, it was a free round. Ngayon, kinuha naman ng Virtus.pro ang split mula sa LR pati sa passage. Lahat naguluhan para sa CBF. They might have to do it again, pero napakalayo ng pwesto nila. Sneaky, tinan mo, 3-1-1 setup, mala Execration lang din to.
Yun nga. But can they execute exactly like Execration, pare? Yan ang tanong. Virtus.pro sitting and staring, pare. One of the more disciplined games dito ng CBF, no, actually. Salvi, kung napansin mo, walang masyadong nagsasala ng woods, wala masyadong nagsasala dito ng ating MR. We have barely seen any aggression on the side of CBF, and I think this is their attempt to try and see if they can neutralize yung Virtus.pro sa ganitong galawan, pare. Pero tignan mo naman yung VP since they have pushed back every single player possible. Pabalik nga ng B-side, pwede na lang possibly i-take over itong second mid. Smokes, nades are gonna start to fly. Yaba having to help yung kanyang teammate na si Aiden dito sa may CR position natin, pare. Pero luwag ang target ng Virtus.pro. Zetra, do you have the pre-aim? Papunta nga dito sa metal, pare. Tamang yukulan dito si Bright. Nakakaalis naman in time. KSA fully blinded. He enters the site pero nakaltukan siya agad dito. Good shots galing kay Yaba. And Elvin will be getting Aiden in return. Map control is still going in the way dito ng Virtus.pro. Zetra and Elvin getting to Zetra! Clutch shot on Aldrin! Grabe ka ng bata ka. Elvin will be spotting the last player and he just sprays the corner. 2 clutch shots galing kay Zetra. And Elvin with his own pair, 4-1 Virtus.pro. They are looking really good.
Sino nagsumbong? Kaya Aldrin na manggagaling siya ng luwag, pre. Is it because may coverage na si Elvin sa may sikip? Kaya nakapagluwag dito si Zeta? That shot was so good. Lahat ng pag-asa na CBF makuha yung retake na yun for the 3v2. Nawala na talaga, no, Sneaky. Virtus.pro, kahit napakainit ng entry nila, their retake scenario is very calm, no? Parang hindi siya scattered, hindi siya lumalayo sa isa't isa, no? Like, Elvin wanted that space para mauna talaga, no? Just so na maalay niya yung sarili niya kung bahuli siya. Pero nakuha ni Elvin, no? Grabe, man. Virtus.pro with the space taking, with the amount of fights that they are with the amounts of fights that they are forcing. Grabe, man. Nagugulat na lang ang CBF dito. Okay, another 3-1-1 Sneaky. B-wall para dito kay Elvin. This is very tainted, no? Para sa side ng CBF kung di nila mababasa to, no? Kasi it is going to be a possible lurk. Hindi to e-entry para nga kay Elvin. Pero yun na nga yung util dump. Namamatahan na nga to ng CBF. Reposition para kay Layaba. Lalabanan nila yung second mid, oh.
Wait, Yaba, nakayukulan dito sa 2-box natin, pare. Aiden with the first shot. KSA getting Tetsu. KSA getting Aiden as well. Aldrin could be up next, pero KSA will get shot in the head. 2K lang para sa kanya, pare. Yobib will get one of his own. So it's a 1-for-1 trade so far para dito kay Yobib. Pero Zetra, the last one left alive and honestly the most threatening player. Pero si Aldrin na naman stepping up to the plate para dito sa ComebackFriends, and it is a 4-2. Pero we need to see a bit more galing sa CBF, pare. It just seems like itong si Aldrin yung may output dito, men.
Laban talaga nila yung 7. No, good read para kay Tetsu and company, to make that play. Binate lang kayo ni KSA kasi si Yobi ba maglilinis gamit ang tambo. Grabe naman, CBF. Thought they had something in the bag, no, Sneaky. Yung cheeky push talaga sa MR para makuha yung warehouse. Kasi yung warehouse na yun, power position yun, pre. To get mid, to get etong woods natin. Oh, Yobib, ang bilis ka agad na nakarating. Parang kanina lang, no? Nang gugulo ka sa MR, nandito ka na sa gate. As they take down another one. And CBF, for a team playing the safest side of the map, parang sila pa mismo yung gustong lumaban, but they're not winning.
Yun nga, men, and that is why, pag sinasabi ko, men, you really do give VP an inch dito sa mapa natin. They can go in any site that they want, and they have given more than a mile at this point. Na nakatatlong kills na agad. Na-punish pa si Aiden, and I feel like alam yun ng VP na maghahanap si Aiden dito once they're in a bad position dito sa mapa natin. So they were just in full punish mode in order to get more. And tignan mo naman si Elvin. He's just gonna check kung may tao dito sa CR. The latest bench check! At yung malapit na makaltukan dito si Tetsu. Elvin, can he make it back? Yobib, padaan na nga pabalik ng A-site. Pero hindi makakabalik si Tetsu. Tetsu's worried na may tao dito sa vents. And bumalik ulit si Elvin. The second time around dito sa may vent side natin. Yaba na lang natitira. And ito ngayon sinasabi natin sa Alvi. It seems like the bait and switch is now working para sa Virtus.pro. And with those 2 kills at the start of the round, kahit nga hindi kasama si Aiden dun, pare, feeling ko makukuha pa nila yung A-site.
The mind games, no? Parang di mo rin alam talaga kay Tetsu kasi natataranta na rin siya. Missile ba o titingin siya ng vents, Itong si Elvin, chinaga niya talaga. Despite being checked dun sa loob nga ng ng vents natin, he still went for the push. I'm sensing na CBF has to call for a timeout anytime soon kung di man itong round na itong parating. Siguro yung next round talaga. Pero the bottom line talaga CBF, strong side, forcing fights sa MR, forcing fights sa second mid. Some of the rounds was fairly because meron talagang presensya si Aldrin pati si Aiden, no? If not, they are going to struggle, pre. Ito yun yung hirap dito, no, para sa CBF.
Hindi ko lang kung na-stansya ni KLP doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist na kukuntuhan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot.
Uy, grabe!
Saving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence rates here dito sa house.
Ano doon, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLP.
Welcome back, Crossfire C! Andito pa rin tayo sa ating CFS Masters 2026. Patuloy ang laban ng Virtus.Pro at CBF, pero dahil nga sa ating interruptions, tayo ay babalik sa loob ng sub-base with a 5-2 scoreline. No? So, humingi ka po ako ng konting dispensa mula po sa ating mga viewers pagkatapos nga nilang maputulan ng ating viewing experience. Pero makakasiguro nga po kayo na pagbalik nga po natin ng laro, tuloy-tuloy na nga po. Salvatore Sneaky Fag pa rin naman magdadala ng action para nga sa inyo. Nandun na tayo sa part no? Excited na tayo, Sneaky. Ang ganda na ng execute ng Virtus.Pro, tapos isa sa mga pinakamalakas nilang kalaban na hindi all gamers ang natamunga nila, no? Kuryente.
Kuryente, pare. It seems like yung kidlat tumama sa tamang lugar para dito sa mga tropa natin. Or actually the wrong place, no? Pero at the same time, I think just to talk about yung nangyari so far dito sa laruan natin. Obviously, Virtus.Pro getting whatever they want dito sa mapa natin. And yun nga, no, the only reason why they are losing sa mga ibang rounds dito, Salvatore, was because they could not kill si Aldrin or they could not kill the one anchor in time bago siya mag-highlight play dito sa loob ng mga sites natin. So, Virtus.Pro has been doing a lot more baiting dito sa mapa natin, but I feel like we're gonna go straight into the game, pare.
Guys, isa nga ulit na paintulot nga lang po, no, na tayo ay babalik sa ating 5-2 na scoreline regardless kung ano po na nangyari na nakaraang round. Ito na nga, no, 1v2 exchange dito sa loob nga na MR. Labang sa tao ang CBF as they make it a 4v2 just like that. Pero tinaman naman yung HP bars nila, Sneaky. Definitely winnable for VP.
Yun nga. Keller, Zetra though, last two left alive. Keller, BTT spotted dito sa second mid. And this is a classic CBF move, no, pare. After like a tech or like attack or maybe even a DR, pare, dediretsuhin nila kung ano man parte ng mapa and try to see if they can catch VP off guard. And it's not has been done a lot, no, dito sa mapa na to na nagugulat dito yung Virtus.Pro as CBF has had quite a passive defense kumpara sa may nakikita natin as of now. Pero Zetra with an ABR, he has been pretty good with the rifles, no, as of recent, pare. Kailangan niya lang tumama ng ulo dito, but I think Yaba just gonna gain information kung nasan siya men and try to see if he can kill him.
Pasok.
Kita kayo.
Pakanlason no? Pero feeling ko dapat may oras dito sa Central para ubusin na lang yung usok no? Pero yun, kita, that's a major HP player down. Yaba, punong-puno pa nga ng buhay kanina. Pero yun, lasog-lasog na nga. Aiden now roaming. I feel like Cetra could get picked off dito kung hindi niya check yung hukay. What a play from Aiden. ComebackFriends, make it a 5-3 game.
Yun nga. Kulat dito yung Virtus.Pro obviously, but I think they will be trying to thwart that at the same time. HEs are gonna fly papunta passage dito, men. And denial at the start of the round. So Virtus.Pro nakuha na nila dito yung MR. Only took them about 2 HEs pare, no? So napakadami pa yung nasa belt dito ng Virtus.Pro. And this is gonna be another attempt of pushing back the defense back into the sites pare. Pero walang tao sa woods, ha?
SA, entry. Aiden, nilalaro pa ng onti itong LR nga na to. No, pwede siya ma-overpower with a 2-man entry by KSA and Yobib. Kasama na nga ngayon si Cetra. There's going to be a split once again mula sa passage or even Vince. Kung makakatuloy nga si KLR dito, but Cetra and the rest of the crew parang di natin nalarespetuhin itong smoke kanto. Papasukin na nga nila. Aiden already fully aware. Here comes the pop flash para madinig nga pwesto. Tumatalon-talon si Aiden. At nahuli ng pamalo ni Cetra ang lamok sa loob ng 2F.
Yun nga, ito yung sinasabi ko to sa Albi since walang tao na nasa loob ng woods. Could be the late activation. How the hell did Zetra hit that? Tetsu namatay na nga sa loob ng shutter right through the smoke. Pero Aldrin, nasa loob pa ng site. Kailangan niyang mag-pop off dito once again. Zetra tumitingin dito papuntang 2F. The yards occupied by 2 players, Aldrin. And itong si Yaba, Aldrin has made it on the side. Yobib has spotted him. Good spray galing kay Aldrin. Dire-diretso lang. Pero Yobib magagaling sa likod. Yaba, spray down. Takes out the low HP Yobib. At si KLR na lang natitira dito. El Capitan for the side of Virtus.Pro. TR at sight ang kanilang mga angulo dito. Bright pre-fired. 1 HP. Yeah, but catches him running and it's a 5-4 para sa CBF. Virtus.pro, di in-expect yung flank and hindi in-expect itong si Aldrin na mag-pop off dito, pare.
Alam mo talaga, no, na nawalan ng momentum dito ang Virtus.pro after the tech diff that we had as Virtus.pro just getting picked off. CBF getting the better day despite the position that Virtus.pro has in the post plan. Parang just forget to tumutok na lang talaga sa kalaban. Well, it's definitely given. CBF found a way para mapasakan nila nga kahit papano yung mga sitwasyon na dinala sa atin dito ng VP wherein that was 2 rounds of just pure aggression para sa CBF, no? Like, definitely feel na gusto lang talaga bantayan ni Aiden yung 2F dito, pero that quick position ng CBF para makuha kagad ang site dito for them to find the trades will be something that is on the aggressive side nga naman. So, CBF, 2 rounds, very strong, pero lamang pa rin ang Virtus.pro sa kanilang BL encounter, no? Second half will definitely be nice para sa VP. I feel like CBF needs to step up a little, no? Kasi nga, yung 2 rounds lang yung nakita natin na meron talaga silang iniisip na possible play that could alter itong iniisip ng Virtus.pro. Opposites attract no? Kung gaano nga ba talaga ka-aggressive ang Virtus.pro, CBF sometimes wait for that perfect time. At kung gaano naman ka-aggressive dito ang CBF, Virtus.pro likes to play it beyond the timing as well. So, tayo dadako na nga sa ating second half with some very, very good placement of plays para dito sa dalawang team na to.
Yeah, but you also have to feel for Virtus.pro, no? Siyempre, ang ganda na ng momentum dito sa first half and then everything suddenly stops and nawala bigla yung basa dito ng Virtus.pro on the CBF team. So they would be attempting to do so on the other side of the map, pare. CBF obviously doing their best work pagdating dito na subbase, especially when it comes to BL, pero ano magagawa nito up against a defense like this? Kellar, diretso na agad sa bungad ng ating Vince and possibly will be trying to help kung sino man ng nakabantay dito sa passage, pare. Pero CBF, yun nga, bit more of a default galing sa kanila, men. Just foraying kung may magpupush dito ng Woods and or MR, pare.
Woods. Another 3-1-1 setup din. Virtus.pro-esque. Pero pinakaiba dito, no, the defense of Virtus.pro is very deep, no, sneaky. Napakataas ng pwesto sa luwag. Napakalalim din. Parang pabiwol na. Yung pwesto dito nila Yobib, etc. Tingnan naman na CBF is still waiting for any sort of util na mag-die down talaga. Wala nang flashes, wala nang nades. Kompleto pa rin naman dito ang Virtus.pro. This is threatening para sa CBF kung lalaban nga sila kagad, but they definitely have to wait for that precious time. Kasi nga Virtus.pro still has a whole utility belt na pwede nga nilang gamitin para mahiwalay ang Shatter at DR. Best case scenario, yung Woods mismo, no? Now Tetsu, entry siya nga lang mag-isa. Siya mahanap dito, and Elvin gonna get taken down. Setra kukuha ng para sa kanya. Setra na amazing crouch pick. Napakabilis nga naman nun. Faster than the speed of light. Grabe nga naman, Setra still alive. Now, Bright na lang natitira. KSA entrying. Makapasok na nga ng Shatter with the easy flick. Man, Virtus.pro quick to react dun sa mga pinagagalaw dito ng CBF.
Yeah, 6-4 and also very well played galing kay Zetra, pare. Just held it down dito sa LR and I was expecting him to die to Tetsu actually, pero yun nga when LR is in danger and your defense is also falling apart habang may player kayo na nasa passage, I mean, that is just second nature para dito kay Zetra, and the fact na he even got 3 in that situation is absolutely crazy. CBF attempting na mag-free split papunta ng B-site natin, 2 on Shutter, 2 on Passage, and 1 on LR. Pero ang ganda ng adaptation dito ng Virtus.pro, no? Hindi na nila sinala masyado yung mga fights dito. Instead, they fought on the side.
Good sa action para na naman dito sa CBF, no? Pero I feel like it's already being read mula pa lang sa kabilang kanto, no, sneaky, na this is already known information para sa side ng VP. Tanong nga lang kasi CBF, how innovative will they get para makuha tong CR na to? Kasi yung CR na yan, isang magandang high-low yan, lahat na magro-rotate mula sa Shatter, pwedeng mahuli. So far, CBF has been trying their best para makuha mismo ang Ares, pero second din nga atake nga nila. Flying Kellar sa naglalakad na Aldrin. Now we'll be getting the kill. Zetra crouch peeking. Kaso kita ang braso in Aldrin popping off once again with an entry.
They're gonna look for somewhere else. Dito para Yobib. Spray down. Nakita na si Aldrin dito eventually. Yobib still in a very threatening position. Flash through Vince. He misses it. Pero okay lang yan. Bulag kung sino man na nasa harap dito na CR para, pero Tetsu still on the 2F side. KSA looking for another way. Napapasok nga dito. And if he can somehow find si Tetsu, get that bit of pressure dito sa lockers natin, pwede pa yon. But Tetsu staring right at the smoke, anticipating na dito dadaan. Etong si KSA, nakita yung anino na nasa loob na smoke. Pero Aiden, nakatago na sa passage. Busy checking mo ang hindi. KSA, the only one with a kill in this retake so far. And pakiramdam ko min, 14 seconds and 3 opponents staring right at you. This is not a possibility, pare.
Lalo't 4 seconds lang yung allowance mo para mapag-defuse ng bomba. No, KSA did what he can. Masyado lang talaga malakas ang pwesto dito ng CBF. Both passage and shatter being taken care of here by VP, and they have to force that time out. Kinakailangan talaga nila, no, Sneaky, because despite it being sloppy, there was still some rounds na winnable talaga. Pero hindi na lang talaga nadaan sa dueling because CBF was just quick to make sure that the map control will be favorable para sa kanila. No? Movement-wise, contest ng second mid, napakaganda. It was proving to be a very good tactic naman ng first half. Napapagawa pa rin naman nila dito sa second. Even nung BL na nga sila, Elvin and Yobib, medyo nagiging questionable nga yung point of contact nga nila because their entries na paminsan-minsan hindi. Like, they want to gain entry dito lang sa may woods. It's kind of dangerous to look at it. Pero Virtus.pro, probably the ego-checking phase ata. Itong laban nga na to is being imminent ngayon. Ang problema ko lang talaga, Virtus.pro, they need to clean up their fights. A lot of fights are being won dito by Cetra, but most of the members ng VP parang hindi na ata ngayon activated dito sa ating second half. Like ComebackFriends at their best is what is very good para talaga sa series na to. Kasi nga, ComebackFriends needs to have that elevated offense laban sa VP. Hindi lang dahil nahihinaan ng loob ang VP. Once na nakapag-activate ng Virtus.pro, there should be that presence for the side of CBF na other than entries, there should also be some macro skill involved dun sa mga ginagawa nila Aldrin.
Yun nga, man. And at the same time, I feel like Virtus.pro did need this timeout, no? Medyo naging malabo na yung kanilang comms from what I'm seeing. They feel a bit disconnected, no? Right after what happened earlier. So, I feel like a minute and 30 with the team. Just making sure na, you know, everybody is reminded on what to do dito sa mapa natin, especially para dito kay Yobib at kay KSA, who's gonna be the main point of contact, no? Para sa buong team natin, with Elvin doing that as well from time to time. And ComebackFriends, though, I do expect them to play slightly better dito sa second half nga natin, no, Salvatore, considering dito nanggagaling yung kanilang lakas. This is where they get most of their strength, which is this PL side. And Aldrin just being allowed to make plays like that, no? Kaya napapaisip talaga ako, pare, mamamiss na talaga dito si Woos, because I feel like, ayun nga, no, with him kind of hovering over Aldrin half the time, pare, dun siya nakakuha ng baka mas magandang poses niya. But at the same time, ayun nga, no, Aldrin, what can you do, man? It's Aldrin at the end of the day. Honestly, it's scary how consistent he is, no? Despite yung record dito ng CBF, pare.
Raw aim talaga eh. Raw aim talaga para dito kay Aldrin. And yung lakas lang talaga ni Aldrin dito, no, is just being able to win those fights despite some disadvantages being thrown here by the other members of CBF. Yung problema kasi, pre, if they just get too much, napaka-open mo, it could be a bait, it could be a kill. Problema ko lang dito, definitely, no, for CBF is to just find one consistent execute na matatagalan ng Virtus.pro para basahin talaga. Knowing Virtus.pro, I feel like hindi naman sila magdadwell doon masyado, no? Knowing it is a team that knows everything what it has to offer sa loob nga ng SB, have to play it smart na nga ngayon. So, normal positions na naman, no, Sneaky. Depende na lang talaga may magpapa 3F dito para sa VP. CBF should be wary na yung passage na yun, hindi nga magiging madali. Shatter and second mid kinukuha na ng CBF. They want those fights. I feel like they are aware na ngayon, Sneaky, sa dami ng ingay. May split na magaganap para sa CBF eh.
They're trying to distract si Zetra, or at least try to know where Zetra is in this current time, pare. Kasi yun yung pwede magpasira sa kanilang buong push at this very moment. CBF, I feel like, granted, they need an execute, pare, but more than anything, kailangan nila ng pick dito. And currently, ayun nga, no, the turtle stance galing dito sa side of Virtus.pro, it is really hard to get through, no? So, gagawin na lang siguro dito ng CBF to passage to machine room, and then baka may mag-events, and it will be Yaba or Pride potentially, no? Kaso, tignan mo naman yung belt dito ng CBF kumpara dito sa Virtus.pro. They still have plenty of flashes, plenty of nades, pampa-delay lang dito. And Kellar probably spotted So many players on the outer side. Hindi nila i-repeat yan para Yobib just assigned to be playing that position. Keller actually playing anti-flash dito sa shutter, but he walks straight into Tetsu. Good pre-aim galing sa kanya, pero si Bright bulag na bulag. Still gets the headshot on KSA. Pero si Yobib lalaban ng isa. Good taps galing dito kay Aiden. Tetsu getting his own headshot on Zetra as well. And si Elvin na lang natitira. And this is the burst that we were looking for, no? Galing dito sa CBF. A whole lot of distraction dito sa site. And it will be an A-take.
Elvin thought na may madedelay pa dito ang Virtus.Pro, but this is just lost cause para kay Rat King. Feel like with the position that CBF has in post plants, kada na nga malabo talaga, no? This is no longer ComebackFriends relying on the individual pop-offs. Tama talaga, no, with the split na iniwan ni Tetsu sa may woods para mahanap ang KLR. Virtus.Pro nangangarag na nga ngayon to make that defensive play work for the next 4 rounds para makuha na nga nila ang panalo sa SB. Pero gotta give it to them still. Meron pa rin naman talagang dating. It's just that Tetsu and Aiden nagising na lang talaga sa D1 nila to make something work para sa CBF, no? Imagine pa rin 3-1-1 split, nagiging 4-1 pa rin. Magiging 3-1-1 bandang dulo. Di talaga natin maintindihan what CBF is planning to execute, and that is the mysteriousness ng CBF na nagpapaganda nga talaga ng estado nga nila. Yaba, masyado ka na maingay. Here comes the nade.
Oh,
Na oting bawas na sila kay Yaba. There it is. Yobib now finally shuts him down 5v4.
bit labored, no, pare, but at the same time, an awkward situation na you can't really prevent from happening. Yobib, I think nag 1-2-3 sa utak niya, pare, and probably he already has a certain position pre-aim. He did hit it to si Bright. 4 versus 4. Virtus.Pro realistically nasa kanila pa yung control ng ating woods, ng ating A site. But KSA trying to play smoker dito sa woods natin, pare. Will just be backing off, but still, Virtus.Pro, sila pa rin yung may hawak dito na mapa natin. CBF still looking for any advantage na makukuha pa nila dito sa 4 versus 4 natin. KSA is head spotted. Pero 50 seconds, not much time para sa CBF na mag-decide dito. I would not be surprised if may sudden pivot papuntang second mid, no, para makuha man lang nila dito yung CR. It's probably a CR to 8 take if ever they do want to do so. Pero meron din dadaan ng Woods. Very important position para dito kay KSA that he keeps control on his side. No way. No way 3-1 to, pare. I mean, this is kind of expected on the side of CBF. Pero nandito na si KSA. Flashbang is here. USP, di kagana this time para dito kay Bright. KSA with the running spray. Aiden with his own headshot. Pero Skellar, napaisip na rin na baka may dumaan dito ng vents natin. Keller has to be careful about his head. HE para kay Aiden would be nice. And it does land, but it still leaves him on 2 HP. So hindi pa rin patay itong si Aiden. Factor that you still have to think about, the HK417 headshot and Zetra ready and waiting para sa kanyang flashbang. But still, hindi niya napansin na nakakit na si Aiden dito. Tetsu kailangan nila idiretso. Tetsu on 1 HP, Aiden on 1 as well, and very well played. Good patience galing sa Virtus.Pro. And honestly, hindi mo mabiblame si Aiden dun, pare. Kasi 2 HP ka na. What other play can you make in that situation? And Zetra, look at that patience as well. Di niya pinapagad, man. He was waiting for his teammates to go all the way to luwag at may flash siya galing CR.
Walang nila pride na magpupush lang si Aiden. Siguro pinaplat na lang sana nila sa CR. It would have been a better position para kay Aiden na laro na nga lang yun. Even denying yung pwesto nga nila sa may luwag, no, for Virtus.Pro. Kasi man, with the time, with the defense, tsaka yung mga kaparating na members, no, masyadong mahirap, masyadong malabo. And in turn, Virtus.Pro turning things around in the best time possible para kay KLR na makuha yung 3 kills siya dito, no. 7-6, Virtus.Pro still has something that CBF has, which is map advantage talaga, no? Like, knowledge, pwesto sa mapa, denying of space, sniper duel. Gagawa naman talaga dito ng Virtus.Pro. Meanwhile, CBF relying on entries from Aiden and Aldrin para may mangyari. Tetsu na huli. Sniper down for CBF. Another play talaga ng Virtus.Pro na harangan talaga tong Woods na to, knowing it's a vital spot for CBF to make a play. Gawa ng nandoon ng second mid, pati nga yung vents. Virtus.Pro complete shutdown dito sa round na to.
Yeah. Pakiramdam ko sa Albi ganyan maglaro si Yobib dito sa CR, to be specific. Kasi gusto niyang pakiramdaman or at least make the Woods players feel na naandito na si Keller sa CR. And with him being this aggressive, no, there must be rhyme and reason why. Pero hindi pala, that was all a fate. Pero Yobib, headshot pa rin para sa kanya. Aiden nakaltukan at mamamatay lang rin. Yobib, another soul collected para sa kanya. Elvin, nakita na si Bright na nasa loob ng usok. Yaba will be getting two. Hold on. But you have a flash out. Nandito na si Keller na may rifle na nakalabas. 8-6, Virtus.Pro in a very good spot. And that's a timeout down to CBF. I saw the pan before the timeout, pare. And I already knew, CBF, they need a bit of time. Dito sa mapa natin, pare, Virtus.Pro, granted na scramble dito yung Rubik's Cube, no, na itong CBF, pare. Pero nasolve naman nila agad.
Feeling ko pre may may undermining effect dito yung CBF trying to put a lot of pressure onto Aldrin to make the call for himself and for the team. Kasi minsan nagiging pangalawang boses yun si Aldrin no? Like, he is an info gatherer. Dahil attacker siya, volatile, malami siyang space na nakukuha, there's a lot of information to call. Thing is, gano'n nga ba kaganda yung chemistry ng CBF na when Aldrin is doing something, meron ng kagad presence of mind yung mga kampe niya na gawin din yung pinaka-opposite dun to make it beneficial para dito kay Aldrin. Exactly, pre. Ang hirap talaga because Yobib with that spray dun sa may CR just speaks na where's the smoke? Where's the flash? Wala talaga, di ba? Like, that was the play that could have canceled CR. Makuha yung si Kep, get the plant, and then CR back again para sa isang malupit na side take. CBF did not bank on just trying to go for triple pushes. Hindi ko lang bakit na nahihigpitan ba sila sa pagpasok ng CR. There is another variation naman sa pagtitriple push eh. Like you have three quadrants on the map, no? Parang lahat ng 'yun pwede mo naman kunin talaga because CBF still has dueling prowess, no? Sometimes, some other ways, nakukuha naman nila yung padala pag it's Virtus.Pro, but is it still going to be a pop-off moment for any player para hindi lang basta isa yung makuha nila? Like I mentioned, no, Aiden and Tetsu are really good for 2, Aldrin good for 3 most of the time. Pero nauubos din talaga unti-unti yung mindset dito and mental ng CBF, and Virtus.Pro needs to make it happen right here, right now. So kung hindi, every play is going to be readable for VP knowing na those entries na ginagawa nila Aiden kanina. I feel like it's pretty good, no? Despite it being a very tough time para sa CBF.
Ayun nga, pare. It was the right target to do. Dito sa mapa natin, it just so happens na the guy on the other side of the barrel is si Yobib, pare. Kagaya nga na sinabi ko kanina, no, Salvi, I feel like yun nga, yung ginagawa nila dito sa CR, Yobib being a lot more aggressive. Papunta ka ng second mid, and obviously, ma-assume mo na okay, sobrang aggressive ni Yobib, he shouldn't be kasi baka may sniper na nakatutok sa kanya. So most likely na andito nga si Keller. And I feel like those small mind games really do stack up dito sa mapa natin. And yun nga, no, pag sinasabi ko to again and again, Virtus.Pro, they only need an inch to really go a mile dito sa mapa natin. And those are yung yun nga, no, those are the small advantages that you do get, and it kind of stacks up against itong CBF. And CBF, obviously, no, once you are at a disadvantage, alam mo naman yung pattern ng CBF, pare. Pag may disadvantage, biglang maghahanap dito si Aiden ng kill, si Das maghahanap ng kill, si Aldrin maghahanap ng kill, si Tetsu maghahanap ng space, you know. And it kind of just feels like, you know, Virtus.Pro, just like what I said, stylistically, dito mahihirapan yung CBF, but they are putting up a hell of a fight, no, pare. It's just that itong Virtus.Pro, may mga times talaga yung depensa nila biglang nabubutasan dito because of just a single highlight play.
Yan natin, no? Kasi sa ngayon, marami na pinapatch up dito ang Virtus.Pro, no? In their playbook, despite it being exposed a bit dito ng ComebackFriends, pero parang punong dulo lang ng pahina yung nakikita ng CBF as they are still struggling to make that mid-round adjustment favorable para sa kanila. Post-plant, wala tayo pwedeng iba masabi dyan. They know what they're capable of naman sa post-plant. Pero kasi pinakamaganda doon, pinakamahalaga, honestly, no, Sneaky, is the setup on how you take the site and the setup on how you make the enemy believe na hindi lang ito yung mga papasok talaga. The amount of fakes na binato ng Virtus.Pro in the first half, very exemplary. No? Napakaganda nga naman. Kasi nothing is better than 3 players opening up woods, isa magpa-passage, isa mag-EMR, lahat ng yun cut rotation talaga. Not only pwede mong depensahan yung passage player mula sa 2F, you can also defend yung woods mula doon sa passage player. It's that layering na nagpapaganda talaga sa Virtus.Pro. And nakita naman natin na it was not that kind of day para sa side ng CBF. Ngayon, CBF, if you're the team na gusto nga talaga makabalik sa laro to, There should be a fine line between playing within Aldrin's strengths and playing within everyone's system in their mind. Meron namang bagay na nagbibigay agwat dito sa VP and CBF eh. No? Iba na yung puso, iba na yung talino. Iba pa rin talaga pag may kanya-kanya kayong unique na play na pwede nyo nga gamitin. No? Problema kasi Virtus.pro knows everything at this point, pre. That's why they are one of the best teams dito sa Pilipinas because every move na kaya nga nilang basahin in-game. So, CBF, there's any time para mas palaliman pa nga talaga yung mga pinagagawa nyo to deny any sort of lead for Virtus.pro, this is it. So, if you're not Aldrin, if you're not Yaba, feeling ko, man, you just really need to step up. Kasi nga, the mere fact, the one idea na nakukuha ng CBF sa laban na to is, okay, we can fight. Yun na lang talaga. Gulatin na lang natin sila.
I have barely seen though yung LR pressure strat from the side of CBF where kukunin mo lang dito yung LR and then you just stay there the entire time kinda, you know, putting the pressure on yung mga B players natin at yung nga iikot na lang galing passage, iikot na lang galing dito ng shouter, potentially from Ben. And then yun nga, it kinda just seems like CBF, they are, you know, very aggressive pero hindi sila aggressive sa, you know, pagkuha at pagstay sa mga angulo nga dito para. So I think that we need to see more of that from CBF specifically. Pero Aiden, nalabanan dito si Yobib. Will be a bit of action sa second mid and KLR na andito na sa bench pare.
Nice shot, Yobib. Di na nga nakabuelo sa may CR pre. Used to be his domain. Pero nahuli na nga ni Yaba. KSA now, still same pwesto lang sa may cramp pre. Masyado na kang obvious to. Imagine KSA coming up with a highlight. Isa lang ang makukuha niya ang ginintuang Corona. Cetra defensive mode. Walang makukuha sa unang boga. Adrian Yaba, napakalalim na sa missile pre. Lahat dumadaan dito sa iskopa ni Cetra. Isa nga nakuha niya dito. No, Tetsu now going for the anti-flank as Keller now wants to make it a play. Pero hindi na nga gagana to for Virtus.pro. It's all down to Elvin and Cetra.
Yun nga, kailangan may magluwag sa kanila dito pare. Ain't no way they are gonna get this from the CR position. Tetsu, ganda ng kanyang position, no? Sobrang harap na dito sa luwag. So just in case na may smoke or may flash na paparating nga dito galing kay Zetra, that would be bad news. Pero good shot galing kay Zetra. That's an attempt now para sa Virtus.pro. Kailangan na nila bumaba dito pare, Bright. In the middle of nowhere, pero naandito na ang Virtus.pro. Two-man force on the side. Headshot para kay Cetra. He has to get the last one. Diffuses here. And sakto si Tetsu. Buti na lang nag-antay ka dito sa metal for that last second diffuse. Nice try galing sa Virtus.pro. Honestly, got farther than expected. Pero CBF pa rin yun.
Min, Cetra, 3 kills. I got my 3. Tas hindi pa rin nila nakuha yung round. And that was not even Cetra giving space for his teammates. No? That was Cetra trying to do his best para mahirapan ng CBF sa post-plant nga nila. Good detail, no? Sneaky na kailangan talaga laliman ni Tetsu yung pwesto sa may luwag. Mahihirapan talaga yung Virtus.pro na laruin yung buong luwag na yun. Kasi nga, there's always that first contact na napakalalim kaagad na malapit na nga siya pumunta ng woods eh. Yeah, Virtus.pro couldn't pull it off. Kaya hinanap na nga nila ngayon ng isa pang mas definitive na play, no? Na, okay, retake, medyo alanganin. KLR, may mauhuli dito. Isang masaganang hapunan pag naani na nga. And Bright gets harvested sa vents. KLR with a kill. Pero all that play, pre. CBF papasok pa rin.
Yun lang, insta 8-take though. Galing dito sa CBF, they realize nandito si KLR sa vent, so he will be unavailable for the next few seconds. Pero sobrang tagal ng push dito ng CBF. Yobib with the delay. He's already on the bottom side. Yobib nakakuha na ng isa pero hindi nila mapapansin na meron pang nakayuko dito sa gilid. Here comes KSA. They forgot about the second A player. Yaba nasa loob ng smoke pero mamamatay lang rin. Tetsu will be dying as well. And the bait and switch galing sa Virtus.pro. CBF got their ankles broken pare.
Pero that has to be a play na minanufacture talaga ni Keller eh, no? Kiyan, huwag ka na aalis dyan using the smoke to the advantage of Virtus.pro. Ginawa ng CBF yun para mapadali nga nila yung lapit nila dun sa loob ng missile. Napasama pa para sa CBF. Yobib finally gets his revenge over to Yaba na kanina pa umuulit sa outer pre. Pero nagtigas na natin ng ulo dito. Sila Aldrin at Aiden gusto ulit magpa-second mid. Sobra-sobra na yung tinatanggap nila dito, Sneaky. Virtus.pro still healthy. Meanwhile, CBF duguan.
And Bright, second mid push. incoming para dito sa CBF. Pero rough na kasi ito. Meron na nakatutok dito na pangalan ni Keller. It's a headshot dito kay Bright Yobib. Gustong yumuko, gustong tumalon, gustong pamatay dito kay Aldrin. And the blind spray finally hits itong si Aiden and Tetsu, the only one left alive. And the belief is at an all-time low para dito sa kanyang 1 versus 5 pare. Unless it's one of those rounds para kay Tetsu. Getting itong si Zetra. And it would be pretty wild kung makuha niya nga itong 1 versus 4 pare. But this requires the entire VP squad to be peeking into him. Pero sinabi na dito ng VP, okay, nakuha niya na si Zetra pare. We shall back off. We shall be playing itong CR position habang may nagpo-push dito sa likod.
Imagine.
Check left, check right. Tama ba, Kellar? Nandito sa gilid. Uy, hindi mo chinek all the way, Tetsu! Nako po. And Virtus.pro with a 10-7 win dito sa sub-base. A really good recovery after yung nangyari nga kanina pare. And that's actually a really good sign, Salvi. Para nga dito sa Virtus.pro kasi eto as much as y'all will get mad about what happened earlier, this is also a test para sa Virtus.pro if they can recover from stuff like this. Kasi I'm not gonna lie, ayun nga no, hindi exclusive in dead round, hindi exclusive in technical issues pagdating dito sa ating PH Masters. It also happens in events like EWC and itong CFS 2026. And I feel like they need to have those kinds of games na sobrang ganda na ng round yun tapos na-disrupt bigla. Because emotionally kasi if this was 2025, 2024 Virtus.pro pare, magbe-breakdown mga yan. They won't know what to do dun sa sitwasyon na yun. Maybe sa 2025 sa tail end pare, malalaman nila kasi they did get fourth dun sa CFS. Pero they need these types of games para mas maging solid yung kanilang disiplina at mas maging solid yung kanilang mental pare. And it's a really good recovery men galing sa kanila kasi ayun nga no, I feel like last year or last year's VP SGJ will be bothered by that a lot no. Pero yun nga men, sinabi lang nila let's just not mind it, we have a better sub base and lalaruin na lang natin laro natin pare.
And not just a W game para dito sa Virtus.pro, no? W mental din para nga sa kanila. Kasi kung ako, pre, if I got vetoed my own round, na 5-4 pa yung half, very much tilted talaga ako doon. But Virtus.pro kept it calm sa loob nga ng second half, played their own game, utilized what they have in Cetra, at talagang gamitin ni Keller yung utak niya 100% fully, no? To counteract itong CBF position inside of sub-basement. Isipin mo, ilang beses nilang gusto kunin yung Woods, hindi nga napagbibigyan ng Virtus.pro. Kahit makalapit nga sila na missile, hirap pa rin naman sila kay KSA and kay Cetra. Every setup, meron talaga ang Virtus.pro. Hindi na nga nila kailangan maglaro ng birite kasi wala namang ginagawa doon ang CBF when it comes to presence talaga. Kasi kung may pumasok man doon, nandun si Elvin for the lurk. So every passage take na pwedeng kunin ng CBF, theoretically, meron sila magagawa doon because Keller and Elvin is still sitting on every part of the map. So Virtus.pro had already the game won the moment na pumasok sila ng second half just because of mind games talaga. This is what separates a team of friends from a team of gods talaga, no? So Virtus.pro just needs to know what the gist is. Yun lang talaga pre, no? Rough image lang talaga ng kalaban, eh. Gets na nga nila kagad. This is why this is the core, this is the team that got all gamers to 5 games. Yun yung iniisip dito ng CBF na if this is going to be really hard, pre, padaliin na lang natin yung buhay natin. They wanted the easy way out, aggressive pushes sa may second mid, and missile can only get you so far. Pero Virtus.pro, sila talaga nanalo ng foot race na to. Well played for the VP squad.
Yun nga no, nakakapagtaka lang talaga pare for the side of CBF especially na there was barely any pressure put dito sa LR natin or dito sa may B-sides in general, no? I feel like one of the strengths dito ng CBF is the way that they play the game fast and the way that they can pressure yung mga napaka-importanting sides sa mapa natin na napakaaga, no? Pero dahil nga Virtus.pro yung kanilang kalaban, I feel like they had a premeditated na game plan papasok ng game. And it did work for some of the rounds, but unfortunately, Virtus.pro and itong si Keller, man, that brain is working 24/7 at kaya na mag-freestyle pare.
Kailangan natin na babawi, no? CBF, meron pa kayong eagle eye na makikita dito, no? The playoff hopes, medyo nagdi-dwindle down na as Virtus.pro is claiming for that number 1 spot. Tinanong nga natin ano masasabi ng ating panel dyan, no? Mochi and Bipolar, after all that action, ano bang masasabi nyo?
Maraming salamat Salvatore and as well as Sneaky Frog. Pero ang masasabi ko lang dito, no, ang pinakamalalang kalaban ay ang sarili mo, no, Bipolar. We already reiterated the importance of mentality and it's nice that Virtus.pro has been able to at least push through for this one, but for ComebackFriends, I cannot say the same.
Yun na nga, no, Mochi. Medyo nagkagulo lang tayo dito kasi parang what can friends do up against a family of bears? And think about it, no? A family of bears is called the slot, pero they did not play very, very slow. They played right in front of the bases dito ng CBF. And especially dito sa second half, nakita natin kung gaano nga ba kalakas ang ating Virtus.pro. Yes, there was some technical issues before, pero parang nagising dito ang Virtus.pro na sa base, despite this being in the map dito ng ComebackFriends, pinakita nila yung international powers dito. Imagine man, you have a 2-on-2 setup. There's 2 players on A, there's 1 player dito may CR, 2 players on B, wherein Yobib only sold players sa CR. Minsan nga, di pa pumupunta din sa shutter yung players natin on B side, and he always gets 2 kills. There's also that point na sinabi ng ating mga casters na once there's a player here, iisipin ng CBF na mayroon pang katabi doon. Pero, in the grandest scheme of things, wala. It's just CBF really. I'm trying to poke the bears, no? Pero, it's always like a domino effect na sige, papasok ka dito, pero you still have to clear every angle afterwards. On the BL side as well, mula dito sa Virtus.pro, Cetra just out-fragging itong si Tetsu in the sniper battle. And just like this, no, ComebackFriends, we saw them to be very individual. We saw them to be looking at individual players in terms of popping off. In that reliancy, sa ganon, up against a team that is in this kind of caliber, that is top tier, you cannot really do that. Aldrin, just like what Snake Frag has said, he is missing that who's na he can go in, pero there's always that comeback, or at least that trade from the long range angle, or at least that coverage, no, na hindi siya matatakot na mag-push kasi meron pa rin naman siyang kasama kahit na malayo, and that's moves. Bright was still good at the end of the day, na tinapatan niya dito yung ating players mula sa Virtus.pro, pero man, it was not enough. Talagang hindi ito yung ComebackFriends na alam natin. Yes, you might see 7-10 scoreline, no, pero Virtus.pro, man, you have multiple players that has a 70% rating. You have Yobib in a 19 kill, 14 death KDA ratio pagdating sa sub-base na kung saan he was almost a solo player. He was banking on just hitting headshots and hitting these shots on the GR side solely from himself. And imagine that. ComebackFriends, kahit na mag-isa dito si Yobib, hindi nila mapitas yan ng libreng-libre. If they do, again, you have the rest of Virtus.pro to look at. And man, kahit na si Cetra dito, 13 kills and 10 deaths lang, nakita mo naman, Mochi. Those kills, those 13 kills, weren't just kills. It was impactful kills para di makapasok ang ComebackFriends or mawalan sila ng pag-asa dito sa Suffix.
And this definitely exemplifies yung point na there is a lot of layers here for Virtus.pro, and yung mga layers na yon nagre-regenerate, no, bipolar, which just makes it all the more harder para dito for ComebackFriends. Pero ito nga ang ating MVP, binanggit mo na rin kanina, nakita na rin natin kanina, etc., being able to take that 1.30 KD and 77.30% na ating rating, just multi-kills, one sniper shot, and then a USP, no, regardless, is fine for him at certain occasions with the court as well, no? Cetra, well, I feel like no one is already surprised at this one, pero parang ang saya talaga panoorin, no? Every single time na meron tayong mga nakukuha highlights para at galing sa kanya. For ComebackFriends, I wonder ano kaya mangyayari sa ating second map. This is all the more merrier for Virtus.pro to actually do whatever they do best, lalong-lalo na nakapag-recover na sila mentally dito, no, after this fight here sa ating unang mapa. And I just hope ComebackFriends very good farewell and good luck, no, para as a bridge papunta sa ating second map. Natapos na ang ating sub-base at titingnan natin kung magkakaroon pa ba ng kasagutan. This also begs the question, well, do you think na si Woods ay kinakailangan para lang mas maging malapit pa ang ating labanan? Well, let us see. Tingnan natin kung masisemento na nga ang ating naratibo maya-maya sa oras na tayo magbalik para sa ating mapa ng Eagle Eye. pa lang naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang
Oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist na pupuntahan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot and he
Uy,
gets into trouble.
grabe!
Receiving play pa. Duguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Namaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa raw tapos yun. Lahat ng aksyon, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing Prevalence Race here dito sa house.
Ano doon, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KFP.
Welcome back, ladies, gentlemen, and everything in between. Nandito pa rin tayo sa ating unang match for today. We're in earlier on. ComebackFriends lost against Virtus.pro. Hardly dahil dito sa ating mapa ng sub-base, no? And despite the mental battles na nag-occur dito for Virtus.pro, dala ng isang technicality, no? At least nabalik nila yon sa kanilang mga kamay. Ang tanong ay nandito pa rin kaya ang ComebackFriends at meron nga bang comeback para dito sa mapa ng Eagle Eye? And also, Bipolar, do you think that Wooz is a really important asset dito for ComebackFriends na hindi ma-utilize nila this time around given na si Bright ang nandito ngayon?
Of course, I mean, I would like to say Bright is a formidable player, pero kasi if you put Wooz in this position na you have a soul sniper and Tetsu can just freely think about the strat line and just use HKs and just have immediate fights, mas madali para sa kanila. Plus ngayon, mas mahirapan si Tetsu Mochi. He'll be looking at strat lines dito sa GR, sa BL side nila at the first start, and they'll be going up against not just Cetra anymore, but Yobib as well on the TRG. We might also see a Keller on the TRG. Sometimes he uses that pag namatay agad dito si Yobib. And think about it, Mochi, you know? We also saw ComebackFriends now having to use Tetsu as the sole sniper now. Kasi mostly in the group stage natin, there's an argument that can be said, mas nasanay siya dito ng ating rifles lang, no? Pero kasi he was a sniper before, but he needs to step up now because hindi lang to mapa na sa base, he's not just up against two players na can wield the TRG, it's the map of Eagle Eye. Eagle Eye, it's so open, and whoever who flies up here, well, it's either 2-0 or 1-2-1.
Exactly. Given na parang glorified ang Kara na mas magulo pa itong Eagle Eye ngayon. Kaya naman, paguluin pa natin ito lalo. Welcome na natin ng ating mga casters, Salvatore and Sneaky Frog. Take it away.
Maraming salamat dyan sa ating panel, no? Good and valid points sa role assignment talaga dito, no, ni Tetsu. Pero feeling ko, pre, yung pagduduel siguro ng CBF doon, kailangan na nga nilang isang tabi kasi meron na kang mas malakas na kalaban dito, no, which is definitely Virtus.pro inside of Eagle Eye, no. More duels inside of Eagle Eye nakikita natin, no, for Virtus.pro, pero na lang dun sa mga ibang teams na relying on like the mid-round adjustment bago talaga sila makakuha ng picks. Pero man, Virtus.pro is just making it so na every single Eagle Eye experience ng kalaban, di talaga ganun magiging madali. Feeling ko yun yung advantage ng VP, no. CBF knows how to duel, pero kaya nga ba nilang ilugar sa inside of Eagle Eye, Sneaky?
Yun yan. It's actually a really good point, no, para dito kay Polar na Tetsu will be needing to step up to the plate, especially knowing his job will be twice as hard dito sa Eagle Eye 2.0 kasi yun nga, GR yung simula dito ng Virtus.pro, and obviously naman Yobib will be rocking that secondary sniper dito sa top A, no? So yun nga, you have to take out the sniper sa B and sa A at the same time, and that's a lot of responsibility for Tetsu, who is also calling dito sa mapa natin para sa CBF. Pero last time naman na napunta dito yung CBF sa ating mapa, no, actually didn't go too well, pero there was some really good rounds para sa kanila, pare. And ito yung kailangan i-avoid ng Virtus.pro. Being disconnected sa body mo, pare, kasi ayun nga, there will be a 3-man, 4-man rush going towards you, man.
Pinpoan ko. Ito, hindi.
Game 1, 2, 3. Wala.
So sa kabila, baka patayin to, Bin.
Sniper yan, boy. Ingat ka.
Makuha kanan.
Walang kita yung tatalo ng bypass.
Oo nga, nandito nga ako.
Sige. Patay isa.
Patay isa.
Sumilip yun. Hindi, susugod talaga.
That's a lot of assumptions, no, Sneaky? Natingin ng tower, naka-sniper yun, may tumatalon ng bypass, babantayan. CBF and Virtus.pro already, no? The chess pieces are moving in, Sneaky.
Yung sinasabi ko to, Salvi, the double sniper dito sa A site, pero Tetsu medyo sumala sa metal box. KSA will be down, and I think that is the attempt para i-retake yung A-long dito, or at least try to see if they can gain some space dito sa doghouse. And Tetsu will be eliminating that idea immediately, pare. Pero ano na nga ang hawak dito ng Virtus.pro? Someone has to at least be in an aggressive position to get someone back, pare, and I think Keller will be the one to do it. Pero nakatingin min eh. Nakatingin si Yaba eh. He's aware.
LB still in control, no? Tinaman naman,
Or is he?
discipline of Virtus.pro. Ayaw pa rin nalang umalis sa kanya-kanyang pwesto. We still want to play this for the individual play. What an adjustment by Cetra. And there goes the double Arctic setup ng Virtus.pro na pumapaldo nga sila. No clearing whatsoever. First rule of FPS. Check your corners. Aldrin and Yaba. Kellar popping up sa door mid. Aiden now trying to go for the trade. Pero si Kellar tinuturo saan tatama. And a triple kill for Virtus.pro's in-game leader. Yan ang panimula ng VP.
Yan ang asim pare. Tamang upo lang dito sa mid and waiting for the inevitable galing dito sa CBF and Virtus.pro. Despite losing their initial member na si KSA na binawian naman dito si Tetsu. They still got the site handled, no pare. Ito yung sinasabi natin, Salvatore, that double sniper Woos would be so good right now para dito sa CBF considering he knows all the angles dito sa ating Eagle Eye. Pero si Aiden gusto niya pilitin tong A-site. This is quote-unquote lurk, pare, pero aggressive to, ha?
Too deep, pre. Masyadong delikado para kay Aiden nga to. Knowing na KSA could get timing here. Sa mga titingin. And KSA chinek. In-x-ray niya si Aiden. Fred, kita-kita sa CT scan. Wala ng bungo. Si Aiden. KSA now on defense mode. Nakita na nga si Aldrin nilalaro ang metal. Yaba now trying to add some reinforcement dito para sa nag-iisang KSA si Yobib. Acting as a second layer sa may exit pre. Nakita na nga KSA hindi makakapanlason now. Yobib with the reposition. Yaba with the kill. 4v3 tayo.
Whoa, Yobib peeking a bit too far dito sa A-site natin pare, and I got a gut feeling that that was definitely not the call galing dito sa VP knowing si Kellar na andito pa sa mid. But I think it's their attempt to try and get some information kung saan nga papunta yung push na to galing sa CBF. Kellar in a bad spot but still gets away in time papunta dito sa house. Right, trying to enter. Makuha niya headshot dito kay Kellar. Meron pa isang player na naan dito sa big box. Elvin trying to live but he will die eventually. Zetra naman na magagaling sa likod. Crouch peek. Sakto ang aim dito ni Tetsu. And VP with some rare overextensions galing sa kanila pare. Hindi ko na-expect yun galing kay Yobib na dun sa sala pare.
Doon sa part na Virtus.pro, all you had to do is just play around the site no? KSA wanted more kills. Yobib getting caught. Very uncalled for para sa VP na yun nga yung mangyari, no? It does not resemble the Virtus.pro of old na pag may nakuha ng picks, back off talaga kagad, parang Team Liquid lang pre. Pero Virtus.pro wanted to activate, trying to test gano'n nga ba kalayo na mararating ng CBF. Pag sila naman ngayon ang naging aggressive na Bright opens it up with a double kill. Tumatama na nga dito ang mga panama ni Bright. Now to make it a 5v3, Aiden, quick adjustment to get the headshot over to KLR. 5v2, Cetra trying to clean it up. It's now another duo effort para kay Elvin at Cetra. Ang dalawang palaging natitira sa round to make it happen for VP.
Sa house lineup I think. Galing dito kay Cetra pare, pero si Elvin still has a lot of clearing to do. Good save galing kay Cetra. Yabang will be going down. 18 seconds left. Not much time to operate pare, but with the TRG in the hands of Cetra, anything is definitely possible. Pero dahil nga sa push ni Elvin, headshot agad from the backside. Tatakbo na kaya to papuntang A-side. Aldrin instead will be going for the full cleanup. CBF going slightly faster dito sa A-side and VP not expecting the pace dito sa Alvi. And nasagasaan lang dito si KSA and itong si Yobib. So might be high time for VP to play slightly more forward dito pare. Ooh.
And not really the case na pangit yung setup ng Virtus.pro. They're just losing the fights. And the overextension ng CBF, kailangan talaga nila gawin yun no? For the space. And for a player like Bright to be able to pop off in a round like that, mapapaisip ka talaga if Virtus.pro really has the mind necessary para madepensahan nga nila yung LA. Siyempre, pag nakuha mo yung bunker, you already have the vantage point sa mga manggagaling na exit at lane. The mere idea of CBF being able to get that space, definitely nagugulat doon ang Virtus.pro. Sabi mo nga, nagugulat sila sa pacing, kaya gumagawa na ng sariling buwelo dito ang Virtus.pro to try and force these fights nang hindi nga na nasa loob nga ng site. Aldrin, off-cam kill laban dito kay Elvin. Aldrin nilalabanan pa rin. Sakaling may mga mag-repick sa loob nga ng hotel. Cetra still playing itong LB side natin. Problem is, no one wants to budge. They know the threat.
Kita mo yung ginawa doon ni Zetra, no? As soon as namatay dito si Elvin, he immediately looked towards your monitor dito in Elvin to try and see if he can gain information. Galing nga dito sa baba ng hotel. With a minute and 10 Still so much time to decide para dito sa CBF. Hindi pa naman tayo nag-a-approach dito ng red time or 30 seconds. And para naman dito sa Virtus.pro, kalmado lang men. No reason to push forward, especially considering sila yung may one-man advantage sa sitwasyon na to thanks to the opening pick dito ni Attras along and Yaba dying as well. Pero, what is gonna be the key for this one to work? LR peeking mid. One tap galing kay Aldrin. Pero Zetra, napatay na agad si Bright. Zetra now aware that there is a player on the double door side. Pero Tetsu holding the angle. Finally taking down the sniper dito ng Virtus.pro. It's a 2 versus 2. Pero alam nila kung saan magagani si Aldrin. Aldrin still coming in from the mid side and they're trying to see kung kaya na madaliin dito si Tetsu. Tetsu, pressure zone para sa kanya dito sa may ramp side pero nagde-delay lang siya dito for the sake of Aldrin. Aldrin from the behind has gotten one. Kailangan nila mapatay dito si Aiden pare pero si Aiden or si Tetsu rather napakakulit. Dito sa 2F, he's just living the entire time. Yobe finally spotting him 20 seconds. Plenty of time. Aldrin magpipeak. Yobib, USB, TRG. Mukhang kailangan mo ng USP sa sitwasyon na yan pare. Nagkulang siya ng bala. And it's a 3-1 CBF on the PL side. Nagtatake advantage
Well
na pare.
played. Well played, Tetsu and Aldrin, no? That cat and mouse chase talaga. Yobib not sticking. He knows there is a struggle para i-stick yung defuse na yon. And Aldrin prayed to Hail Mary talaga. Hindi talaga tumama dito yung pambaboga ni Yobib. Elvin now pushing it. Napakagandang flash indeed. 6 HP. Get the headshot. Still gets the kill. Aldrin not trying. Iniswingan lang talaga dito, no? Hoping na mathrow up yung angle dito ni Elvin. Now, Kellar, paano nakalampas to? Nang hindi alam ni Tetsu, he's hard scoping. He might go for the discipline play para mas marami pang makuha dito. Bright na, gonna get picked off. And now, Tetsu fully aware. Nakapag-flick pa rin si Tetsu. Still a 4v2 sneaky. All that, mahirapan pa rin ng CBF dito.
Yun nga, feeling ko si Elvin, he will have a perma green light on this one. 6 HP ka na pare. Might as well labanan mo na dito yung sniper. Quick scope galing kay Tetsu. Another one is gonna miss and Elvin's gonna win that skirmish. And Aiden, last one left alive. Kita na yung anino mo sa smoke pare. 3-2. Virtus.pro back in the fray dito sa laruan natin and CBF. Ayun nga, they were left confused sa hotel pare. Ang ganda ng opening fight dito ng Virtus.pro and Kellar throughout that whole chaos pare. Nakalagpas na nga siya dito sa ating defense at the start of the round at least para dito sa CBF.
Imagine, pre, nung nakuha pa ni KLR yun. Feel like, di naman kailangan ni KLR but it would be an added style point para makuha ng Virtus.pro yung round. Still, glaring lead pa rin meron dito ang CBF Virtus.pro.
I don't like this ace though.
Medyo nakaaning sila sa GR ata nila, no, sneaky. Feel like Virtus.pro still pushing this idea of forcing these fights early para mawalan ng pwesto kagad ng CBF for a possible entry, no? Kulang-kulang yung mga tao, kulang yung binte, less mouths to feed, no? Parang yung iniisip dito ng VP pero they're not playing within their strengths, no? Like kung kaya mo hawakan yung HM, feel like that's already a good spot. Pero kung yung Arctic nyo, kayang bumuga ng kahit sino na magka-crosspot ng hotel, o kaya na LB, etc. could be able to do that. Pero man, Virtus.pro still, habang hindi pa nasisira, no, habang nakakuha pa rin sila ng rounds, gagawin at gagawin pa rin talaga nila yun.
Setro, you bad lad. Nakita ko pare. He just white swung kung sino man na sniper na naan dito sa long and somehow forced the miss dito kay Tetsu. And second mid will be the way to go para sa kanya pare. There will be 2 additional rifles to help him in this defense. Papunta nga dito ng B site. 50 seconds left on the clock and pakiramdam ko CBF di na mag-aantay pero si Tetsu will be regretting that impatience papuntang second mid. Zetra will be taking him out. Yaba trying to look for the late lurk pero meron nang nakabantay na KSA sa mid and I think they're fully well aware na laging may gusto mag-flank para sa CBF. KSA na lugi siya dun sa angle na yun para in terms of the wallbang but still 1 HP dito kay Yaba. The EBR wins that time. 4 versus 4 pero kay Elvin, does he have to do this? Bright will be taking him out. 3 versus 4. Information in the way ng VP pero wala sila nakakapatay or walang nakakapatay sa kanila dito. And it will be Aiden on the house side. Good shot galing kay Zetra pero pabalik sila ng B pare. Kellar, the captain, can he do anything about this? Bright nakadaan na. Bright spray down. Aldrin nakaltukan. Kellar with the 2K. And with only 2 seconds left, Yaba too far from the C4. Nakuha na si Yobib pero hindi niya makukuha ang round.
Grabe men. One motion na naman para kay Cetra. Feeling ko nasumbong na siya doon sa may bunker Pero the moment na nag-swing kaagad si Cetra, he finds Aiden. And every hope para makuha ng CBF yung round from the lurk of Aiden was all lost. Aldrin, amazing flick. Mawala na kayong bar player dito. No? KSA also gonna get the kill with Cetra. Another follow-up. Iwan ang C4 sa garahe. Yaba parating pa lang, trying to clean up the mess. Pero pa sa ganitong sitwasyon, sa ganitong klaseng pwesto, malakas na kagad ang Virtus.Pro. Advantage alone ang pinush dito ni KSA.
Yeah, KSA has been testing yung long na to, no, from time to time, and he has been punished multiple times over it, pare. But the one time na hindi tumingin itong CBF, dun pa siya sumala ng dalawa. And the C4 being down just canceled the entire push ng CBF na papunta ka dito sa B side, but then they have recovered it. Bright and Yaba, the last two left alive, pero 4 versus 2 ang sitwasyon, pare, and Keller has been really good with this EBR the entire time. Let's see what happens.
Yaba do have a full load of HP, no? Sneaky. Still a tough task para sa dalawang players ka na to. No, Bright, amazing angle. Huli ang full HP na Keller. Yaba could be making it sa loob nga ng cable, no? Yobib, hinahanap na nga yung duel, but he needs to be patient, pre. Habang hindi pa nakatanim ang C4, there's still some leeway para kay Yobib na mag-reposition. Feeling ko,
feels like
si Cetra yung pwede magpanimala nito, no? Napakaganda ng clearing ng CBF, pre. Hindi sila nagpapakagat ka kagad to make the post plant happen. Kasi alam nila na pwede mag-collapse dito ang Virtus.Pro. Natatlo nga sila magkasama-sama. Cetra now spots etong si Yaba na nasa loob nga na RS. All the idea in the world for Virtus.Pro to now play the side take. Di pa rin sila makapagtanim. Nahuli si Cetra. Not on his primary weapon. At naging 2v2 pa talaga. Napasama pa sa VP.
And yeah, really well played on the side of VP. Teka lang, CBF actually well played from their side. Pero si KSC mamamatay. He was the only one who can prevent that cross from happening. And how does that happen, CBF? From a 2 versus 4, nagawa pa nilang 2 versus 0, pare. And CBF pa nga ang magta-timeout doon. Okay. Pero still, man, like, that was a very well played round. Galing sa kanila, pare. Kumapit lang talaga sila sa C4. And despite a really good start, galing kay KSA getting initial doghouse position, pare. Ayun nga, Virtus.Pro maybe had the wrong read entirely dito sa round natin. Maybe that was the time na, you know, you kinda have to surround the C4 dito sa doghouse, pare.
Has to be a team highlight talaga, ano, pre, na naig yung patience dito ni Bright at ni Yaba. Sipin mo, pre, all the information, napaangatan na si Bright pero hindi niya pinush. He held that spot. So, the double swing, ine-expect ko talaga mula kay Yobib at KSA. Pag na-contest nila yon, madali sila makapag-drop down papuntang B-site, mahuhuli si Yaba. Kung hindi man, forcing the A, it's a 3v1 still, no? Virtus.Pro with a misread. Very rare occasion, no? Pero dito talaga, nautakan sila dito ni Yaba. They wanted that post-plant queue, eh. Kailangan na nila marinig yung pagdutot ng mga numero, eh. Pero hindi talaga nagpapabudge dito si Yaba. And I feel like that was the good call for CBF. Well played talaga para sa kanila, pre, no? Not only the marksmanship was good, but the presence na nandun talaga dapat sila to make sure that every shot will hit and expect na iikutan nga sila. Good play para dito kay Bright. Yaba as well, trying to be the best informant sa loob ng RS, no? Akalain mo naman, pre, C4, it was kinda tough to recover, pero napagana pa talaga ng CBF.
Yun nga. And I feel like medyo familiar yung round na yun, no, para sa CPF, and it was very familiar to me at the same time, Salvatore, kasi it felt like ang Kara B retake galing sa VP. You get what I mean? Na, sige, ibibigay namin yung site, pero yung hotel sa amin, yung HM sa amin, yung RS potentially sa amin, they will try to get the extremities first bago sila makapasok ng site mismo, no? And I feel like the last two players fully well aware na ganun nga yung galawan dito ng Virtus.Pro, especially when it comes to retake in this particular site dito sa Eagle Eye, no? Or at least on Ankara as well. Ayun nga, no, they went hunting first. Ayun nga, no, naaning dito yung Virtus.Pro instead of itong CBF kasi inaantay nila, okay, when is the C4 gonna go down para ma-confirm na rin natin na pwede na kami dumiretso na B at pwede na kami gumawa.
Marami metal bin. Bulag, bin, isa pa.
Hindi bulag, piso.
Tayo.
Kaliwa pa, dalawa kaliwa.
Teka lang, pa sa lumid lapit ako.
Kumatras kami, das pwede ka ba?
Okay, pwede.
Kill para dito kay Cetra, no? Grabe naman, CBF anticipating that there's going to be something of a defensive play para sa Virtus.pro sa loob nga ng hotel. May gana pa silang mag-rush doon. Sneaky. That's a very risky play, pero it paid off as Elvin is down.
Yun nga, Elvin being out of commission already dito sa mapa natin. Obviously, may gagawin dito si Kellar and actually kinda playing in his place instead, no? Kasi kailangan pa rin na onting protection nito ni Zetra pare, knowing how good he is in the late game. But a retake towards long. I can't blame itong VP for going exactly like this, no? Kung makuha nila yung long, may access sila ng bypass. Si Yobib nakalaro lang dito sa may spawn side natin and he actually misses his first shot. KSA na andito na para protektahan ng kanyang teammate. Good flash on everybody dito sa CBF. Bulag na bulag sila lahat pare. Yobib still looking for the opener. Aiden mamamatay dito sa site. Tetsu will be up next. Kitang-kita sa taas ng smoke. And it will be another shadow running into yung sniper ni Yobib. The pre-aim is perfect. Wala nang adjust pare. Mouse 1 lang ang kailangan. Virtus.pro. A really good round galing kay Yobib. That can bring some life back dito sa half nila pare.
Kalinong buhay doon ni Yobib, no? Pre, blind spot siya doon sa mga manggagaling ng lane, pati bunker. Kaya yung hard angle na kinukuha ni Yobib was definitely nice. Cetra losing the bout dito sa loob nga ng LB, pero Bright with a given space. E-entry na nga rin siya. KSA with an off-cam kill to Aldrin. Elvin nakabantay. Overwhelming push sa CBF. Nakalimutan nila may naka-check-in sa hotel. Yobib now, defensive play. Flash deny. Tetsu manggagaling na nga ng lane. Pasok na ang dalawa ng CBF sa site. Or baka pwede man nilang pa dito si Yaba, nasa exit pa siya. So retake now here for Virtus.pro with man advantage.
Uy, ganda na spot pa naman ni Yaba dito pare. If he can get some distance off of that one, maganda yan men. He already confirms na nandito si Elvin as he did not tap walk yet. Papasok ng ating side, but with 24 seconds left, no, there is not much time to do so. KSA, kailangan mo tumingin pataas dito at yung kakakamay mo kailangan patingin papuntang side. And Elvin will get the trade real quick. Tetsu with a miss. Yobib spotting him dito sa 1F. It has to be a quick scope. Elvin, kailangan mo nang habulin dito si Tetsu. Uy, ang gandang umiwas naman dito ni Tetsu pare. And he has done it. And with only 4 seconds left, it takes 4 to defuse pare at mukhang hanggang 4 lang dito ang Virtus.pro dito sa ating first half. And CBF taking full advantage of the more advantageous side ng mapa natin, which is itong BL. Problema na ngayon, Salvatore. Virtus.pro will be playing the BL side this time, and CBF, they have had their struggles mostly dito sa GR side pare.
And decision-making wise ng Sneaky, doon talaga sila nahihirapan. When to rotate, when to fight, and when to play this kind of scenario na, alright pre, we're down naman. Kailangan talaga natin mag-regroup na ayos. Nananaig yung mga individualities dito ng CBF at yun yung mahihirapan na, yun yung mahirap dito, no, rather, for CBF. Whereas Virtus.pro, it's fitting na alam talaga nila paano maglaro ng BL sa Eagle Eye, pre, no? Like, the mindset na meron sila sa Ankara, they should be able to apply inside of this map. Split pushes, isang counter lurk para dito kay Cetra. Good entry plays para kay Elvin at Yobib. Let just KSA shine in his own play, no? Kaya sinabi na nga ng kaibigan natin pre, no? Let Kian cook. Hayaan niyang gumawa siya ng sarili niyang play. Inside of Eagle Eye, where it is fairly different from Ankara, at least on location, no? Sa kung paano ka magiging individual standoff dito. Yung problema kasi talaga ng Virtus.pro, it might be inconsistent. No? They might just use Yobib as a lurker. They might just use Elvin as a lurker as well. Or other way around na pag-i-entryhin nila yung dalawang yan. Yun yung kailangan malaman dito ng CBF. That kind of movement na meron ng Virtus.pro when it comes to unpredictability. Given na palagi sila may setup sa may LA, paano naman pag nagpa-LB nga sila?
Das? Forgot about yung timing ng BL dun sa bridge pare. They usually do get there first compared to his position pare. So he tried to be a bit balls deep dito sa may LB natin, but he will be regretting that very very soon. Pero ito na nga, 2-man push galing kay Yobib at kay KSA running straight through Aldrin. Pero siya pa makakabawi ng isa. Good bounce flash. He's gonna be blinding Yobib, pero nandito naman si Kellar na papuntang B. But this is not a side take yet sa Alvin na kumukulit nandito yung Virtus.pro dito sa B side. Pero A pala ang padaan. Bright with an opportunity para i-cancel to pare.
Is it a possible play na mag-iingay si KLR, get the information, at iigot pa sila papuntang B-site? Pero hindi pre yung dalawang players dito ng Virtus.pro pwede ma-sandwich. Pag di nakuha nila Yobib yung kill dito, KLR now trying to do his best. Make sure that this movement is going to be pretty nice for Virtus.pro. Tetsu napakalayo and Bright gets cleared and there goes the trade. Tetsu and Yaba na nga lang. Piso, dalawa dito. Sneaky. The holding of B-site was a clever move para sa Virtus.pro. Was CBF nagulanta.
Napaalis rin si Tetsu So, yung A-flash, medyo nawarningan siya na baka may paparating dito ng A-site pare. Pero si Yaba nasa loob ng smoke. El Clasico tricks dito sa CFPH pare. Pero, think VP is patient enough to kinda just wait it out. Yaba, obviously 1 HP na pare, will be finished off. Tetsu, the only one left alive. And Zetra with an HK pare. Don't hear that often, but it's a headshot para sa kanya. 5-5 Virtus.pro. Ayun na nga, really good recovery and the fact na nasa kanila na yung more advantageous side. May green light na si KSA na kumulit dito pare.
Grabe pre, no? Like, it was a detail na CBF probably overlooked kasi puro talaga sila pasok ng ng LA or even HM. Pero man, the LB rush, talaga si KSA yung nauuna doon. Whereas CBF was doing the same thing pero sila naman yung nahuhuli. Virtus.pro, paano sila yung hindi naagrabyado doon? It was an open spot para mahuli si KSA. It was an open spot para din mahuli din si KLR. CBF, baka hindi lang talaga nabasa ng maaga dito yung memo ng Virtus.pro. So they're trying to play it passive after being very hyperly aggressive kanina, no Sneaky? Probably to change the pace of the game. Dapat VP ang nagdidig na. Aldrin now. Aldrin, gonna get the kill. Yobe, possible swing. Pero si Yaba with a high-low kasama si Aldrin. Beautiful setup dito pero may nakuha pang isa si Zetra bilang pamalit-awa na lang din. There goes the 4v3 CBF. What a play sa loob ng LB.
And I think nakita nila yung pangalan ni Aldrin na pababa dito ng pababa ng hotel natin pare. And at the same time, if you are itong si KSA or si Yobi pare, pakiramdam ko, you really have to expect that that's gonna happen a lot. Dito sa mapa natin, especially knowing who's gonna be the hotel player pare. But speaking of hotel, Aldrin has made his way all the way to bypass, has checked base just in case na meron kang paparating dun. Pero Zetra spotting the shoulder of Aiden. Pag nag-repick siya dito pare, he will be dead. And Aiden will be falling. Split na ang depensa dito ng CBF. Mag-isa lang dito sa B-side itong si Aldrin, and Aldrin immediately. Classic Aldrin man looking for a fight already kung sino man ang paparating dito ng HM. Pero Virtus.pro, they are dangling the bait right in front of him, making him want to push forward into the crosshairs dito ni Zetra. Pero hindi. Virtus.pro patience, Bright. Bit of impatience galing sa kanya pare. Zetra will get shot in the head. Pero yung information, the only A player is in mid. Elvin, nakita na si Bright. A side take potentially. Pero good shot galing kay Tetsu. Keller will go down. C4 is on the ground as well para kay Elvin. Elvin has decided that this will be possibly a fight just for the site itself. Plant is gonna take 2 seconds. HE to top A. Elvin out in the open. Napakagandang angle para kay Tetsu. Maganda na sana yun pare kung nakuha nila yung site na medyo maaga-aga pa min. And I think Zetra did not expect na nakatayo pa dun si Bright pare.
To a play na naman na nananaig for CBF on the post plants. And to start off that round with another duo play by Aldrin and Yaba. May chemistry to the roof dito para sa side ng CBF. In both the early game and the post plant. Ramdam mo talaga na CBF wanting to make a run. Pero it's like Virtus.pro na hindi pa nahanap yung final form ng kanilang mga executes Kind of feels different na they were that flawless laban talaga sa Attras. Pero up against CBF who had like this coin flip of a defense. Napaganda lang talaga ng CBF yung ikot nga nila ng barya. And they got the best version of CBF dito sa GR ng Eagle Eye. Huli ang braso dito ni Yobe. Bright with the hold. Grabe naman, CBF. Everyone is working. Everyone is shooting back. Lahat gumagana para sa CBF. Zetra nahuli. Only Tetsu ang nawala sa round na yun. And CBF once again prevailing with a defensive play.
Hindi na nga. That is a timeout just as expected para dito sa Virtus.Pro. Para multiple times na VP naman yung nasasala dito sa mga side takes or ayun nga, sa side takes na ginagawa nga dito ng CBF. But at the same time, very well played actually galing dito kay Bright. In that very moment no pare na aware siya na may flash na paparating dito sa site and his entire prerogative no dito sa A site natin pare is to just protect Tetsu as much as possible. Similar sa nakikita natin kay Zetra and Elvin with their connection pagdating sa kanilang GR side pare. Pero para sa CBF, no, I feel like if Aldrin is just enabled to roll on forward time and time again at may onting utility sa kanilang likod, pare, he can definitely, you know, stretch that aggression much more dito sa mapa natin. And this is what I was talking about. CBF is really good at pressuring parts of the map, pare. Like itong si Aldrin papuntang hotel. Like itong si Tetsu sa may mid from time to time, pare. So, I would want to see more of that pressure, you know, galing dito sa CBF kasi yun nga, no, Virtus.Pro, considering na it is a lot more of a smaller map, kumbaga, kumpara sa nakita natin last time, pare. Pero that is also of, you know, big disadvantage. Para dito sa VP, naka-cut off yung mga rotation sila usually dito sa mapa natin. And, ayun nga, kinda just CBF cutting the play before it even happens, pare. So, para sa Virtus.Pro, I think it's time to go for the sit and wait once again. Siguro may onting sala lang dito sa LB, but I feel like you have to let CBF set their defense muna bago kayo pumasok, pare, kasi that is where the wins were coming from earlier sa subbase eh.
Passiveness sometimes, no, sumusobra para sa Virtus.Pro. Feel like them holding this one angle, waiting na kumagat dito ang ComebackFriends for that hard pick. Feeling ko nagiging alanganin na sa mga rounds eh, no? Kasi ComebackFriends now understood that it is going to be indeed an aim duel every step of the way, no, Sneaky. Kita mo naman, Tetsu making those fights inevitable talaga para sa Virtus.Pro on LA. Yung LB kinukuha nga din ni Tetsu and as well as ni Aldrin para kalabanin si Cetra. So every sort of advantage gusto nga kunin ng CBF because that's where it all starts. Dueling talaga. Ngayon, in order to garner it, kailangan na lang kalmahan dito, no? Virtus.Pro.
Second mid sa hotel. Dalawa hotel. Walang nag-a-adjust. Patay.
May mukha nyo ata sa baba.
Uy, there it is.
Spray down.
Start of the round already, pare. Yobib getting Aldrin, Tetsu getting Keller in return, and Tetsu will be getting Yobib as well. 4 versus 3 at the start of the post-timeout round, pare. Not all good start para dito sa Virtus.Pro. I feel like gusto nilang bilisan sana to try and punish itong si Aldrin a bit more handedly, no? Pagdating nga dito sa LB side natin. But I feel like because of that timeout, CBF are also kind of well aware na si Aldrin yung main target dito, pare. So, tinauhan na lang nila dito yung hotel.
Both teams trying to make that deep play. Pero trade hindi talaga pumabor. A rare Cetra miss. Tetsu. Sinaniban nga ba ni Cetra? Siya nga tumatama sa buong second half while Cetra still yet to make that impact. Umangat na nga. Usually tumatama yon. Finally gets the second in. Hindi ko lang bakit kaya hindi nag-reposition doon si Tetsu. No? Pero nahuhuli na nga siya ni Aiden na nasa second mid. Ayaw, yaba. And Aiden trying to make it so na yung distraction ni Aiden ay sapat na para makapag-lurk dito si Yaba sa arko. Lahat ng kaganapan, Virtus.Pro. Masyado silang focus dun sa HM. Pero tinan mo, nakakalimutan na nga nilang tumingin. There goes the bomb drop. Pumabor na ngayon sa CBF.
Uy, Aiden, no? Actually sumala rin dito. Sa may mid doors natin, pare. Yaba trying to play poke and prod dito sa C4 natin pero mapapaikot na lang na bypass. Right place, right time pa. Ang kanyang posisyon dito, pare. Mukhang tamang clear lang dito kay KSA and Yaba with the jumping Dologs. EBR, pare. 8-5 para dito sa CBF. And it seems like the opposite is happening dito, no? Salvatore, sinasabi ko nga kanina that CBF, this is where the weak spot appeared dito sa Eagle Eye map natin, pare. Pero yung depensa nila, kumaganda dito, men.
See, there is a possibility that a CBF might be able to finish this off pag maintain lang talaga nila lahat ng pressure points ng LA pati ng HM. Wag lang talaga malurkan ang CBF. This has to be a 10-5. Indeed, no, Stingy. Multiple flashes binato. Kita mo nga naman talaga 5 ang nabulog doon for CBF. That's why Alden wasn't able to reposition. Pero LA take na naman for Virtus.pro trying to hold it in. Aiden and Tetsu now on dimension pressure points which is door mid. Pati na nga rin tong second mid pre. KLR nakita, nag-i-swing si Aiden. Wala siyang kasama dito. This has to be a winnable fight para kay Aiden. Para si KLR with an aggressive one. Gets the spray. Lahat nauhuli sa CBF. Tumataas yung pagka-ambisyoso nila dito. Sneaky and CBF not finding any success just yet. Bright now with the pick.
Pero ina-assume nila si Bright lang dito yung A-player. So Elvin just gonna jump on straight through. Di na namalayan na may tao pa sa house. Yaba with a really good kill. Pero mag-isa na lang siya dito pare. Not much to operate on. He's fully blinded. And is he dead? He's alive? Disconnected? Not really. Yo Bib, nasa ilalim. Having a hard time trying to kill him. And finally he does. Tetsu, nasa tower pare. Honestly, might get Yo Bib. Yun na lang.
Ay, si Yobe pa talaga ang kumuha doon. Wow.
I know that last call 100%. Sabi niya men, Tetsu last tower yan 100%.
Hey man, the mind of the golden boy. Striking goal dito sa round na yun eh, no? Now Tetsu trying to contest itong LV na to rather. Dalawa na pinadala nila sa LV Sneaks. They want that trade so bad. May mahuli lang talaga sa hotel. Siyempre, they can no longer afford na may mahuli dito sa Virtus.pro, no? Kailangan talaga CBF yung gumagawa ng play na magiging aggressive nga sila. Virtus.pro going all the way deep into the map just to secure any form of fights laban sa CBF eh.
Yan, nilapit na dito si Aldrin more on the high mid side. More than anything pare, which could be the right call para sa kanila. Kaso kung magpipick dito si Yaba randomly dito sa may mid side, it would probably be a move that he would regret. Smoke is available once na makuha nga ng Virtus.pro itong mid control na kanina pa nilang hinahanap. And with the smoke on the A side, Zetra mapapasala na lang and will be attempting to see if he can get this opening dito kay Tetsu at makukuha niya ngayon. Zetra with the entry. Pero Kellar, may kita na kasi Yaba na matalon dito sa may mid-side. Aiden with the trade in return. But Zetra once again, the second one para sa kanya pare. And VP, cleaning up yung kanilang executes no pare. That was one of their more, let's just say, clean na executes nga dito sa mapa natin, men.
0 to 0 best, no pre? Best tactical mind in the game right now. Not all the time, pero when it's there, kita mo nga naman yung agwat ng Virtus.pro laban sa mga iba. CBF, I feel like it was a round na di ko ina-expect na ganun pa talaga sila kakalat eh, no? In the position for trades, no delays, no utils whatsoever. And it was the art of delaying talaga laban sa VP pre. It should have been a round na makakapag-lurk si Aldrin dun eh. Marami na siyang mahuhuli sa LA. Kasi nandun eh, nasumbong na si Cetra sa LA. May pwesto na makukuha si Aldrin. Kita mo nga naman, Virtus.pro. Bro, may 3-round deficit. Balak na nga unti-untiin. Itong laro nga natin, Tetsu! Nakaltukan. Nabintian, nabrasuhan. Anyways, piso na nga lang din siya ngayon. Virtus.pro now eyeing for a possible play na pwedeng mathrow off na naman yung HM.
Yeah, good call as well, no? Galing dito sa Virtus.pro. Actually, napansin nila na si Tetsu kanina nasa hotel. So, he will be switching up his peaks papunta ng next round natin and insta-boost papunta dito sa half-wall min para malig. Possibly would have been a kill if Zetra was right on the money dun pare. But still, key information para sa side ng Virtus.pro. They still think na pumunta ng A-site itong si Tetsu, no? So, they would be assuming na this B-site would be slightly easier to take considering walang sniper na nakatutok doon. Pero Virtus.pro, nga, keeping it steady pare. They are now playing their sure shot rounds dito sa round natin pare.
One minute and 19, Sneaky. Virtus.pro, nakakatok-katok pa rin. No deep angles, no bait smokes. These are just methodical steps para papagalin ang pacing ng CBF to probably read na may magle-late entry dito for CBF, especially lalo't may mga nakahawak ng hotel dito, no? Para sa second mid to, Indy, BR na rin. Kaya ba na trying to delay as much area as possible, no? Tutulungan niya na nga si Aiden at si Bright. Stack heavily ang Virtus Pro sa LA. May iwan si Elvin for that HM push, and here comes the split. Yoti, papasok na nga. Yaba with a trade. Pero si KLR duguan, makukuha na nga ni Aiden dito, no? Yaba, amazing! Double! Pero hinanap na nga ni Aiden ngayon. Sino ba yung nag-alert na yan? Si Elvin na mahuhuli sa Dormid. CBF, 1 kill away for securing match point para sa 43 HP na Setra. There is still a possibility. Habang may Setra, may buhay pa, pero pagpatay na, wala na Sneaky. Comeback friends, 9-7.
Yun nga, CBF, where did this come from? Yun nga, no, yung prior GR sides namin, ay, it looked disconnected, it looked distraught, it looked, I say just not good in general, pare. Pero CBF out of nowhere performing up against one of the best in the tournament, best in the country, best in the world, pare. Despite all the pressure na meron sa kanila dito to perform, it's still CBF getting itong map point natin. Very well played from their side. Na ito ano, pagdating dun sa execute ng Virtus Pro, it just seems like they're firing and backing off, pare. Pero hindi nila fully binibigay yung site. Kumbaga, they are trying to see if they can get maybe some damage, maybe a pick or two while they are falling back in that position. Obviously, kung kayo yung Virtus Pro, no, you're chasing these players down para makakuha kayo ng mas magandang angle or mas magandang post plant, no, dito sa mapa natin. And it seems like Virtus Pro, no, they're getting baited and switched, which is usually their lingo, pare.
Specialty nila yun, pre. Since imitation is a serious form of flattery talaga. The point na CBF is going to the direction of Virtus Pro mismo to use it against them in a more effective manner, no? Kaya Yaba has been getting those kills intact. Fate play, probably Aldrin masyado mainit, but he's Aldrin. Okay lang yung ganun. There was no pop flash. Naisipan lang ni Aldrin na gawin yun, Sneaky. He's that crazy. Kailan makakabawi nga ba? Pero he's only good for one. Nakaltukan na siya, kaya hindi na siya pwede pumasok pa. Pero alam na nga ni Aldrin, he might go for a push. 48 seconds left. Alanganin na yung round ng Virtus Pro.
Yeah, Keller well aware of it though. So, di pwedeng tumulak si Aldrin insta. Dito sa ating hotel side, they need to see if they can get a bit of a confirmation going. KLR spotted sa base.
Buhay pa rin.
Aldrin, buhay pa nga. KLR. Protected by some mailboxes dito sa spawn, pare. And the mailboxes will not be enough. Aiden will be getting Zetra in return. Elvin, nakuha na nga dito si Aldrin, but it's a dying effort. Galing dito sa Virtus Pro. They got absolutely swept off their feet on a surprise performance galing sa CBF on their GR side of Eagle Eye. And it seems like we are going all three. Wasak ang predictions. And we go into map number 3, pare. Honestly, big improvement galing sa CBF compared sa nakita natin sa kanila the first time dito sa ating mapa ng Eagle Eye. Granted, they did take STS all the way to 13-12 dun sa kanilang respective na map, no? But I feel like they had to play a slightly more different Eagle Eye compared to the usual sa nakikita ka natin ng CBF. Aldrin is still, the usual aggression na nakikita ka natin, but I feel like the fight and then back off immediately, fight back off immediately, and yung sa galing ng pagtago dito ng CBF sa kanila mga angulo, pare, it really made a very confusing environment para dito sa Virtus Pro na who really does heavily rely on those reads and those openers, pare, kasi ayun nga, no, Aldrin once again did a very nice job dito sa mapa natin, keeping the pressure on the hotel side, but at the same time, I feel like Virtus Pro dito nila in-expect yung mga angles na tinatake ng mga ibang players natin and the setups na nilabas ng CBF, especially on this defense. So yun nga, no, props to CBF for that one, pare. Medyo na-confused dito yung Virtus Pro, especially at the tail end of this game. And ayun nga, pare. And at the same time, they finished it 10-7, pare. Malaking achievement yan, man.
Definitely, no, Sneaky. Kita mo nga naman, no? Wala nang madali sa panahon ngayon. Ang hirap na nga isipin, ang hirap nga rin i-predict kung magiging 2-0 nga ba talaga to, because CBF shattered every mind in the world right now na magiging madali talaga to para sa Virtus Pro. It kinda looked like that naman no si Balado, Sneaky, because Setra was trying and definitely Yobib was also doing a lot of highlight plays para talaga makuha ng Virtus Pro ang panalo. Pero men, CBF dinaan sa late game, nagpa-item talaga muna at talagang direkta na nga dito sa leeg ng Virtus.pro. May bawi pa nga ba ang karap ang ating set number 3, the world's most amazing deciding map. Doon nga tayo dadalhin ng Virtus.pro at ng CBF. Dito naman tayo sa ating panel na kung saan nandun standing by si Mochi at Bipolar at na maraming masasabi sa laruan nga ng CBF and Virtus.pro. Kaya guys, take it away.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters, and boy oh boy, who would have thought that ComebackFriends will indeed be making the comeback and making it close against Virtus.pro no dito sa mapa ng Eagle Eye. Well, sabi nga nila, you can use their own tricks against them, and kahit papano, that definitely lengthened ang kanilang stay dito no sa ating unang match for today.
You know what, Mochi, nakita nga natin na after the search of sides, nawalan dito ng gasolina ang buong Virtus.pro. Pero that was given the fact na talagang hinaharapan na dito ng buong CBF yung players natin for Virtus.pro. Because Virtus.pro in Eagle Eye 2.0, they still take their time. Despite the map being a little bit very, very small, nakikita mo na they're still trying to go for setup plays, binabagalan nila yung first 20 seconds of the round, and looking at it, tulad nga na sinabi dito ng ating mga casters, they're just poking and going back or going away from the fights. Ang parang nasa isip lang dito ni Aldrin and the rest of CBF, let's try to get early picks. And if we do, balik na lang tayo ulit pabalik, no? Nakikita natin dito, kanina si Aldrin on hotel multiple times. He pushes towards LB, kukuha siya ng dalawa, and then he will back off. And the other side does that as well. Minsan, nakikita rin natin dito sa mid, or a little bit, yung parang similar playstyle sound din. Not as well as Aldrin though, pero ang ganda pa rin na nakikita natin dito for CBF once they were on the GR side. We also saw some greatness to Cetra getting some plays, pero in terms of clutches, nakikita natin ngayon, ang ganda ng mid-rounding ng buong players for ComebackFriends because hindi sila napipitas ang todo despite them going for these like poke and prod plays. Looking at it though, look at Cetra man. 19 kills and 10 headshots, 19 kills and 10 deaths and 2 headshots, 100% rating, and this was given to the fact na nasa GR side pa sila. Pero ComebackFriends man, look at that Aldrin again. Kung sino ang gumagana sa base, hindi nawala ng pag-asa para bigyan ng buong puwersa ito ComebackFriends to actually go in. The problem is right now, Mochi, that I would like to address is that Aiden, one of the 60% natin dito for ComebackFriends na sinasabi ni Tetsu na kailangan natin protektahan, parang hindi na muna kailangan protektahan ngayon, Mochi, kasi talagang it's all Aldrin, it's all Yaba, and it's well as bright. Nakita mo dito, there was a lot of patient plays, especially on the last stretch dito sa ating first half nung nasa BL side pa dito sila Bright, na siya mismo ang gumagawa ng plays para mabuhay pa din sila and to keep it close bago sila mag-pop off dito sa ating second half. Pero syempre, amazingness. ComebackFriends now pushing it to map number 3.
And I feel like you can definitely view this as a double-edged sword, no? Pero first, let us acknowledge itong si Aldrin, no? Definitely taking the very high rating dito sa mapa ng Eagle Eye natin, doing some of the things that are unthinkable. Ika nga nila, no? Even just by directly going in without even using any type of utilization galing dito, no, sa kanyang mga kasama o kahit sa sarili niya, no? Just facing them up ng diretso and definitely ensuring na merong surprise factor, no, against Virtus.pro. And going back to my point kanina, no, I feel like this is also the double-edged sword, acknowledging yung status ng Aiden ngayon, no, that yes, as much as hindi siya masyado nakakapag-perform ngayon, merong mga willing sumalo sa kanya. And finally, we are seeing that. Parang kanina lang we are saying na we are quite scared na hopefully hindi magkaroon ng moments that they'll be relying on him. No, everyone is already been able to step up dito, no, sa side ng ComebackFriends, and I can't wait kung ano ang gagawin nila sa ating susunod na mapa. At mukhang nakasagot na nga sila at meron nga atang comeback galing dito sa CBF, pero mapupunan kaya ng power of friendship laban dito sa mga Diyos ng Crossfire scene? Malalaman natin yan maya-maya. ko lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang
Oo, nakita mo sa flick of the wrist. Nakukultuhan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot. Getting into trouble. Receiving play pa. Duguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action. Masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing Prevalence Race here dito sa house.
Ano dyan, no? Flash grenade for PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLP!
Tayo ay nagbabalik sa laban ng ComebackFriends against Virtus.Pro na kung kanina lang sub-base ang napunta sa VP at as well as ang Eagle Eye ang napunta sa ComebackFriends. Kanina naman kaya mapupunta ang mapa ng Kara. Lalong-lalo na bipolar, we already seeing players stepping up, especially itong si Bright.
Yeah, sobrang solid, no, Mochi? Very underrated pagdating dito, especially when Tetsuha got the sense of the playing field pagdating dun sa GR side kanina. Parang nabasa na nila, oy, Bright, okay, play a little bit backward pero together with the team and you can easily outfrag these players. Plus, talaga na mind games nila dito yung Virtus.Pro with a lot of these plays, no? Pero coming into this, it's gonna be Ankara Mochi wherein CBF will start on the BL side. I would love to see them on the GR side here. Kasi honestly, mas malalaman mo kung anong gagawin dito ng players for VP because they will be playing very slow and you know na talagang execution lang yung mangyayari. It relies on these players to go front. Plus, again, big plays needed for Yaba, for Aldrin, and as well as Bright. I wouldn't put Aiden in that contention kasi hindi naman siya, he's not yet seen no, Mochi? So those three players together with Tetsu need to be explosive dito sa PL Center. VP, man, they can really come back after that big defeat sa Eagle Eye.
Exactly. Pero let us acknowledge that these qualifying teams already been able to pull through dito sa ating decider map against Virtus.Pro.
Yeah.
That is actually quite of a really important thing to address din dito, no? Kaya naman, it seems like Ankara is already ready at ready na rin ang ating mga casters, Salvatore and Sneaky Frog. Kaya na to.
Maraming salamat dyan sa ating panel, no? Very much well said na naman dito for bipolar for those players to actually pop off. Pero kita mo ano, Sneaky, with the overwhelming element na talagang nasanay tayo kay Aiden na palagi siya nagta-top frag. With now Aiden bottom fragging sa Eagle Eye, they still got the win. Do you sense any sort of shift dito sa loob nga ng Ankara with those two elements intact para sa CBF?
I feel like there is gonna be a shift happening no dito sa Ankara considering how close it is dito sa design natin on Eagle Eye. It is just slightly bigger no and there's no tower in mid. Pero ayun nga, dito ako medyo natatakot para dito sa CBF once again. Granted, I did say that no? Nung Eagle Eye, tas biglang lumakas sila dito sa GR side, but at the same time, this is an entirely different map. Yun nga, no? According to history para dito sa side ng CBF, the last two times na natalo sila sa mapa na to was actually up against itong STS and up against itong Execration, if I am not mistaken. So, ayun nga, hindi naging convincing yung mga naging Ankara maps nila, especially up against top teams like that. The only win that they have realistically is up against week 2 matches na 13-11 pa sila sa Ankara para, and that is not looking good para sa kanilang resume. Pero where the doubts lie the most, dun nakakakuha ng mga wins itong CBF, no? So hopefully yun nga, all that bad info in the past para sa kanila para can definitely bode well. Pero para naman sa Virtus.Pro, no? Surprisingly, despite their slow demeanor pagdating sa baka mapa natin sa Alvi, their higher percentage actually lies within yung kanilang BL side, and I feel like one of the main reasons why is because Elvin is so good at parsing the map, and at the same time KSA, his entries have been so key dito sa mapa natin, and objective dito ng CBF is to try and get some of those early picks, no pare, kasi kung wala agad si Cetra sa start ng round, kung wala agad si Yobe sa start ng round, you can kinda see VP scrambling para makuha yung advantage pabalik, no?
You did say no shift, no Sneaky, pero the thing is, sometimes major adjustments can be made in a decider match like this para hindi overly marid ang laban yung isa't isa, no? And vice versa here for both Virtus.Pro and CBF. Ngayon, anong klaseng CBF and Virtus.Pro ba yung makikita nga natin? Will they be playing passive? Will they be playing this slight shift of attention, no? Sa loob nga na HL pati LA? Let's see. Kasi listen naman dito muna sa comms sa laban ng dalawang teams na to.
Wala nakikita, Kel? Sumamalo na. Yeah.
Pistol, wag kang paparinig
Lasing ako ng...
Wait lang pre.
Okay.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Okay. Bright entering. Breaking and entering pare, pwede nga natin sabihin dito. Bright USB headshot agad dito kay KSA. Spray down. Will not work para kay Yobe. Baden with a really good trade on the behind. Tetsu trying to protect his team from the boxes side. Pero binabomba na siya dito pare. Smoke towards EA to try and help itong si Kellar. Napatayin ito si Tetsu but they are taking their sweet time. So yun lang, mid-jump pa ka nahuli dito si Tetsu pare. 28 seconds left. Pero ng control yung Virtus.pro ng ating EA. And waiting for Zetra to finally enter from the exit side. Pero hindi yan yung hanap niya pare. Ang hanap niya, ang flashbang papunta dito sa top A. Kita na agad si Yaba sa may hagdan. 13 seconds. Kellar, good clear galing sa kanya. And another one for him. And hindi pa mahuhulog itong si Aiden. Who needs the sniper of Zetra when you can just tell him to flash top A at si Kellar na bahala pare.
Grabe pre, knowing Zetra, having multiple nade kills all throughout the year, he also throws a mean pop flash talaga, Sneaky. One heck of a shock and Kobe action sa loob ng top A to convert that round for Virtus.pro. Nasa part na ako nakahanda na yung analysis ko na maganda yung naging pasok nila Aiden at nila Bright para mawala si KSA kagad Pero man, Kellar chose violence and now Tetsu round number 2.
He's alive.
Trying to do more. Grabe, no? Forward, backward. Maiwasan man lang yung nade. Maiwasan man lang yung shots dito sa may TV. Virtus.pro. Finally see an opening possibly, no? After mawala dito ni Zetra, there is always a plan B para sa VP. Make it a retake scenario. Pero ang tanong, hahanap pa ba sila ng pilas dito or will they let it play 4v5? I feel like that should not be the case.
Yun nga Realistically, hindi naman nasira yung kanilang depensa dito sa Alvi kasi ayun nga, still it is Elvin watching itong second mid and HM potentially. The Rat King, he spots one dito sa may CA side and hindi yata naspatan na meron na pumasok dito ng CA pare. The Rat King strikes again! Dito sa mapa natin, slipping in between the timings dito ng CBF. Akala ko bantay sarado na dito yung arco dahil ito kay Tetsu pero mukhang hindi. Virtus.pro, bit of a clue na naandito na sa B-side ang buong angkan dito na CBF. Flash is gonna go through Kellar. Face to face with Danger. Bright tagged up at the start and it will be a double spray for Kellar popping off at the start ng ating Ankara. Tetsu finally takes him out but still advantage is still tangible para sa Virtus.pro. Aiden is now down. Tetsu na lang natitira. And he's right up next on the menu pare. Virtus.pro, what a resounding first 2 rounds para sa kanila pare.
Kellar is 6-1-0. Not because nahahanap niya yung nahahanap niya yung kills na yun from forcing that position. Kellar just happened to have a play in his mind para talaga makuha yung 6 na meron siya. It's definitely from the push. Pop flash dito ni Zetra and now with the rotation mula sa sumbong nila Elvin na may mga magagaling ng TB. He found the certain time which is very very much Kellar coded para nga sa round na yun pre. HM attack para dito sa side ng CBF. So kanilang linangin na naman dito si El Capitan. Kinda hard to seek an opportunity kung ikaw ang CBF, no? Nagulangan kayo sa A site, di kayo nakapasok ng B, yung HM palagi may tao. CBF medyo mahihirapan na pumwesto sa laron to knowing Virtus.pro is having an amazing set of defenses for the past few series that they played. Walang nagbago sa VP, friend. They still played this chokehold of a GR sa loob ng Ankara and CBF. Kahit gaano nga ba sila ka-aggressive, di man nila mako-convert itong post-plant. Ayun yung mahirap sa CBF ngayon, man. They need to find another protocol para makapasok
Yun yan, this is the irritating part ng Virtus.pro defense. Parang Elvin will be sent towards TB. Not a double spray, but a double kill for the side of VP. 1-4-2 setup. No? Ito yung sinasabi ko, Salvatore. Pakiramdam ko, Elvin, he's allowed to be as aggressive as possible if he wants to. Kasi pag namatay si Elvin, naandun naman si Kellar to play the exact role that he was playing in the exact same position. So he is just allowed to do whatever he wants, check whatever he wants as well. Pero Yobib, from the backside, siya naman ang maiging daga ngayon pare. Naspatan na nga dito si Tetsu. Snipers already out. Yaba and Bright, the last two left alive. And this is looking a whole lot more lifeless kumpara nga dito sa Eagle Eye pare. A whole lot less of a fight from the side of CBF. They are getting picked one by one.
Was another sticky Bright corner na nga sa may base low pre, pero full blinded.
Timeout.
na bright. Literal nga talaga na sinabuhay ang pangalan. Napakadaming palamuti sa mata dito ng CBF. They don't know where and when to pick. Virtus.pro, 3 strong rounds. Wala ka lang sa atake nila Elvin at Yobe, but yung galing lang talaga ni KLR, man. We're already waiting for that banter talaga ng Virtus.pro, no? If you start ang kara like this, marami kang dapat ipagyabang talaga, pre. Knowing na kinancel mo yung entry mula sa vents, pasok mula sa B-slope, kontra ng TB, lahat ng yun, pre, nabasa ni KLR. And even going cloning, no? Parang na-clone niya yung presensya dito ni Elvin para maging si Yobib ng round na yun, pre. Now, what could be more here for Virtus.pro? Parang wala na, pre. Hindi nila kailangan laliman, pre. They already have this fixated playbook na hindi na nila dapat palaguin. Kasi CBF, sila na mismong gagawa ng paraan para maghanap pa na panibago. Very late right now for CBF to try to do something different.
Yeah, minute and 20. Bit of a CA wallbang, pare. And Keller, he's just causing a distraction para walang tumingin sa side ni Elvin. And they have to recover the C4 as well, no, Salvi? So kung bumaba dito si Yaba at mamamatay lang rin siya, pare, the C4 now fully exposed at kitang-kita dito ni Elvin, pare, papaglaban na yan. And Aiden will be taking his head off. Pero tignan mo naman yung oras natin, Salvi. The amount of map control versus the time that we have. CBF, they don't have much options, pare.
CBF trying to find an opening sa may second mid, pre. Pero alanganin nga to. They still are not aware na may setup na kagad ang Virtus.pro as early as right now. Kahit marami nang oras na nalalagas, kahit saan sila pumunta sneaky, may nakatao ng Virtus.pro dyan. Pwera na lang kung iiwan nila si KSA sa A site, opting for Yobib na tauhan ang HM na lang at sarili nga nilang RS. Probably a fake flash para mabenta dito ang Virtus.pro. Pero ayaw nga nilang bilhin to. May entry na papasok dito sa loob ng A-side for CBF. Yobib early peak finds Bright. May dalawa papasok. Si Aldrin nakataligod. Tetsu with a kill. KSA now repositioning. CBF collapsing in the mid-round. Virtus.pro another play.
CBF assuming na naka-rotate na dito yung Virtus.pro papuntang top A natin sa Alvi, so they are nowhere to be found. Pakaramdam ko, nagulat din dun yung CBF men na, uy, wala palang tao sa right side. The only person who can realistically stop this is itong si KSA na nasa room. And they took their sweet time para umakyat dito ng top A and actually take full advantage of that situation. Pero Yobib wasn't really that far from his spot, pare. He was on exit the entire time, just making sure na secure ang backside ng ating A-side defense. And right after that, pare, kinover na siya ng kanyang teammate. And with one flash later, medyo off na yung timing ni Yobib sa pagpasok na dito sa may left stairs natin. And CBF, a tragic timing para sa kanila, no? Kasi feeling ko 9 times out of 10 kung nakatayo dito si Yobib sa left side, pare, that would have definitely been a possibility. Pero dahil nga na tama yung timing, tama yung sala dito ni Yobib, and he even caught 2 in that situation, even 3 actually. And yun nga, the VP timings are now starting to work dito sa ating mapa ng Ankara, pare. And this is gonna be, I wouldn't say pure suffering, no, para dito sa CBF men, pero yung opportunities na nakuha nila from the prior maps, yun nga, it's nowhere to be found dito sa map 3 natin, pare.
Siguro, pre, brain function for CBF. They have the aim, they have the moves. Pero kasi, pre, in the mid-round, doon pa talaga sila nagko-collapse. I kinda admire na kaya nga nilang kunin yung TB, pati CA, which is 2 very distinctive places na masyadong mahirap talaga nakunin bilang BL. Those are 2 places na major pag nakuha talaga ng Virtus.pro. Right now, with no involvement ni Cetra, Virtus.pro is still getting rounds. These are fights na hindi malayuan. Pre, these are fights na kailangan pumasok talaga ang CBF. Anong ginagawa ng Virtus.pro? Playing reactive, di ba? Like, this is simple crossfire to them. Wala nang mas malalim pa dito sa ginagawa talaga ng CBF kasi nagbumukha nga talaga na, okay, distraction, hanap ng kalaban, may nakita ang kalaban, fake nga natin, tingnan natin kung may magiging lurk. Nabasa pa rin ng Virtus.pro because those are close quarter fights. So feeling ko talaga, pre, there needs to be an early pick talaga. Kumbaga, spark plug talaga. Pag walang nahanap ang CBF sa early,
Double snipe.
hindi sila gagana talaga eh. It's really hard. Pigang-piga na si Tetsu kanina sa Eagle, kailangan niya pa pigayin yung sarili niya sa loob ng Ankara. And now, desperate HM push could be good.
Kaso min, walang sasalo ng ng HM push na yun pare. And the fact that they got early clues as well na nasa kamay ng
Ginawa nga
VP.
nila.
Ang LA na to men. And Yobib with the sniper. KSA ready and waiting. Pero siya pa kayo sa sala dito pare. CBF not aware though na wala sa kanila yung A control dito pare. So Virtus.pro will be adjusting accordingly from the hotel side. And yun lang Tetsu! Ano nangyari dun pare? Kind of frozen place. Dito sa high mid, full spray galing kay Kellar and Zetra. Easy shot para sa kanya and even on the second one, Aiden's gonna go down. Pero di niya na malayan na meron na pala miyembro ng CBF na nakapasok na hotel. It's a 2 versus 2. And Kellar, Yobib looking for the takeover from the backside. Yobib naghahanap ng smoke, naghahanap ng flash and will be taking this tower. Pero similar calls sa nakita natin kanina on that 2 versus 4, hindi mo na ilalapag ang C4. They will be going hunting but also you'll be very well aware of this na CBF nagawa na nila to kanina pare. This is no longer a strange play para sa kanila pero Yaba satisfied with his clears and it will be a B-side retake pare. Let's just see. Yobib, Kellar magkasabay na nga dito sa may TV natin. Yaba nasa bato, Bright na andito sa 2F natin. 24 left on the clock. Naaaning na dito ang mga players ng CBF. Where are they? Really? Bright, good hold. Good headshot dito kay Yobib. Pero Kellar, inakita na nga dito si Bright. And Yaba in the best position you can ask for. Nasa batteries. Nag-aantay.
Nakaltukan pa yun.
At napapanik na si Kellar. 4-1 CBF. Finally with a response pare.
Nakaltukan pa yun si Yaba. Nagkamuntikan pa talaga. Yeah, well played here for Bright. It was a very messy HM take para sa CBF. Pero buti na nga lang nandun si Aldrin with a veteran move! Tetsu! Pickers, disadvantage ang market pre. Siya pa talaga nanalo dun. Now CBF turning on the Jets pre. They want to go as fast as possible. Para mawala siguro ang setup, para magulantang ang Virtus.pro. Sino ba talaga ang tunay na nagugulat dito? Tetsu still getting the kill. Sa 4v3 now, 1 minute and 52, Yaba. Also trying na magmala nitro nga dito, no? Para mabilis ang kanilang pagkuha ng site ng KSA. With the lurk, pero na 180 siya ni Yaba, pre. Good read here for Yaba. Now a 2v4. 32 on the clock. Grabe men, look at the space na kinuha ng CBF. 1 minute and 43 na sila nakapasok ng site. Grabe, di sila nagsayang ng oras.
Yeah, grabe confidence play yun, no? Galing kay Tetsu dito pare to get that opening. Yobib, USB shot. Sasala dito kay Aiden, no? But with a flash, he will be going down as well as itong si Kellar in the background pare. But still, yun nga, no, Tetsu, if he can start the rounds off like that, the opening pick papunta kay Zetra, opening pick papunta kay Elvin and or kay KSA or kay Yobib, magandang simula yan na pwedeng i-take advantage dito ng CBF as VP will be in punish mode right after that, or at least try to look for one player back, one player in return. Pero napakasayang ng round na yun, Salvi. I feel like the only reason why kung bakit natalo dun yung Virtus.pro is namatay si KSA sa CA. And if he got that kill and backed off in time, pwede pa yun eh.
Muntik na. Muntik na si KSA. All goods, all goods. Both teams not really in the state na maghahanap talaga ng kalaban dito, no? Okay, let's try to analyze the minimap for a bit. No HM whatsoever, pre. I don't know what Virtus.pro is cooking, pero baka pwede ako makakuha ng piraso dito. No HM. How do you play retake from hotel? Pag kinuha ng CBF yung TV, magagaling sila ng hotel mismo, pa B-slope? Or magpapa-RS muna sila? Aldrin now entering. First contact already. Elvin spray. Pero kailangan niya mag-reposition ng mabilisan pre kasi may mga parating ng kasama si Aldrin dito. Either uluhan o TV lang to, sneaky. I feel like Virtus.pro already has bit of a note kung nasaan yung CBF.
Pero dahil nawala sila sa hotel, no, CPF does recognize na may onting weakness na at least on the hotel side of the map. But at the same time, if you have went up against Virtus.pro long enough na pare, alam nila na meron pang additional player na nakatoka na nga dito sa B-side natin. So CPF assuming and still looking for another opening. Ganda ng wide swing sana doon ni Yobib. And Tetsu sandwiched in between CA. And dahil nga dyan, nakuha na nila yung HM control. Pero Yobib, alam ba niya na meron ng paparating dito ng second mid? Aiden with the crawl. Aiden will not get taken down. It is actually itong si Yaba. Aiden with the trade in return. 4 versus 2. Bright trying to plant pero masyado maaga pare. Elvin with the headshot. And it will be Elvin with the second as well. Virtus.pro. Grabe men, sobrang na-pressure yung CBF. They low-key were forced to kind of play the B site at that point pare.
Another play na nag-collapse ang CBF in the mid-round, or was it just Virtus.pro having the better mind para alamin yung movement after that Aldrin pick? It was definitely a B push for CBF, and I feel like kung iniisip lang talaga nila that there is a lot of time para makapag-CA pa to get that A action, would have been a better round for CBF in terms of rotation KLR. Ganda ng angle no? Peripheral vision ang nanaig dito para kay KLR na makita na may mga gustong mag-HM na naman, na mga makukulit na gustong umakyat bahay sa lungga ng Virtus.pro. Still holding all players of CBF. No action, no aggression. Since alam na nga nila na may nakabantay ng RS. Ang mahirap dito, Sneaky, kung ikakat nila yung TB. Sige, TB, you don't really have that avenue para makapag-util papunta ng B site kung may mga nakakontakt ng hotel. Pero in this case, since wala naman, they might be able to do it.
Magtutuhay mid na lang.
One bit of noise siguro sa A site, Sneaky, para makapag-B site sila. Pero yung C4, iwan pa.
I like this. Kind of dito sa Virtus.pro, they made all the presence dito sa hotel kanina, and now CBF is filled with hotel players. Good pick galing kay Elvin. And Aiden might be up next. Gusto nilang kunin yung trade dito pare. Aiden finally getting Elvin in return. Pero si Cetra nakuha na si Yaba na masyadong makulit dito sa high mid. C4 is still miles away from the site. Aiden spotted sa second mid. He has to get the kill dito kay Kellar. Kailangan niya lumaban dito pare. RS is now occupied by 2. And here comes KSA. Nakita na si Aldrin. That's the C4 down. CBF taking a bit too long sa pagkuha nila ng map control. Kellar finally taken down. Pero bawas na nga dito si Aiden. Aiden looking for Zetra, and he does find him 2 versus 2. But realistically, pare, yung C4 nahulog pa rin sa mid, so they're gonna have to fight for it. Yobib and KSA, two very different angles. Yobib from distance, he knows that the ABR is way better from this position. 6-2 Virtus.pro. Great recovery after those two, pare.
They just look lost. Mostly CBF. As much as the space that was given by Aiden was already good. Tignan mo naman kung nasaan yung mga ibang kakampi dito nila Aiden. They were too busy trying to catch Eddie Lurker. I feel like that would have been a different concern pag naitanim na nila yung C4, no, Sneaky? Kinda tough to look at here is CBF. Day and night difference kung ano nga bang Eagle Eye at ang Kara para sa kanila. KSA playing EA. One swing and a headshot is good enough para wala ng isip dito si Tetsu, at sumunod pa talaga si Aldrin. KSA. Vents is his domain. Walang makalampas na CBF. May susunod na pasyente sa clinic ni KSA. Pero tinanggal ang pasyente ang doktor. Aiden living to tell another day. Pero dalawa naman na naging kapalit nun.
Lumaban yung pasyente pare, kumbaga. I don't think the doctor's gonna like that a bit too much, pare. Aiden on half HP already. Pero ang ganda na ng ginawa doon ni KSA dito sa Vents, and once again, taking full advantage of that running headshot accuracy, no? At least for the first 2 or 3 bullets dito ng AK. And for sure, nagulat doon si Tetsu, pare. He wasn't expecting the widest swing possible dito sa Vents side. And Virtus.pro, wala nang problema para mag-defend dito, pare. Just put 2 on A, 2 on high mid. And you are basically Gucci. Kahit ibigay mo na nga dito yung hotel, actually, this would be fine as long as meron silang paraan na makabalik dito ng second mid at makabalik sila dito ng hotel. I think they're gonna be fine. But now, the nades, everything being done. Elvin, nagkamali ng harap. Pero Zetra naman yung magpipick papunta dito ng RS. Smoke's gonna go down. 39 seconds. Aiden, napakaganda ng gapang na dito, pare. Zetra looking for the quick trade, pero Aiden mapupunta na lang ng TP. Really good delay and really good denial as well para sa Virtus.pro. Usually, they would like to take itong hotel and itong TB, pero dediretso na lang nila dito yung site. Nasa boto na dito si Yaba. Fully flash itong si Bright. Ang kanyang screen, pare. Kumbaga, HK, can it do the taps again? Mukhang oo. But only on one player. Yobe with his own second kill. Aiden, Yobe, blast to left alive. Literal na head-to-head dito pare. Pero Aiden will be getting that last one. And that was very well needed para sa CBF pare. They needed that one.
This is a bit of a contrast here, no? Sneaky, a popping of Aiden. Still, down 3 rounds sa ating parating na second half. What is going on for CBF? Has to rely on heroics, forcing the 1v1s and having measly 70-30 entry, 70 of which naka-counter flank nga talaga sila, no? Grabe man, what is happening? What is going on? Grabe, Virtus.pro still, no? Setup. Ano kaya nangyari sa headset, etc. pre? Kaya,
Di ba check lang dito ni Boss Zero. To balay mo, di ba? Hindi pala gumagana. Sabi mo na, hello, mic test. Baka one of the main reasons no, kung bakit hindi masyadong na-stretch ni Zetra at ni Elvin itong high mid natin. Maybe the communication between them was a bit wary, no? So, ayun nga, tamang testing lang na mic. I feel like Zetra got the message, pare. I feel like Zetra got the message. I need to talk more with my team. And of course, being one of the more important roles dito sa Virtus.pro, you kinda have to, no? Kasi dami ka nakikita bilang sniper dito, especially in a map like Ankara. Pero para sa CBF, pare, defense will be the way to go para sa kanila dito, men. And honestly, despite yung kanilang stats dito sa dito sa GR side being 41%, na yun nga, no, judging from history, pare, this is where they get their strength dito sa mapa na to, surprisingly.
well, maalala mo, no, Sneaky, I feel like this was the map that, you know, despite dehado ang CBF noon, they still got ahead up against Virtus.pro nung Swiss. Pero ibang usapan na talaga yung nangyari nung third set na yun. Which is, ironically, that set right now, Aiden, papakausap kita sa referee. Paano mo napatama yun?
Ano yan? Inspecting the play. Gucci, green card naman pare. Ang tawag dito? Pa-plume pa lang yung smoke. Kakatapon pa lang. So he is in the safer na. Wala pang yellow card na kailangan nilabas pare. Pero ito, men. Ito talaga. Pag may smoke yan, pre, it doesn't matter. Pero, passive, ha? CBF, honestly, this is classic CBF, no? Salvi, this is classic Tetsu. As soon as he gets a singular pick, sa lahat pa ng players na mapipick para dito sa VP, it had to be Elvin, pare, they immediately play as far back as possible at wala, men. Suntukan na lang kung saan pwede magsuntukan dito.
Honestly, pre, yung maagang pwesto ni Elvin kanina wasn't even bad.
Yep.
Wanted that push dun sa may LB, pre. Gusto niya lang kunin yung sabon dun, pero yo, no.
Dulas, eh.
EBR talaga yung pinapadala dun.
Uy, that's a good flash. Uy, napa-AC Tetsu! Napa-AC Tetsu, par! Grabe naman yung tapon na yun, KSA! With the ankles broken! Oh my goodness me, Zetra, nakita na nga dito si Aiden. And that is why you learn your lineups, kids. And teens and adults at this point. KSA will be getting the double spray as well. 7-3 at dahil lang sa isang flash Salvatore, napa-free itong HM.
Was it even the flash? Feeling ko lang talaga. May trip lang talaga si Tetsu na tumingin eh, no? Pero pre, any other sniper would have held that spot. Sabi, Tetsu, feeling ko, may nireport ba yung mga kakampi niya na may ingay, may flash? You have to take a look at that round, pre. Kasi grabe naman, Virtus.pro with one heck. Like a misdirection na naman. Pero teka lang, no?
Uy.
Teka lang, Aiden. Gonna get caught bilang pambawi nga sa nangyari kanina. After that Elvin pick, Virtus.pro naman ngayon. Mamumuno dito sa round na to. But Aiden now down. I feel like there should be some more leniency ng CBF para makapag-B-site, no? Iniwan na nga nila si Yaba na nasa vents. Let's see.
Yan, sitting and waiting. CBF, no other choice in the matter, pare. Pero pakaramdam ko talaga itong si Aldrin and especially itong si Tetsu. They really want to get a frag back or a frag in return, pare. It might come in the form of Yaba. kung maganda yung kanyang angulo dito. But there is rhyme and reason kung bakit. Pag magta-take sila ng importanteng posisyon itong Virtus.pro, they always take 3 players with them. Zetra, Yobib, and itong si KSA. They always would want to guarantee a trade, especially knowing na sila na may man advantage dito. One of these angles is bound to only be watched by a singular player. Pero, dahil nga 2-2 yung depensa dito ng CBF natin, man, they're gonna be split apart.
Setra? I swear, Setra, pag ikaw pananalo dito. Buti naman. Buti naman. Pre, mind I tell you, si Tetsu, kailangan niya pa mag-reposition dun. So Tetsu had to go for another reaping and he gets a second one. And a triple for Tetsu. Hindi mapigilan ang tarima ni Dad sa loob ng B-site. Now, Yobib trying to make a play para mabawi dito. Lahat ng mga nawala sa Virtus.pro. Now, Yobib swinging. Yobib repositioning si Elvin. Lilikod na nga. Alam na nga ba ni Yaba? Death Cam activated. Alam na nga. There goes the peak but it's all too late. Elvin getting it para sa Virtus.pro. Tinuturo-turo na. Sino ba talaga?
Man,
Dapat mamuno dito, ha?
I'm pretty good at reading lips, pare, pero feeling ko words of affirmation yung nasabi doon ni Keller sa kanyang screen. Pero
Crossfire Rocks no?
Crossfire Rocks, yun yung makikita mo min pag tinype mo yung sinabi niya. Pero ayun nga, no, Virtus.pro, very well played from that side. Tingnan mo yung 2v2 na yun, no, Salvatore. Yobib, as soon as he spotted both players, full uncommit dito sa fight. Just papatagalan na lang as much as possible habang nagpa-flank dito si Elvin. And that is kind of the prerogative dito ng Virtus.pro. The fight is never alone para sa kanila, pare. Pero CBF, isang A-execute ang kailangan nila i-defend dito, pare. Aiden, not really blinded by the flash. Umakit na ka dito. Keller, babamatay. Yobib getting Aldrin in return. Yaba, good spray dito kay Yobib. And good spray dito kay KSA. Pero piso na lang si Yaba, pare. Whoever has a ratrat, kung may ratrat or pistol, pwede pang tapos sa kanya, pare. Never mind. One tap na lang galing kay Setra at Tetsu. And all of a sudden, the 3 versus 2 turns into a 2 versus 1 for the 6-man ng CBF. But can the 6-man turn super para sa team niya? 1 versus 2. Zetra nakanood na lang dito sa exit, but right at the same time, if he crosses on the site, Zetra has a shot and Zetra has a kill. 9-3. Virtus.pro looking to finish the foolishness, men, dito sa Ankara, pare.
Tapusin na ang kalokohan indeed, Sneaky. Di na dapat pinapatagal pa ang mga laban na hindi pumapalag ang kalaban, pre. Ayon dito sa Virtus.pro, CBF struggling to make a move. Wala na ngang maipakitang galaw dito ang CBF. Every single play has been readable for CBF, Sneaky. Kalahin mo nga naman, pre, that defensive play for Yaba to delay top A good enough para makarating si Bright. Gulat na lang ako, nakaangat na pala si Setra pa room A, which is very much questionable, no, kung paano nga nangyari yun. Going back into the round itself, 1 minute and 39, Virtus.pro. Different. Virtus.pro, we're seeing in the prior round na pumuwesto kaagad sila. Papuntang LA ngayon, they're taking their time. Aldrin, he's sniping and he's killing. There goes the shot in. 4v5 na nga tayo.
He's gonna wide swing. Never mind. Kinraspik na lang dito si Aldrin, pare. I was thinking Aldrin will be playing a bit more of a further position, no? But a bit of a pre-fire, pre-aim galing dito kay KSA will be getting that sniper out of commission. Problema nga lang dito sa Albi. Buhay po si Tetsu and he could be the X factor for this round. And repeat papunta dito kay Elvin, canceling yung lurk ng Virtus.pro. Decision to make. Is it gonna be a pure fight on the A side? Flash is gonna go through. Room A occupied. KSA nakita na si Bright. USP di tatama. Yobib di tatama as well. And it's a 9-4. Really well played guys sa ComebackFriends. Nahuli nila si Elvin. Nahuli nila si Kellar. And there's not much options para sa VP.
Nali, a defense na pwedeng maging proud ang CBF dun, no? There's already information early on, no? Makakapag-cross nga ng CA ang mga members ng CBF, or kung CA man, it definitely has to be Ukay.
Uy, ganda na spot ni Yaba.
Nga pre, Yaba.
Is that Mac Ankara? Dito si Revenge?
Sakto dyan si Aldrin, No B players, Sneaky. RS lang, second mid, and top A. How do you even play split? Go B rush? Deny itong pwesto sa hukay? Second mid? Yun lang yung magiging alanganin nga sa kanila. Pero si KSA na-sprayan. Hindi siya sana mag-clear ng hukay dito, no? Pero si Aiden, kitang-kita. It's a very good crossfire for CBF if they get to see a player. Pero wala talaga nagmamatsyag for VP. KSA! How? Paano? How did they cancel itong position ni Yaba? Ini-sprayan si KSA but they reposition Aiden and Tetsu now. Double PK with KSA! My God! Destroying the setup of CBF! The only hope para maging 9-5-2 pero uuwi ng Virtus.Pro bilang panalo. 4K for KSA! Virtus.Pro shuts down Ankara.
Yun lang men, may nakita akong itim na tuldok sa taas ng HM pare. Hindi po yan falling star, yan po ay flashbang at bulag na bulag. Lahat ng CBF players at bulag sila sa katotohanan na mananalo dito ang Virtus.Pro. 2-1, a bit of a struggle dito sa Eagle Eye. Pero pagdating naman sa Ankara map natin, that struggle wasn't really present whatsoever. It is KSA performing as expected dito sa mapa natin. Zetra hitting his shots, granted, no? Still very well played galing kay Aldrin. He kept it consistent all throughout the 3 maps. Man, kaso Virtus.Pro, the playbook is just too thick. And yun nga naman, pakiramdam ko nakita ni KSA si Yaba dun sa hukay, and they knew exactly what the setup was. Kasi men, nasetapan na ng ganyan yung VP back in the day when they were still going up against Pacific Macta pare. So I feel like they're like, hold on, Aldrin's on this team, pwedeng tong lumabas, and tamang-tama ang kanilang counter pare. Man, what a flash as well. Whoever chucked yung flash na yan pare, big shoutout sa'yo, Ben.
And knowing KLR, most likely talaga. Si KLR nagtawag talaga dun no? And it was just not hukay pre, no? Kahit sinong mag-cross, may kita nila yung flash wala doon sa players ng HM no? And hindi pa AK ginamit niya. Doon niratrat niya yung buong USP. Use the AK para makuha ang triple kill to destroy the hopes and dreams of CBF. My God, CBF, ayun, may taning na tuloy ang kanilang playoff journey dito, Sneaky. Meanwhile, Virtus.Pro is all the way up once again dito, no? What an amazing gameplay here for Virtus.Pro. They just don't know how to stop being so good. Grabe naman, Sneaky. Look at those plays. All were executes, all were wisecracks dito para sa Virtus.Pro. Grabe naman, Sneaky. I'm absolutely speechless talaga. Hindi ko ma-explain paano nga nila nagagawa to freely.
And yeah, man, it's just, honestly, this series actually was pretty good pagdating sa dalawang very different playstyles natin. And I feel like if any team is watching, no, if you are MATTJESS or yung let's say Stallions, no, maybe you can pick up some stuff galing dito sa CBF kasi yung mga ibang rounds that they kind of freestyle, you can definitely learn considering na how equal yung playstyle nila. Hindi naman equal kumbaga in terms of level, pero pagdating sa playstyle, I see some similarities para naman sa mga ibang teams that do like the strategic way of things, no, kagaya ng Attras and let's say some parts of Fervid, no, but they also do like to go aggressive. I think y'all should watch etong Virtus.Pro natin kasi the amount of setups na nagagawa nila dito sa mapa and the amount of baiting na nakukuha nila just like what I said, the single piece of information, yun nga, no, can definitely be learned by the other teams, and I feel like they can definitely level up dito sa tournament natin. So honestly, very well played from both sides. We kind of saw some very high level crossfire in between itong CBF at Virtus.Pro, and I couldn't be happier pare despite the loss dito ng CBF.
And tindi talaga, no? Virtus.Pro, no? Destroying every single thing that CBF could have used para makuha nga nila yung momentum winning round no? Pero ben, tinigal talaga ni KSA once again. Virtus.Pro prevailing in their own style of play, dictating the pace and dictating the game outcome, no? Pero for sure, yung ating panel na nagsi-standby nga ngayon, maraming masasabi kasi nga hanggang ngayon, nagulat pa rin sila sa panapos na bara ng Virtus.Pro. Kaya Mochi and Bipolar, kamusta tayo dyan?
Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters, Siggy Fragad as well as Salvatore, and I feel like it's about time na hugutin natin yung dagdag na vocabulary natin, no, bipolar.
Yes.
Kasi I feel like everyone was flabbergasted and what they did there is ineffable, no? Lahat tayo nagulat at hindi natin mawari o ma-explain kung ano yung nangyari doon sa ating last round kanina na bilang panapos dito ng Virtus Pro, because talagang when it comes to the being so all-knowing dito sa ating mapa ng Ankara, I feel like yun lang ang masasabi natin dito. Reasons to why kung bakit ganun ka-perfecto ang ginawa dito ng VP. And here for the CBF, no, props to Tetsu. Alam kong you did what you can, pero I feel like sadyang ganun lang kakapal yung mga kayang gawin dito, no? Ganun kakapal ang playbook ng Virtus Pro, and I hope that your brain cells were put to rest after such a pag-grueling series against VP.
I mean, coming out dito sa aking sa word bag ko, there was a collective effort mula dito sa ating Virtus Pro to over-compartmentalize yung utak dito ni Tetsu and pati na rin yung buong CBF node. It was really just simplicity mula sa Virtus Pro, pero that simplicity is not simple for other teams like CBF, like Execration, like for Vid, no, it's really just hard to look at. At talagang napiga dito ating CBF, pero nakita naman natin yun. Specifically round number 5 and round number 6, nakita natin CBF playing so well, using Bright as an anchor kapag nasa post plant na to get these rounds in effect. Lahat tumatama Pero pagdating dito sa ating next couple of rounds, especially on the next one sa second half natin, nakita natin dito, it was Kellar, it was KSA, it was Elvin na talagang tumututok every time. Despite nakakuha dito si Tetsu, despite nakakuha si Yaba dito, it was still a bloodfest. And the only one staying alive was always Virtus Pro. May kita rin natin dito na parang nakita nga natin kanina, and I would like to ask this later on kung si KLR yung makakausap natin. Pinayorit, or at least napansin dito ni Salvatore and as well as the caster natin si Sneaky Frog na there was a bit of a change pagdating sa ating strat book dito ng Virtus Pro. Binigay nila yung high mid. Parang inipit lang nila, were they going for D-Ticks or were they going for sandwich plays kapag kumagat ang ComebackFriends dito sa high mid and as well yung RS. Kasi if you look at those angles na pupunta ng ating Virtus Pro, kung mangyari ngayon sandwich play, meron tao agad sa exit. Meron manggagaling dito sa may site mismo ng B-site para makita yung high mid side, which was so deadly kung saan hindi na prioritize dito ng ComebackFriends yung LB natin, yung LA just to get some other angles. But look at that, man. KSA had immense map pressure, has immense map control, and para siyang naka-X-ray kasi we also saw him calling for a flash from another side of the map, tapos pinatay niya pa yung nasa may hukay, and I feel like that was Yaba, no? But KSA, 100% rating. Kian, grabe ka! Walang tumitigil sa'yo mula BL hanggang GRSI.
Totoo, no? At kahit nung umpisa pa lang na nakikita natin sila, no? Sabi nga ni Coach Zero to, merong mga moments na gusto niya pagseryosohin itong mga players niya. Pero si KSA lang talaga yung bukod tangi, hindi yun magawa-gawa. He's just being himself all throughout, no? Regardless sa kung ano yung magiging laban nila. At pinakita niya yun lalo dito sa mapa ng Ankara. And hence, no, despite the fact na merong nakuhang mapa dito, ang ComebackFriends, it didn't last that long. I feel like the novel, that is the amount of strats na meron dito for Virtus Pro is just a bit too much for Tetsu and the bunch here from CBF to handle. Kaya naman natapos ito ng Virtus Pro with a 10-4 sa mapa ng Ankara. And dude, I don't even know, no? Every single time na makikita natin dito si KLR sa mapa ng Ankara, no, parang siya lagi yung pasimuno kung bakit the glue that holds everything together para dito, no, sa Virtus Pro. Pero ang ating match MVP, walang iba kung hindi si Cetra. Being consistent simula sa umpisa hanggang dulo. Well, we're no longer stranger to this type of narrative, bipolar.
I mean, kung tinanggal yung headset mo, no, syempre bibigyan na lang natin yung match MVP dito kay Cetra para di siya mag-feedback. But again, consistency, that is what Cetra gives you. Even if minimum lang ibigay niya dito, he still gets the most impressive frags, most impressive impactful plays from sub-base up until Ankara gumana dito si Cetra. Yes, we did see some pop-offs mula dito kay Tetsu, pero it was no fit up against Cetra's firepower. Looking, actually eagle-eyed. It was crazy to see na nakita natin dito si Cetra tumodong-todo na hindi natin nakita dito na talagang nahirapan si Cetra because Even on Eagle Eye, we saw Cetra in a place na you have another sniper in the bag of Yobib. And now in Ankara, we know him to play well. Even on B, even on high mid, even on A site, lahat yan. Tatama dito si Cetra. And man, oh man, this team, as the days go by, kahit natalo sila sa isang mapa, they keep on improving at ibang Virtus Pro ang palagi nating nakikita.
True, no? And aalala mo din, no, parang naging reminder lang nila, no, yung kaharap nila yung MATTJESS na lahat ng mga teams dito is pantay-pantay. Pero other than that, when it comes to perfection, I feel like that is the very thing na ginagawa din dito ni Virtus Pro and ensuring na yun ang kanilang matatamasan till the end of these leagues. Kaya naman, i-welcome na natin dito ang ating match MVP, no other than the sniper rifle handler himself, si Cetra lang naman nga talaga. Hello, Cetra, no? Congratulations. Ikaw muli ang aming karap ngayon dito, no? Sa ating desk. Hindi ka naman nagsasawa.
Hindi naman po.
Okay, no? Hindi naman. Good to know, good to know. So, simulan na natin ito, no? I am wondering kung ano nangyari sa ating second map, Cetra. Can you walk us through bakit na pakawalan natin ang mapa na yun?
Yung map 2 po na yun, kumbaga, nawala po kami sa momentum. Kasi ano po yun 7-2 po yung score. Tapos ang nangyari po, nabawasan po kami ng 2. Bale, naging 5-2 po, so nawala po kami sa momentum. Tapos binigay na lang namin yung map. Kasi parang kailangan nila
Cetra, you're getting spicier every day, man. I like it. Gusto ko yan. Ano yan? Ano yan?
Uy, ano yan?
Cetra, since we're talking sa akin
Hello po.
Sayang, no? Mamaya, next time kay Laro, huwag ka mag-alala, no? Pero Cetra, we talked about Eagle Eye 2.0 ng konti, no? Let's talk about it even more. Isa kayo sa teams na nag-wield ng double TRG, right? Yobib, diretso round number 1 pa lang dito sa GR side nyo. You have already double TRG set. I wanna know, as a main sniper dito ng Virtus Pro, mas napapadali ba yung trabaho ni Cetra dito? Or is there just equal efforts mula sa inyo ni Yobib? Kasi sometimes na nakikita natin dito, almost in one of these halves na outfrag ka ni Yobib sa sniping department, no? Is it easier or may bigat pa din para kay Cetra na to really perform in this kind of caliber?
Wala naman po. Para sa akin po, mas magaan kasi pag dalawa po kami sniper, hindi lang po sa akin yung pitas. Ganun.
Mas maganda lang talaga no, yung ginagagawa niyo.
Mas magaan lang po sa akin.
Okay. Mochi?
Mas magaan at mas mabilis ang mas madali ang trabaho, kumbaga, no, Cetra. So, ito, no, we are all wondering, ano ang nangyari sa ating last round sa Ankara, no? Kasi nagkaroon na ng mga bets at mga hinuha ang ating mga casters kanina, no, na si Salvatore as well as si Sneaky Frog. Paano nyo nalaman na nandun si Yaba at paano nyo nabasa yung umpisang pwestuhan dito ng ComebackFriends? Kasi nagulat kami, may pa-line up kayo, preparado kayo, tumingin doon sa hukay. Ano nangyari doon? Bakit gano'n? Nakakagulat.
Ano po yun? Nakita ko po tumuwid yun yung Yaba. Tumuwid po siya ng high mid. Nakita ko po.
Okay.
Kaya pinlashan po yung high mid.
So from the get-go pa lang, aware na kayo?
Apo.
Nice.
Tsaka, isipin mo yun, no? Mochi pati Cetra, parang tropa ko ng Cetra. Na parang from the isang contact play dito ni Cetra kay Yaba, yun mismo yung nagpanalo sa inyo ng round, no? I mean, going back dito sa ating sa ating Ankara, throwback tayo na onte sa ating round, specifically round number 7, etc. Na nakapuntos dito ng dalawang players natin ay yung CBF, and on round number 7, biglang nagulatan lahat. 3-2 setup, etc. 2 sa A site, 3 sa B site. Wala kayong control sa high mid, pati second mid halos. Diba? Anong plano doon? Was it to sandwich these players na sa high mid or mag-retake na lang yung buong Virtus Pro? Kasi parang sa amin ang hirap noon kasi high mid is such a priority para sa CBF.
True.
Ano po, yung naging goal po ng kumbaga magre-retake na lang po kami. Kaya ganun po yung naging pwestuhan namin.
Okay. Thank you,
Alright. Alright. Liking everything dito, no? Parang napunta na tayo sa technical aspect nitong interview na to. Pero once again, no, Setra, maraming salamat sa pagsagot sa aming mga katanungan at nagkaroon ng kalinawan sa kung ano yung mga nangyayari. Especially kung gaano ka-tactical din yung mga galawan nyo dito, no? And I guess the floor is yours. Pwede mo lang i-shoutout lahat ng mga gusto mong i-shoutout dito and even your supporters. Go.
Yun po. Shoutout po sa Virtus.pro, sa manager namin, sa fans, saka sa boss namin, and sa family ko. Kay mama, kay ate, sa kay kuya. Tapos sa girlfriend ko. Tapos yung may shoutout po pala kay Kuya Manny. Yan po. Yan lang po.
Ayan na.
Shoutout kay Kuya Manny. Manny Ningil. Kilala mo ko siguro.
Okay. Setra brother, congratulations. No? Thank you very much.
Maraming
Thank you
salamat
po.
and good luck.
Thank you.
Alright.
Thank you.
Grabe, no? I love the whole interview, no? May kaunting spice, pero talagang nakafocus tayo ng maigi dun sa palautakan na nangyari dito sa buong serya natin, no? Kay Polar. And I'm quite happy how it turned out and I'm pretty sure na sila din.
Yeah, I mean, it was amazing, no, Mochi? Akala ko nga, kung pwede lang talaga tayo isang oras with Setra, feeling ko lalo na tag-improve si Setra, not just on the sniping diba, pati sa question and answer, no? Parang mauubos natin yun. Pero again, congratulations for VP, pero comeback friends, nice try.
True, no? Kung marami lang tayong oras, ang dahil pa natin na tanong. Pero maraming salamat once again, no, to VP for grabe, no? Quite of a absolute cinema of a series. Pero guys, susunod natin na laban is going to be Attras Esports versus Execration. This is gonna be quite of a banger once again. Again, intayin nyo lang, abangan ninyo Attras Esports versus Execration. Maya-maya malalaman natin kung ano ang mangyayari dyan. ko lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang
Oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist. Nakupuntuhan niya.
Has to be careful, but he gets the shot. And he makes it trouble. Receiving play pa. Duguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action. Masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing Prevalence Race here dito sa house.
Ano dun, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLP.
First chapter of Comeback Friends against Virtus.pro is finally done. At ngayon, dadayo naman tayo sa Attras Esports versus Execration. Another litmus test na naman ito. Pero para sa Attras, tingin mo ba, meron silang bira dito, Bipolar?
I feel like yes, pero the bigger question here, Mochi, is the hope depleting now for Attras as the days go by, as their matches goes to the smallest portion, no? Parang mapapaisip ka na lang kung kaya pa rin ba makasama ng Attras na impactin dati in a Masters level, because looking at Execration, this is not the Masters form that we saw 2 Masters ago. This is an Execration that has been rebuilt. This is an Execration that has been redefined though throughout the years. This might just be one of their best forms ever, with 2 Pacific Macta players, with 3 heavy fraggers as well, no? Now with Yotib as well, parang walang butas dito, Mochi, and I feel like up against Attras, they have a very, very good sign. Pero syempre, Attras, di naman yan sasabak ng hindi preparado sa laban.
Exactly, especially na they need to win everything para lang maka-qualify, no?
Yes.
Pero tignan na nga natin ang nga bang meron dito for Attras, especially na here, no, we've already been able to see how RTA has been able to facilitate itong team na to. Decent, right? Kim actually stepping himself up, leveling up every single time na kailangan ng ganyan team. Decent din. But unfortunately, I feel like there is a bit too much reliance here for Kim. And even though that we can see that there are some moments na may mga hero plays na ginagawa dito si CRG, si Kid as well as si K, parang hindi ito substantial para sa welfare dito ng Attras.
Alam mo, Mochi, itong Attras, I can define them parang yung barrel na QPC na nasa inventory ko ngayon. Kulay black pati red. Kasi pag nag-right click ka, may burst. Kapag nag-left click ka, may auto-fire. Yung left click si Kim. Yung right click, itong 4 ng Attras Esports. Kasi may burst lang ng lakas dito yung 4 na players natin for Attras. Meanwhile, streamlined yung todong lakas dito ni Kim. So you have this like parang reliance talaga tulad ng CBF na kailangan mag-pop off ng isa or dalawang players. But in Attras, it really relies dito kay Kim to actually give them wins. Yes, I would like to say pwede natin isama sa conversation dun si CRG, pero he's still that right click dun sa QBC ko, Mochi, na talagang burst effect lang. It's not really consistent. And looking at it, no, sabi mo nga kanina, kailangan nila mapanalo tong Execration, kailangan nila mapanalo tong CBF, kailangan nila mapanalo to against TB as well para lang maka-qualify in towards the playoffs. And it's looking pretty grim, no? I do want to say that they can still win, pero parang these recent matches have really been so disappointing for them. Hopefully, they give Execration a very, very good win. Pero ito na, rare sight, Coach Ang with the interview.
Yeah, going into the playoffs, who do you want to face first and why? Sabi ni Coach Ang, lahat naman ng kalaban wala kaming pinipili. Nasa Masters League yan sila for a reason. Lahat ng teams na yan magagaling. Kailangan lang namin mas galingan pa. Diba? And tama naman, no? Pero again, I feel like on top of winning the next 3 matches or naiiwan dito para sa kanilang schedule, no, iisipin pa nila yung run differential. Paano kung may kapatas sila? Paano kung may kapantay sila? At paano kung may kagit-gitan sila sa very, very qualifying spot? Dagdag sa isipin ito ng Attras Esports. Kaya hindi talaga biro yung katapatan nila ngayon against Execration. And Execration, we're going to talk about them now, especially after defeats of winning against STS, VP, and right now being able to reclaim all of the wins after that slump against matches. Execration is doing better than ever before.
Ayun ang nakita natin dito, Execration, the first few weeks, parang bouncing back and forth in winning and losing. May big spurts of winning, may long stretches of losing din na talaga namang napakasakit para dito sa Execration. But looking at this lineup, I actually want to put your eyes upon dito sa top right corner natin in the player cams. It's Justin. He is one underrated player pagdating dito sa laban na to. And I'm just so happy na hindi nakastagnant dito si CBN, si Yotib, hindi lang kaway na kaway. Pero, ayun. The smile man. Napakatindig na. Muntik na.
Muntik na.
Pero Mochia, one more thing to point out here. This Execration squad, I always wanna tell you this, guys, na hindi to yung Execration na may group stage Folex, na may group stage ZYK, kasi wala naman na dito ZYK. It's Yotib now on the board. They have been so formidable. That's why you can see this kind of journey so far, no? I said na parang excruciating yung losses nila kasi it was up against MATTJESS, Mochi. If it wasn't for MATTJESS, it would have been a golden road. Or at least puro win streak tayo ditong Execration, no? But these wins, man, these were so good. Isipin mo yun, unang laban nila, these three teams, STS, VP, MATTJESS, and it went in a 2-1 fashion. Pero ngayon, it's up against Fervid, it's up against Starring Bobby, it's up against Attras, and Execration. I feel like after these six matches, they're ready. Not just for this, but for that EWC slot.
Wow, I love that coming from you. Pero idagdag na rin natin na even since yung ating first week, parang literal na rebirth yung nangyari sa kanila, no? That they are capable for more. Pero sabi dito, no, para sa question natin for MVA, kaya bang dalhin ng Execration yung ganitong playstyle sa playoffs? Well, sabi niya naman, confident kami na makakaabot kami kung maganda ang ginagawa namin. Siguro sa ngayon, 70 to 80% pa lang hindi pa kami sure. And this has been a question from last week. And I do think that this match will be able to cement that. Especially na wala naman daw silang sinasanto at ang tingin nila regardless sa tiering ng ating mga teams, pantay-pantay lang at pinaghahandaan daw nila ito lahat. If we can recall this correctly, at hindi lang siya nagsasabi nun. Kahit sila Paul, sinasabi yon, no? So, definitely here, no, for Execration, this will be such a mountain na kailangan tapatan dito ng Attras. And I can't wait kung yung preparation na ginawa nila for them. Pero let us talk about our head-to-head. Sino naman kaya ang pagtatapatin dito? It is going to be JKim and as well as CBN. And I actually love this bipolar.
Yeah, very, very fair yung ating head-to-head matchup niyo. I have JKim that is very much a solo player that is trying to carry a team in his back. Alam naman natin na Attras are pro players, are good players individually, pero kasi nakikita talaga natin, JKim the only one getting this above a 1.00 KD mark, and with him trying to be the forceful power na mag-entry, magbaback up, magta-try din na mag-lurk sometimes, it really requires para talaga maangatan dito ni JKim si CBN. Meanwhile, si CBN, diretso lang. As straight as a stick yung ruta dito palagi ni CBN. Kahit ano pong mapa yan, may kita mo lang siya sa isang side, magpo-push, mamamatay, magpo-push, gagana, mamamatay. Ganun lang palagi mangyari doon. And if it doesn't work out well, it's gonna be, yun na siguro yung sinasabi rin dito ni MBA na parang 20% or at least 30% na hindi pa nila talagang nasusolusyonan. Because that is also a weak point, no? Sometimes itong si CBN with his plays might be a double-edged sword.
And to say the least, no, both of them has such of a very role dito, no, sa ating team. It's just a matter of sino o kung meron bang sasalo if they fall. And that is definitely something na kailangan natin antabayanan dito for Attras. At kaantabayanan din natin ang mga mapa na paglalaroan ng ating mga teams for this time around. Especially na for Attras, hindi na sila pwede gumambol. Hindi na sila pwede sumugal sa ating mga mapa. But we already have Ankara and as well as new compound for the first two maps. At kung tayo abot sa ating decider, we will have port.
Actually, I'm very surprised, no, na nakalampas dito Eagle Eye 2.0. I feel like it could have been opened up agad dito sa ating sa ating first phase. Walang, pero since Attras actually will respect itong Execration side natin, it's actually pretty crazy na nakalampas pa to even up until the second ban, no? Pero Ankara, we know it too clearly. Parang kung isipin mo, the GR side dito ng Execration has been very, very readable. Dalawang players sa A, isang player sa mid, minsan 3A to B. Pero Folex always on vent side, Justin just lurking on high mid. Very readable, pero kasi the power of the GR side dito ng ating Ankara, that's why Execration picked this, is because they have aim. And on the GR side pa sila magsisimula, I feel like they'll be having fun there. Meanwhile, BL dito nating Attras, it's very lenient, Mochi. May kita lang natin yan dito towards TB, makikita lang natin yung i-execute nila, and they have to win this map para mapaganda dito yung compound. Kasi guess what, Mochi? Hindi man napapupunta dito ang Execration sa ating new compound, they also have this in the bag. It's just like port eh. So, it's gonna be crazy, pero Attras actually has a decent possibility to win dito sa ating sense.
Sure, actually, no, we can definitely acknowledge that parang dadayo na lang tayo doon sa fact na hanggang saan nga ba abot yung strat book din dito ni RTA or at least kung gaano kaganda yung decision making nila dito in a micro level pagdating sa ating mga individual rounds pagkakita natin sa kanila maya-maya. Pero ano nga ba ang ating mga predictions for this specific matchup? Nandyan na sa inyong lower thirds ng ating screen, mostly in favor for Execration for very obvious reasons, similar sa kung ano yung mga binanggit din namin kanina, no, for Virtus.pro. Well, I feel like the resume here for Execration is looking better than ever bipolar. Reason as to why nailapag natin ito. Pero ano naman kaya ang sabi ng ating mga hurado from the community pulse? And I do think that they'll be supporting din naman ang Attras dito ngayon, no? But I feel like it's a bit too far though. A lot of them are leaning more para kay Execration.
I would like to give some a little bit of buffs here kasi kahit dito, just like the first series before, na muntika na ako mag 2-1 in favor dito na still ng Execration. Pero itong 20% na, 21% natin to be exact, actually has a lot of hope pagdating dito, and that's not really wordplay, no? Kasi nandiyan naman si The Hope na si JKM. It's actually, there's a probability. It all really relies, not really on JKM now, it relies on RTA. Kung paano niya lalabanan dito,
diba?
yung buong pool, buong roster ng Execration na lahat yan na IGL at the end of the day. Siguro yung hindi, pero yun yung kailangan matimpla dito ni RTA.
Totoo, no? I feel like yun din yung gusto kong i-point out kanina, no? Parang mas mabigat yung magiging bearing dito kay RTA right now, especially na more on collaborative yung decision-making dito ng Execration, and they cook things up on the fly. Yun yung nakakatakot sa kanila dito, which might be very difficult for Attras to handle. Pero we can dive on this further. Nonce, na-introduce na natin ang ating mga casters. Kaya naman i-welcome na natin sila. It is gonna be Daedum and as well as Ramon. Hi guys! Welcome dito sa ating desk. Sobrang bilis ng inyong pag-entra dito and it's nice to talk to you guys again. Pero pag-usapan natin kung ano nga ba ang maaaring mangyari dito for Attras and Execration, Ramon.
You know, Execration versus Attras, I mean, it's very clear nga naman that there's a heavy favorite compared to the underdog that has been seeing through their ups and downs habang tumatagal yung summer season nila, no? There's some hope, mas lalo na nabigyan nyo na nga yung win condition, you know? They need to win 3 straight dito sa susunod nating week. Kaso, yung pinakauna nilang kalaban, hindi bonus stage, boss fight na agad para sa Attras dito. So, feel like Execration will really have that vibe na not only pahirapan itong Attras, pero feeling ko talaga, they're clear favorites for a reason, pre.
Yeah, that is true. But how about you, Dadum? Do you have the same insights as Ramon or do you have anything to add?
Medyo iba, no, Mochi? Kasi personally tayo, napanood natin yung Attras from Impact and them taking down Virtus.pro doon sa Swiss. Hindi ko pa nakakalimutan yun, no? And then, pagpasok sa group stage, medyo naging disappointing yung simula nila, no? So, nakita mo naman yung post-weekly reactions natin last week. I challenged Attras to step up kasi ito na lang yung chance nila. They need to win laban sa Execration at saka sa mga kasunod nilang laban just to get a chance at playoffs.
And I feel like it is really worthy na i-emphasize natin to uli, no? Attras has to win the next 3 na kanilang mga makakatapat dito in order to qualify. If they lose one, it's already game over for them dito sa ating standings. Kaya pag-usapan na rin natin na ano nga ba yung mga bagay na kailangan natin na pag-igtingan dito para sa ating mga teams. Because for now, for JKim, parang pasan-pasan niya ang mundo ngayon, bipolar.
Yun na nga, I mean, like, feeling ko nababasag na lalo dito yung baso na JKim really has to carry this team. Again, I feel like Coach Ang has depleted that kind of mindset dito sa buong team natin, no? But yes, JKim will have to step up. Not really step up, no, but to actually provide Attras, not just hope, but immense rounds na talagang hindi to mag-end ng 1v1 na naman, ng 2v2. He needs to create chaos in a way na he needs to be always good for 2. But that also applies dito kay RTA. But in another sense, kailangan niya dito talaga mabigyan dito si JKim ng magandang entry. nang hindi
Yes.
siya dehado, or at least they have this buddy-buddy system. Not really etong mga nakikita natin na in maps like Ankara, no, which will be played actually, na parang may kita natin na there should be good spacing para talaga makarry dito ni J. Kim yung buong mundo ng Attras, because if not, the pressure will be very, very hard and he might just be crushed mula dun sa pressure na yun.
Exactly. And I do think that we already saw the limitations din ni J. Kim, no, nung sila ay nakatapat tong Fervid natin from last week. And they suffered a lot, no, during that time because it's just a bit too much to handle din yung mga pinagbababato sa kanila dito ni A7J alongside with the team here, which hopefully won't be able to see again, no, this time around. Pero let us talk about our next one, no, na kung saan we already saw that here for Execration, they're licensed to click. Kasi dito, for Paul and as well as kay CBN, hindi na aim duels ang usapan, but more of how consistent they are and how reliable they are, Ramon.
Kaya nga kasi kung tatandaan mo dati, nag-develop sila not only into players that can not only entry and get space for the team, but they're also really good at the clutches. They're also really good at maneuvering around the map as well. Yung develop at CBN, becoming that lurk. Tapos si Fall X, nagkakaroon na ng layers so kung paano niya ina-approach yung kung paano siya magiging attacker dito sa mapa. Not only him being very aggressive, but also being the one supplying a bit of that mid-rounding as well para sa team na ito. So it's very much a good development para sa team na ito for Follex and CBN to come from some people na lagi nasa top 10 or top 5 when it comes to MVPs, pero being pivotal people na pang-iiba nga lang ng landscape na mga matches natin. It's just so nice to see coming through, especially from a mechanical perspective and how technical they are now dito sa summer season natin.
True. And we love to see just that galing dito for Execration, no? Pero I feel like our next point is very interesting because we can cross-reference this into Attras. So, Execration, from contenders, they became nightmares para sa mga teams natin dito in the league. And that gives them quite of a very refreshing and terrifying branding.
Yun na nga, no? They took everyone by surprise, including the top 2, which has always been the benchmark for the rest of the country, possibly even the rest of the world, no? Yung Virtus.Pro tsaka Stallions, nagulat sila pareho. Coming into the group stage, they both got taken down. Execration making a name for themselves. Particularly yun nga, yung na feature natin kayo na CBN and Follex. Ito, fun fact lang guys, CBN and Follex, top 1 and top 2 in the headshot per kill out of all the main roster players. Ridiculous stat coming from a team that is just already having the best time of their life ever. Execration looks the best they've ever had.
Exactly, though. Looking better than ever before. And I do think that everyone of us agree doon sa remark na iyon. And I hope that Attras definitely did their assignments, no? And they've been able to rack up all of the things that they were able to prepare against Execration in order to win this very, very critical match against them. And I feel like the lobby is ready and is about to get started. Kaya ilapag na natin ito kay Ramon as well as kay Daydom. Rakrakan na!
Maraming salamat, Mochi at Bipolar. No? Tama nga tayong lahat. Maraming kailangang anihin na bigas ang Attras bago sila makatungtong sa playoffs natin. No? The gauntlet that we're gonna see. And it starts here dito sa Execration where their priority ngayon, Daydom, is to make sure that that gap is closed up. Sila ang nakatalo sa STS at saka sa VP early on in our group stage. The question of consistency, wala na yun pre. Ito na yung best form ng Execration and it's very exciting to see para sa kanila.
Absolutely, and the Execration looks set. I mean, I hate to say it, Ramon, but they look set. Our expectations are very much clear para sa laban na ito, especially with the way they look up against their most recent matches. Ito pa, Ramon, nung nakita ko yung map dito kanina, I have to say, it worries me a little bit para sa Attras. Kasi if you take a look at it, Subbase and Eagle Eye, the most played maps of Attras noong breakout season nila sa Impact, sila mismo yung nagban. You do not want to see a team banning their favorite maps playing against their most powerful opponents yet. I mean, Ankara, yes, they have very good numbers there as well sa Ankara. Pero kasi Execration yan eh. This is where they have dismantled the likes of Stallions and Virtus.Pro. New compound. Ito, I mean, may chance ang Attras na magulat ang Exe dito. I mean, we've only seen Execration isang beses sa new compound dito sa group stage. But at the same time, with the way they're performing, duelo pa lang, in theory, si J. Kim lang yung makakatapat dito sa new compound. It just doesn't scream confidence to me na binan ng Attras yung signature maps nila.
Nga no? Yun yung pinaka-thought natin. If they wanted to take it out on the sub-base map, wala na silang choice ngayon. So ang Kara awaits for us. Pakinggan natin yung comms.
Yeah.
Alright, very much slow and steady lang para sa parehong teams natin. Attras on the BL side. Execration on the GR. He's putting up 2-1-2. Very much lenient sa pagbigay ng high mid habang ang Attras. In terms of leniency, there is none. They're all watching the perspective of yung LB as well as yung LA position.
And Attras, they will oblige of this default mula sa Execration. No strangers naman sila sa ganitong playstyle. Kind of pioneering it as well in the number 2 league dito sa Pilipinas, which is Impact. So it will take a bit of time para makakagat dito ang Attras. Unti-unti nang lumalapit sa Big Doraemon. And they might just catch CBN kapag hindi siya nakatingin.
Especially if na timing lang nila yung push nila outside of that smoke as CBN. Peeks into it, kaso si Kay handang-handa na with the angle. A good timing for Attras to go in. At may option din silang bumalik no? So I like the first pick that they did dito kay CBN.
And if there's anyone that needs to perform para sa Attras, that is Kay. Kind of subpar kumpara sa mga katulad ni Yotib. And at this point, RTA, maunguna, papasok ng hotel. There's the entry na hinanap natin mula sa Attras. B-Control, hinahanap na nila. Good lineups.
Yeah, go time na din para sa kanila. Look at it. RTA is already inside of the site. Attras squeakily cleaning every sort of angle dito sa pagpasok nila.
Wow, okay.
As it will be a 5 versus 3 retake. It's a clean push for Attras. How about that post plant? K with the shot. Folex with a second, pero this time Execration only had Justin, pero Attras pa rin ang nanalo dun sa push nila.
I love this, Attras. Hindi sila takot maggawa ng contact play, no? Si Kay yung nanguna, which is not something we see a lot of dito sa Attras. At saka si RTA, pinag-entry niya yung mga teammates niya. That's something na kailangang adjustment dito ng Attras. It's good that we're seeing signs of life mula sa kanila dito in round 1. That gave them good early momentum. Round 2, Execration, pinadala si CBN paharap.
One of the things din na medyo na-note ko din is that there was a split-second decision or split-second moment na kung saan tutuloy ba natin tong B? May mapipick up pa tayo dito? Tutuloy pa ba natin yung rotate natin? Pero after yan lang mapatay, yung second player on that B site, everybody else just went in nang sabay-sabay. Which is something na medyo lacking in Attras habang tumatagal yung group stages That's something that they needed to improve on. At ngayon nila nilalabas dito sa Execration.
Yeah, kind of pulling a mini Cebuano routine. Yan yung signature nila Stallions and MATTJESS, for example. Which might just be perfect para sa Attras, no? If you take a look at the history ng Execration, Ramon, yung mga nahirapan lang silang talunin, STS, MATTJESS, kahit yung acceptance na OT sila, no? All Cebuano squads. Maybe sakto yung playstyle na ganito ng Attras, no? Take inspiration from the Cebu teams.
A young team that is just using this time and experience para lang mas lalo mag-develop pag nagtagal. It could be the long haul para sa Attras, pero eyes are set na papunta dito sa TB. And all eyes trained up para kay Yotib. Bullseye, hindi tatama. K, leg shot. Pero papasok pa rin ng Attras. This is giving a second opportunity for Yotib. Pero parang second look na lang to para sa Attras. Babalik sila doon sa HM.
Attras respecting Yotib. Okay. K tinamaan pero diretso na sa HM. CBN ang makakita sa kanila. That's one. Pero isa lang. CRG, nice entry. At si MVA nasa Ares, yun lang, nahuli niya yung may hawak ng bomba at uubusin niya na ang HM players. Double for MVA. Pero sasagot naman si RTA, buhay pang Attras 2v3. And
the exact two players.
Contact dito with J-Kim, RTA dito sa mid. Taken down and it's all up to the hero so far ng Attras. J-Kim, 1 versus 2, 12 seconds on the clock. I like the movement on the map. Pero lalapit na si Justin. J-Kim with a nice shot. Polex, piso na lang. And he might just save this round para sa Attras. Talikod. And J-Kim with the double. That's the hero. Attras 2-0.
That's the man we've been looking out for, pare. The positive KD player from across the board dito sa Attras. Stepping up big. He talked about him in the pregame. J-Kim is the man that he needs. And this time, K steps it up also. Laban dito kay Yotib on the peak sa yellow. This is an Attras that is going at it on the early rounds. And Execration, medyo force silang maging proactive dito. Dalawang nakapush na sa LA.
Exactly. Dahil palaging nananalo si K at saka si RTA sa early contact, kailangan humanap ng Execration ng early pick-off. Pero, si Yotib yung nalaglag. No more sniper para sa Exe. Maybe it's time na mag-double sniper dito ang Execration. Parang for the first time, Ramon, in this whole group stage, nagkukulang si Yotib.
Maybe slow start. Yeah, maybe slow start. Maybe a chance for Yotib to shine later on kapag nag-timeout later yung Execration. But I think all test dito kay Justin and there is no patience at all. He wanted to go for that util. Pero si K pa rin. Kukuha ng 2K dyan. Attras. Patience paying off in the end. Forcing Execration to risk themselves para makakuha ng info.
Ramon, hindi mawala yung ngiti sa bibig ko dito dahil si K absolutely having a tear. Sana magpatuloy ito para sa Attras. Polex na lapit. Nasa ilalim ng Militaire. Taken down easily. Attras, didiretso sa LA.
Developing as a unit for this team. Training yung LA position nila now. For steam ahead dito kay MV8. Walang magawa. 4 nakapasok na sa site. At si CBN, wala rin siyang magagawa, pare. That is a full steam Attras players going into the A site into a 3-0.
Yan, Execration kailangan nila itong timeout na to, no? So for some reason, di nila ma-figure out paano ma-disable yung contact plays ng Attras. Usually, Execration, whenever they get ahead, saka sila nagko-contact play. Sila yung naunahan dito ng Attras. Surprise, surprise! Si K, yung nagpapahirap sa kanila, no? And ito yung napansin ko rin, Ramon, na nung nare-review ko yung games dito ng Attras. K hasn't been finding as much impact as compared to our other snipers. Zetra, talk about Zetra. Or Revenge, or even the likes of Yotib nga naman that has been sensational dito sa group stage. K hasn't been stepping up. Sakto tong timing ng pagragasa ni K dito sa Exe. Kita mo naman yung resulta agad.
Siguro ginamit ng Attras yung oras habang coming into the week. There was a very big question mark pagkatapos ng performance ng Attras laban sa Veteran. Albeit 2-0 na panalo, no? It was the closest that Rosea got into the set win. And it was Attras that almost gave them that eagle eye, pare. And in that same game, K wasn't as impactful as we kind of expect him to be up against Veteran nung time na yun, di ba? Natatalo siya agad dahil sa door mid pressure na paulit-ulit. Na laging nape-pressurean ng Veteran na nung time na yun. Pero up against Execration and Langkara where they're just defaulting, pare. Just baiting Execration to the traps of Attras. This is beautiful stuff and a lot of credit to Ang and RTA. This is setting up really well para sa team nila. Mukhang handang-handa ang Attras laban sa Execration.
Full props din kay RTA, no? Not afraid na humanap ng contact. And of course, when you talk about contact, K has just been finding all the kills. Not an easy feat. Hindi madaling talunan si Yotib sa sniping department. I don't want to speak too soon. Alam ko round 3 pa lang tayo, pero napuwersa na ang pause dito, ang timeout ng Execration at yung Attras. Tinan mo naman yung tsura nila, Ramon. Locked in. Kita mong naghanda talaga sila para sa laban na to. They know what's at stake. Tournament life.
Exactly. There's a time to be confident and there's a time to not be overconfident, pare. And ngayon, Attras has to have that. Into a 3-0 right now. They have a good start laban sa Execration. But sometimes it's not about you start. It's how you finish. At this replay coming down, Attras, ang linis ng top 8 position nila. Pero para kay Yotib, redemption has to be set para sa kanya, pare. Ang early rounds, medyo nadedehado siya sa mga angulo.
Attras, binabasa nila dito. They're predicting na magdo-double sniper ng Exe. Kaya nilagay din nila si RTA sa TRG. Pero naghukay play. Si MVA, mid-control ang ginawa ng Exe pagkatapos ng timeout. And a good decision mula kay CRG na hindi mag-peak sa LA kasi si Yotib nandyan.
Kung kakagat nga ba si CRG dyan. Spotted na si Yotib, so they already know the setup.
Wow.
But that Attras doing very well to not even challenge that. Kaso, Execration have set up the mid-trap. Isa sa hukay, isa sa TB, at kung lalabas sa CA, Yotib is there. RTA, kailangan nyo i-clear yung TB. O, napatay niya si CBN, pero yung hukay, nakita na ni CRG. That is a quick dismantling of Attras dun sa mid-setup. 4 versus 3. And quickly sa LB na ata magtitira ang Attras.
Ebb and flow mula sa Attras. Ito yung sinasabi natin na mid-rounding. Ito naman yung kinukuha nilang inspiration from Virtus Pro. Kung kanina reactive play, from STS. This is the mid-rounding. Straight up the playbook of Coach Shane. Ginagaya ito ni Ang. At yun, kahit may lamang atras, tahimik pa rin, didiretso sa EB. No utility yet, pero ito na. Noise being made, papasok ng B, yung Execration, retake na lang.
At hindi din naririnig ng Execration ang lahat ng util, yung pagtalon ng mga players ng Attras sa papasok ng site. This is a clean push for Attras. Now forcing the retake for Execration, and the closest play here is Yotib. So hindi niya kailangan or wala siyang option na makuha ng first contact here. Naseta pa ni RTA yung flank on the mid side. This is beautiful para sa Attras, but they have to go at it start to finish. 15 seconds. Folex papasok na sa site. Nakita na nila si RTA doon sa mid. So go time na para kay Folex. Mapapatay niya si K. Kaso CRG and Kid nakipagsabayan sa pasok ng Execration. There is no retake to be said. Attras have finished the round.
At kahit nakita si RTA, no, kita mo yung impact. The moment na nakita siya, kailangan na mag-push ng Exe. Kasi alam nila na wala silang oras. CRG with the setup sa batteries for contact, kasama si Kid on the backup. Perfecto yung post plant ng Attras. In the mid-round, I haven't even talked about it. Don't need to kasi panalo na yung Attras off of a perfect round number 4. Ramon, sinong mag-aakala na sa Ankara? 4-0 in favor of Attras.
After a timeout too, pare. All the more impressive para sa Attras. They cooked up something on the fly. And doing it 5 in a row up against Execration is a conversation to be had para sa GR side nila. Pero it's more on Attras actually. Impressive sa pagbebait sa Execration na gumawa ng mistakes nila. Yung peak dito kay Yotib doon sa CA. Yung pag-dismantle ng push nila on that mid side. I mean, everything that Attras is doing is actually check marking everything. Tapos napapagana lang with an easy retake. Papunta sa B side.
Yes. Laking improvement, no? Over just a few weeks. Just a few days. And you have to remember, itong week na to, Ramon, 3 days out of the 4 days maglalaro ang Attras eh. So kailangan talaga nilang maghanda para sa do or die na sitwasyon nila ngayon.
Exactly. It is a gauntlet as I mentioned, pare. Pero kung ganito yung first step, it's good for Attras. Pero CBN, yung wild card. Malalaman ba ni Kid to? Oo, yung galawan parang veteran na.
Wow.
Nalaman si CBN. And Attras is not even pushing it, pare. 45 seconds. Acknowledging kailangan nilang pumasok. Pero they have a lot of time to do it, pare. And with this on the Yotib, trap siya dun sa TB, hahabulin ni RTA, and it's a clean kill dito. Papasok dun sa B-side.
Diretso kay MVA, mag-isa lang siya dito. Has to come up massive. Nakadalawa MVA looking for his third. Pero malalaglag siya doon. Okay lang. Justin will be coming in for the save. Pero si J-Kim, may second lurk. Coming in from bridge. Hindi in-expect ni Matt. And J-Kim, tinutulungan lang si Kay na mapagtanim ng bomba. Post-plant, fall X, walang utility. Hindi niya kailangan nahuli agad si Kay. J-Kim, peeking out. Pero si Polex yan. Okay lang, J-Kim. With a better aim. 5-0 Attras.
And just when you thought the duo from Pacific could salvage the round, pre, from picking off the mid player na si RTA as well as MVA, killing off the slow players, akala mo enough na yon, pero J-Kim yet again goes off huge laban sa Execration retake. Pero Yotib, we needed him to step up. With a start like this, mukhang makukuha na yung patay dito sa sniper. Execration, pumping out the brakes, papasok na dito sa mid. At masasaktuhan si RTA. Matatanggal ang ulo ni JK as well. Attras, wala ng bisa ang lahat dito sa round. As it one tap from Execration, they start their round 1-5.
Konting reminder lang, Ramon, na Execration pa rin ang kalaban ng Attras. Kumbaga, hindi sila magpapa-api ng ganun-ganun lang. And you saw it for your own with your own eyes, Ramon, kapag talaga pressured na ditong Execration, lalaban sila, deduelo sila. And the result, 5 wins in terms of the duels, in terms of, or rather, 4 Execration. Yan, nakapunta sa sila dito sa Ankara. And Attras, more careful. Mas tatagalan pa nila yung default ngayon kasi i-expect na nila na magpipick si Yotib or magpupush si Polex.
Something that they don't want to do after the previous round, pre.
Yes.
Despite the early start, they still need to respect the talent. And K wins the 1v1 up against Utib. It gets interesting from here on out, pre. It's been K paulit-ulit sa buong Angkara so far.
You know,
And again, Attras are going back.
Exactly. Apart from that one round, no? Palaging si Kay yung nananalo sa mga duels. Yotib. And we've talked to Execration about this. Sabi nila hinahayaan lang nila si Yotib maghanap ng sarili niyang angle. Let him have free reign kung saan niya ipoposisyon yung sarili niya. Obviously, hindi gumagana sa ngayon. Kalaban ng Attras, that is very much strategic. A-site execute, Ramon.
Especially with the flash as well. Starting up, nandun pa rin yung top 8 players. Pero nahanap na si Folex. It's all an MPA and he strucks down a Kid and CRG. J-Kim has to do it again, pre. The hero, the hope. And Attras will not rely on him anymore because Execration have defended yung top A.
Nice. Execration triple stack sa A-site. Maganda yung basa nila doon, no? Na kahit wala na yung sniper, kapag may setup ka, you can still hold for your life. And Execration, when it comes to duels, alam mo naman na magde-deliver yung mga yan. CBN, pressuring K, nahanap nila yung sniper dito ng Attras. Waiting for a flash lineup mula kay NBA dito or Yotib. Maybe waiting for the smoke na mawala dito sa big door. Pero lalayo na lang si CBN. Ayaw niyang palagan dito. Sige.
Kanina pa parang nagwa-warning shot sa kabila lamang ng LB na yan, eh, no? Respecting the early heat coming through from the sniper. And K is getting very confident sa mga open picks na nakikita natin from him. Yotib taking a more preserved angle. This is coming off of from what we've been seeing in the early rounds. Pero this time, it hits. Not a leg shot anymore. Bullseye sa katawan ni K yung shot.
Score counter, 2-4 in favor of K. Pero nakakahabol na si Yotib dito sa mga duela ng sniper. And you can see as well, yung respeto ng Attras dito kay Yotib, no? Kahit na lumalamang si K ngayon, nilalagay pa rin talaga nila si RTA ng naka-sniper minsan. CBN. Want to receive, that's one. Pero isa lang na isulat ni CBN doon. MBA galing sa itaas, saktong nakatingin si RTA. May TB push si J-Kim at si Yotib nakaantabay lang sa loob ng site. But it's a lurk, hindi pa sila papasok. J-Kim is isolated for now. Might be taking too much time. Attras ang tagal makapasok. Andito na si Yotib peeking out. Pero nahuli ni J-Kim. Pasok sa B. Attras magtatanim.
No time to hesitate anymore. Nakapasok na si J-Kim. Si Justin nasa likod na.
Ayun
Napatay
lang.
niya si J-Kim. Pero si CRG ang bilis ng trade. Attras putting all the brakes out yet again. Para maisa ng Execration. It's all on Folex now. In a 1v2. CRG isolated. Spotted na yung info. Alam nang galing sa hotel. And double peek galing kay RTA. This is beautiful mid-rounding. A beautiful execute for Attras.
Kitang-kita mo rin yung confidence ng Attras doon. No? Typically, you don't want to pick a lone player. Pero tumawag si RTA. Tara, 1, 2, 3. Pick. They got the kill easily. Like that. Para bang hindi Execration yung kalaban nila dito, Ramon. Attras fighting every fight. At lumalamang sila dito. Love to see it, Attras. Give me back more of this confidence.
Exactly, pre. Feeling right at home. And they have to do it yet again because of Fall X, the breaker of dreams, RTA. Natikman niya yung vents pero hindi sila nakapasok. Folex on the second kill as well. Na-drop yung C4. Na-drop shot si K. Ang Execration bumabawi because of Folex on the headshots. Make it a 4K. Folex, anong kinain mo today? Execration humahabol sa Attras Esports.
It's with raw firepower but makes you wonder, Ramon, sapat na ba yun? Sapat na ba yung tatlong nakuha ng Execration dito sa GR nila para makuha itong Angkara? But on the other side, Attras looking beautiful doon sa blacklist side nila. Arguably, mas mahirap dito yung BL, no? Kasi kailangan mo maging creative. Pero mukhang madali yung in-execute dito ng Attras, no? With K popping off, lot of contact plays, at yung pinakamagandang improvement dito ng Attras, Ramon, is that trading.
Exactly the point, eh, no? We talked about people like J-Kim that has to step up. Pero for me kasi yung focal point dito is the people around J-Kim. Ma-improve yung spacing ng Attras for that trading. That's why not only RTA should step up. CRG is also somebody we have to talk about, eh, no?
Absolutely.
One of the shining points ng Attras nung Spring Impact before the JKim era, pare. He was the top-rated player. And you can argue that there was a bit of an adjustment for CRG after JKim took the helm of being that forward attacker para sa team na ito, no? And so hindi nagkakaroon ng tugmaan yung stats ni CRG compared to how he is in summer right now, pero JKim has his forces around him like RTA, like CRG right behind. Then Attras have a reformed form. You just need to see that dito sa GR side nila, pre.
And all this time, Ramon, he might just been adjusting, no? Baka sinasanay niya lang dito sa bagong structure ng Attras with JKim at the helm. And this might be it. This might be the time na nakapag-adjust ng CRG sa bago niyang costume, kumbaga, dito sa Attras. As we go to the GR side, Attras di depensa naman. Standard positions, dalawang nasa hotel nga lang, so medyo agresibo yung second mid nila dito, yung LB rather. And Execration exploring papuntang TB. Yotib hinahanap si K pero wala dyan, boss. Nasa kabila.
Default para dito sa Execration. Puwanahan na yung TB. At walang takot si K. Mag-drop and the 3K! K is going absolute mayhem sa mismong Ankara map natin. From first bloods into the drop shot, this is Attras unlocked dito sa Ankara.
Sabi ko, Ramon, hinahanap ni Yotib si K. Bakit baliktad? Bakit si K yung nakahanap sa kanilang tatlo? Just one hold dito sa TB and a triple kill for the sniper of Attras. Dual counter 4-2 in favor of K dito. Laban kay Yotib. Pero yung Attras, yung depensa nila, nakakatakot kasi umaabante ng Attras. CRGK tig isa. Contact para sa Attras. Lahat gumagana. At si RTA, sasali din niya na Execration hindi makapasok dito sa B-site. Hindi sila makakita. Bulag na bulag si Justin. Wala pa siyang katabi. JKim pressuring. JKim spotting him out. MBA nalaglag at si Justin susunod na sa kasapi niya. 2 rounds on the GR. Attras 2 rounds away from taking Ankara.
And when was the last time we see Execration feel this pressured?
Oh my God.
MVA and Justin sweating after sila maipit ng mga nasa slope, ng mga nasa mid. No chance to breathe para sa Execration. Hindi nga sila makapost lang na maayos. Walang ma-setup kasi dire-diretso from LACK. At nakakuha pa ng picks ang bawat miyembro ng Attras. CBN has to step up at napa-step down si CRG. JKim naka-rebuttal sa isa. Folex down forcing Execration to have to react towards that LA push. JKim with the one and another for MVA. This is beautiful coming through para sa IGL. Pero si Kid has shown himself up. Ang Execration naubos sa kanya. CBN naman, siya yung opener, kailangan maging closer.
Despite the heroics dito ni NBA, nagkulang pa rin dahil si Kid nagpakita rin at si K.
My God!
Naitama pa yung huling bala niya doon. Attras, quick recovery despite the antics mula sa Execration. What is happening, Ramon? Bakit ganun yung itsura ng Execration, yung macro nila? It looks flat. It looks one-sided. Attras, lalapit na naman. At hindi sumasala si K. CBN, laglag.
Triple push dun sa LB. Just to pick off one player. Above all people, si CBN yun. The player who initiated yung iisang push nila papunta dun sa second mid. Ngayon nawala na siya. They have to do something across the other side of the map. Nagingay sa LA, iisa lang yan nandito. Attras, wala to put up a defense para manegate yung magiging effort ng Execration. Papasok dito sa EAT Doom.
Pero papasok na sila. Justin, inihintay niya lang na mawala yung smoke. Kitang-kita sa JKim. Laglag na agad yung nasa itaas na isa. Kid, feeling the pressure. And he is struggling. Hindi niya alam saan titingin. Bulag pa ngayon. Kid, wala nang matakbuhan. Pero, good recovery from Kid. Sasabog sa top A. And MVA left wondering what the hell has happened. Paano tayo natalo sa Ankara sa Attras Esports?
Attras Esports pulling up the surprise that we have never expected. Taking Execration to the dumpster sa Ankara. 10-3 of all the scores na na-expect natin. We knew na may potential to maging close. We knew na may good fight ang Attras dahil nga sa isang singular man na kilala nating J-Kim. Pero paano pag J-Kim na activated, RTA na maganda yung calls, K na ilang beses na tumatama ang sniper laban kay UTIP na napaka-exciting na prospect, pre. If everything works for Attras, pre, then Execration will have a lot to talk about talaga.
Ramon, here's what I have to say. You got what you asked for. Gusto mong mag-step up yung Attras apart from J-Kim? Eto na yun. Maybe they took a bit of time para mag-adjust dito sa bagong environment ng Masters. Because you have to remember, all things considered, first time pa rin to mag-Masters ng roster na to. No? Apart from J-Kim, this is a bunch of rookies. And this is what they are capable of. Taking down Execration. Another reality check para dito sa Exe na kulang pa ang mga ginagawa nila ditong preparasyon, particularly for other teams. And at this point, you have to ask as well, meron bang hyper-focus na naganap para sa Execration? Did they focus too much on the VP and STS lineup matchup para matalo dito sa Ankara and para matalo din sa matches? Remember what happened a couple of weeks ago na humiliate ang Execration at na-expose sila ni Vincent? No, is that gonna happen again dito sa Attras? Kung mangyayari man yun, medyo kinakabahan ako kasi there's a new contender para sa playoffs.
New shake-up, if you will, no? Grabe yung naipakita ng Attras dito sa Ankara. Makes me a lot more hopeful sa ano yung pwede na ilabas dito sa new compound nila. Execration, now is your time. Ngayon naman, ang time naman para dito sa panel ay ngayon na, no? So ilalapit na lang muna namin ng mic dito kay Mochi as well as Bipolar.
Grabe, no? Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters, by the way, pero grabe, no? Parang literal na nakikipagsapakan at nakikipagsapalaran dito ang Attras Esports Bipolar. And if earlier on, we're calling them out with all of the weaknesses at kung ano yung mga pagkukulang nila, yun ang inalis nila at the very map of Ankara.
Isipin mo yun, Mochi, no? 2 weeks ago, every week na nakakasama natin dito ang Attras, meron silang sinasabi mula sa mga questions natin, mistakes po, polishing po. Ngayon sabi ni Ang, we're just ready for more. And now look at this. They were not just ready for more, they were here to take out Execration in the map of Ankara. K, getting some multi-kills na hindi ko man lang makita kung ano nga ba ang tinitignan ng Execration. Eto na ba yung oras na sasabihin na naman ni Folex Knights, either oras na po para mawawalan kami ng internet? Is it wala pa po kaming kain or will they go the route dito na nila J-Kim na nilalamig po kung may pinatay po namin yung aircon? Pero hindi! It's Execration just falling down in the hands of Attras. And think about it, Mochi, that mid-rounding, those set plays nung nasa BL side pa lang sila, that gave them this 5 straight win. Oh my goodness! Parang ngayon ko lang nakita up against a Filipino team, ang Attras garnering almost 90% rating in 4 players. My goodness, K, 12-8, 11-8 dito kay J-Kim and CRG with 12-7 as well. Kung tatanungin mo ako, Mochi, kanina, kung nagbubuhat pa ba dito si J-Kim, feeling ko hindi. Kasi mismo, collective effort na to ng Attras para mabigyan si Yotid ng pinaka-worst performance niya in the group stage at 2-11 scoreline. That is intense!
Yeah, that is so new for us, no? For everyone, literally. And this definitely became quite of a question, no? I feel like natanong na natin ito beforehand na anong mangyayari pag hindi naging online si Yotib, or in a matter of online nga siya, pero continuously being targeted by the opposition. At ito na ata ang ating kasagutan doon, Bipolar. And we can even see K's face dito ngayon as our set MVP with such an astounding 96.3% na rating. At kung kanina lang we're seeing lots of multi-kills galing sa kanya, well, that just attests na deserve niya itong titulong ito.
Oh my God, K is not just okay, he is amazing sa series na to, Mochi. Imagine a sniper that is now fully formed, bloomed up para sa Attras, and he didn't just play so well. Talagang pinakita niya dito sa map of Ankara kung sino nga ba talaga ang dapat na tinututukan na sniper. It's not Yotib, it's not even Folex in the TRG. It's K-Man. Oh my goodness. Talagang pinakita niya dito na Attras didn't come here to play. They came here to win. And my God, Mochi, I am so ready for a 2-0 up against Execration with Attras.
Yo! honestly, if they were able to repeat that, no? Kung hindi pa makakaroon ng katapat dito ang Execration or pangtapat rather, dude, this will just blow off every single prediction na meron tayo dito so far. And yes, it will hurt para sa ating ratings, pero this would feel so good para sa Attras. Pero meron atang meron tayong mapapakinggan dito, no? This is from CrossFIRE Radar. Is this another minaliit ang Attras? Pero this time X naman. Oh, you know what? You're cooking, CrossFIRE Radar. You're cooking.
Alam mo, Mochi, parang feeling ko tuloy ang kryptonite dito ng Execration, Impact teams eh. Talagang di nila tinitignan yung players natin from Impact or at least like teams na below their pay grade, no? Na parang, are they even a threat? God damn, no, man. CrossFIRE Radar, I feel like you're absolutely correct. Talagang minaliit dito ang players natin. And with their set plays, parang Execration, dumbfounded and Kara. Parang wanted poster na kailangan.
Bro, everything is just becoming spicier kahit yung mga sinasabi nitong kasama ko. Kaya magpapalamig muna kami ng saglit dahil tumitindi na ang laban ng Attras and as well as Execration. Magkakaroon kaya tayo ng decider map at babawi kaya Execration? Hindi ako makapaniwala na lumalabas yan sa aking mga bibig, pero maya-maya magbabalik tayo muli. Di ko lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang
Oo, nakita mo sa flick of the friends na kupunta niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot and he makes it trouble for the receiving play pa. Duguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one and also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa raw tapos yun. Lahat ng aksyon, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano dyan, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLP.
Tuloy-tuloy ang mga sorpresang ating nakikita at ngayon nandito na tayo sa ating ikalawang mapa of Attras Esports versus Execration, and this time dito naman tayo pupunta sa mapa ng New Compound.
Yeah, New Compound is such a map na we don't rarely see these two teams, no? We saw I believe it was Execration, no? Up against STS, yung pinakaunang group stage na New Compound ng Execration. Or yes, so it was very impressive nonetheless. Pero Attras also has this in the bag. We see RT is parang mind work very well kapag BL side. So if again it happens na the BL side is just too overpowering para dito sa Execration, it will very difficult. Pero we also saw last time in Kerdas form pa nga yun in Yotib having such a great game dito in New Compound. Now in the form like Execration, can he elevate that or replicate that kind of performance after a 0.6, I believe, na rating, or at least a very low rating, no, mula dito kay Yotib? And I would like to really say, no, K right now is just out-fragging and out-positioning etong Yotib natin that we saw on code top 5 possible sniper sa buong Masters right now. But let's see, it is still Execration with a possible reset pagdating dito sa Attras.
And before ko to ipasa sa ating mga casters, no, Attras, asan nito? Asan nito ng mga nakaraang mga laban nyo? Because you guys are doing so good. And tingnan natin kung kaya nyo pang ipagpatuloy ito. Kaya, let's head over to our casters, Daedum and Ramon.
Alam mo, Mochi, one up kita no? Sa season na to, parang ang dami nating hinahanap. Si Ajax, yung unang panalo ng Rosea, as well as si Attras. Kasi so far, this is the kind of consistency na na-expect natin sa isang exciting prospect from Impact na Attras, no? Pero, better late than never, I'd like to say, Dado, nanalo sila sa first set ngayon on Ankara. And New Compound, new challenges naman para sa Attras because it's the very same map na nakita natin ng Execration na matalo ang STS as well, pare.
Exactly. At saka remind ko lang sa'yo, Ramon, 4 days ago, sinubukan din ng Attras talunin ng isa pang playoffs-ready team dito sa mapang ito. That's Fervid. At yung scoreline doon, 10-6. It wasn't even close. Fervid absolutely dismantling yung New Compound ng Attras, no? At, well, this matchup, this success from Attras, medyo mixed yung feelings ko. Medyo mixed yung emotions natin dito. Kasi you and I, Ramon, witness tayo dito, first-hand witness tayo dito sa growth ng Attras. Kitang-kita natin every single crucial win na naipanalo nila para makadating sa puntong to. And I can't help but think kung ano yung sinabi ni Mochi. Bakit ngayon lang, Attras? Saan napunta itong pormahan na ganito noong unang parte ng group stage na pwede pa tayong makakuha ng mas secure na spot? Sabi mo nga, it's better late than never. But is it too late? Well, I guess we'll find out dito pagbalik natin sa laban nila. No? Compound, let's talk about Compound. Mixed bags of result dito yung Attras sa Compound. No? Ito yung mapa na ginagamit nila pang close sa impact against teams na paborito yung Compound katulad ng SGJ at laban sa mga teams na komportable sila like veteran. Pero pakinggan muna natin.
Bomba lang kami dito
Getal.
Bomba.
Alam na mo. LB. Lalapit ata. Lumapit.
May plano talaga, no? Bombaan ng util, peak na lamang from pillars. So that is already yung first contact ng Execration sa GR side nila. And Attras with K already down, medyo karoon na sila ng disadvantage dito. Dehado ang pag-push nila dito sa pillars.
And I don't wanna downplay na nalaglag si K dito, no? Remember, MVP siya last round or last set. Every round finding impact at ngayon, unang round pa lang wala na siya. J. Kim having to pick up that sniper for himself, that means na hindi makakapag-lurk si J. Kim. So mas mahirap ang posisyon ng Attras. Kailangan ulit na merong mag-step up.
Yun nga has been the narrative, no, para sa Attras, para hindi lang maging J. Kim show, everybody else has to work through it. Lex, narinig niya yung push papunta dun sa store A at aalis na muna, no? Fully knowing na may numbers pa rin naman sila. not really any sort of reason para depensahan niya palalo habang risky yung position niya dito. I do like that Execration are just disciplined all across the board. No? Nakuha na lang yung first pick, pero hold na lang nila yung mga angles.
I like it also na proactive na silang pareho. No? Attras and Execration. Kanina yung Attras yung mas eager na maghanap ng contact. Execration medyo humabo lang sila doon. Pero ngayon, nilaban nila yung pillar. No? Giving Yotib the first blood, which is crucial for Execration. Attras, 45 seconds. Palapit na tayo sa red timer na 30 seconds.
Nakita ni CBN yung ulo ni CRG. So the decision to go back to reinforce yung B site na yan is a good thing, no, para sa Execration. And I think Attras also have realized that. Pero wala na silang oras. Nakasetup na din na mid-lurk tong si Kid. So 28 seconds. Where's gonna push coming for the side of Attras? CRG, J-Kim will have to get in. Flash coming through. MVA on the shot as well. Mahirap pilasin yung mga anggulo ng Execration. Mas lalo na kung tatama ang lahat ng bala ni MVA. 2 kills para sa kanya. And Execration with a 1-0.
Ito rin sinasabi ko, Rabon, no? When it comes to compound, we're kind of stepping into the unknown para sa Attras. I mean, yes, they have very robust playstyle dito. Pero, kapag hindi na kasing reliable si Kay katulad nung Ankara, what then? Buti sa ngayon, pumapalag pa siya kay Yotib and Kay finds the kill. Finds the angle. Laban kay Yotib dito, 5v4, Attras naman ang nakakuha ng first blood.
Yan ang hinahanap natin, Kay.
Yes.
Fiery hot on the early round. Nakuha pa nga niya si Yotib doon. Pero, double TRG setup for Execration that time. Kahit mawala dito, Yotib, I think actually Justin picked up the TRG. Yung TRG mismo ni Yotib pagkapatay niya. So, it's a decision made on the fly. Pero Attras going back after the first pick is very much Ankara na nakita natin from them. No? Babalik dito sa pillars. Nakita niyo yung smokes. Nakita nila yung mga hawak lamang dun sa cat. Justin took a bit of time. Pero finally takes down Kid. 4 versus 4.
Yeah, Kid with the widest wing. Hindi niya expect talaga si Justin doon, pero hindi rin na-expect ni Justin si J-Kim. Galing sa tower, isolated fights. Nagkakagalawan na tayo dito sa mapa. Execration falling flat. 4 versus 3. Lalapit ng konti si Polex to set up a crossfire with NBA. They're going for the hard read dito na magmi-mid. Otherwise, retake na lang para sa X eh.
Yan nga eh. So it's either mag-ingay sila pagkapasok sa site para lang ma-disrupt nila yung tingin nila dun sa mid. But the wraparound para kay Folex, it gives him enough time para ma-hold yung EA position. So push is coming in para dito sa Attras sa exit. Manggagaling at si MVA. Nakuha niya si RTA. This is beautiful spacing and decision making para kay MVA. Kaso J-Kim, nice timing on the kill as well. 2F now confirmed. CBN also with the rotation. 3 versus 2 post-plat. J-Kim, double kill. Attras getting the ace site that decisively.
Nagpaka-ninja si J-Kim doon. Umakyat, tumalon, nakakuha ng double kill. At yung Execration walang nagawa in the face of J-Kim with the hold. Kahit na may may heroic moment si MBA nagkulang. At ngayon si Justin naman hanap ulit ng kill dito sa mid. CB control Execration. Ako po Attras, di nila alam to. Papasok na sa pillar. J-Kim trying to fight pero tatlo yung kalaban niya dito. Nakahanap ng isa. K with the backup. But Justin with the double kill. Big play. And that is the bomb. Kitang-kita ni Justin.
Exactly, pero Justin is also alone dito sa store, so kailangan niyang bumalik para ma-reinforce yung B-site. Fallex finds CRG as well doon sa mid. Hinahanap lamang yung rotation timing. This is beautiful for Execration. Kailangan nila ng proactive play. Yung push coming in towards CB para tatlo ang nakahawak papunta doon sa pillars has made it a tough time para sa Attras. Kahit sila yung mag-aggress sa kanila, even if they were the ones initiating the fight, mas marami na ipadala ng Execration ng time na yun.
Gusto ko mula sa X eh. Parang pinanood nila yung match ng Attras tsaka Fervid, no? Ito rin yung ginawa ng Fervid eh. Para hindi makapag-setup yung Attras sa BL side, taking space from the team while on the GR. Kung pansin mo, Ramon, out of all the rounds we've had, palagi may nagpupush sa X eh, para hindi makapag-setup ang Attras. Si Yotib, kailangan mag-push. He's just holding and that's a quick scope into the pistol kill. Wow. Easy pickings, double kill para kay Yotib.
Execration just getting all the rewards and the benefits pakatapos ng push nila on that pillar spot. And the decision as well not to overpush afterwards. keeping control doon sa mid pakatapos sila patayin CRG. Pero Yotib tested na naman. That's 5 players of Attras, pero with CRG claiming the 2 kills, that's enough to take store A. And it will disrupt yung Execration. Kita mo, umalis yung double man push dito sa B para lang magkaroon ng double stack dito ang Execration doon sa A side.
Exactly. Impakulit, salamat CRG, pero si Justin! Paano siya naka-double kill doon? That second shot was disgusting at si NBA tatapusin na ang round number 4 para sa Execration. Akala ko makakapalag pa yung Attras doon, Ramon, 3v3. Pero naglaho na yung Attras, all because of Justin, who by the way, 7 KD. Para kay Justin.
The number para sa kanya so far. Playing around him kasi kita mo kung gano'n ka-forward siya dito sa pillars. That's one and Execration has decimated Attras. Walang aabante sa store B para sa Attras. It's now down to the CRG and Kid, but they were very late to the push dun sa pillars.
Yun na nga eh. Position na, naka-peak na yung Execration doon, no? Tapos full control doon sa boxes in store. And Attras had no idea what was coming. Oh po, CRG, you do not want to be doing that. Laban kay Yotib. The widest swing para makakit sana ng CA. Pero dahil dyan, naiwan mag-isa si Kid. The backup, the support. Exploring the map as much as he can. Pero pag may 5 humahabol sa'yo, mahirap na yun. Teka lang, buhay pa si Kid dito. Making some magic. Triple kill so far. Execration.
No way.
Tama na. Wag na kayong lumapit. Just wait for the bomb plant. At yun na nga ang gagawin nila.
And I don't think Kid even knows na hinahabol siya ngayon ng 2 from Execration. Pero he is making good decisions on wrapping around papunta doon sa Z as well as clearing yung CR. If he is able to catch one of these players off guard, this is beautiful para kay Kid! And he's on for the ace. For the backup, the support for Attras, pero CBN will shut the door down. Enough ang 5 stars sa Super Giant na si Kid to get the 4-1 sa Execration.
Dapat timeout tuloy si Coach. That was almost a clutch para dito kay Kid, no? Nakita niya na kasi. Tumalon na siya, tapos tumalon na ulit. Yun tuloy nahuli siya. Big mistake. But at the same time, you can't blame him. Kasi siya na nga yung natira dito. Naka 4K pa siya eh, no? On a 1v5 scenario. All things considered, impressive stuff pa rin para dito sa backup natin from Attras. But grand scheme of things, hindi nila napipigilan yung B control dito ng Execration, no? Even if makapasok sila dun sa store, hindi nila naho-hold yung post plant ng B site. Much less nakakapasok. Halos hindi pa sila nakakapasok ng malinis dun sa B site, no? So yun yung problema sa ngayon ng Attras. On top of, Yotib finding traction. Yun yung mahirap solusyonan dito. When the sniper of Execration hits his marks, dun ka na magkakaproblema.
I just love to see that resurgence coming through para kay Yotib. Pero kahit sabihin natin, yes, he hasn't had the hottest of Angkaras that we've seen with that 2-11 scoreline. Pero kung ngayon, kung ganito yung impact niya early on with the early shots dito sa mid, as well as Justin also being a prime factor din sa kung bakit hindi makakuha ng early space dito sa B site ang Attras Esports, then that's already 2 barricades na kailangang hanapan ng butas dito ng Attras. And alam natin na kaya nilang ganapan ng paraan para ma-counter yung push nila sa store B as well as yung peaks ni Yotib on the mid side, because it's already been demonstrated by K early on. But that's kind of also been countered because of how well Execration have been working around yung dalawang primary positions na nakikita natin so far eh. So siguro yung timeout na to is just to remind these people from Attras to just be more confident sa pag-pushes nila dito.
On the other side, dun sa mid, I feel like masyado na silang nababasa ni Yotib. Yung curve angle ni Yotib na palaging may nahuling lurk. Either si Kid or si CRG. I'm pretty sure napansin din yun ni Coach Ang, no? So some adjustment has to be done dun sa mid push na ginagawa ng Attras dito. Let's see what it is. Balik na tayo dito sa new compound. 4-1 as it stands. Execration bumabawi. At yan na nga, hinahayaan nila na makapasok ang Exe dito sa mid. Oh. Full mid priority para sa kanila. Waiting for the players of Execration to make the first move. Well, I like it. Balik na tayo sa default playstyle dito ng Attras. At si Kay, siya na lang hinandita sa SD.
Kumbaga parang putting the philosophy of what Execration is to Yotib onto K right now, which is to make his own angles. Make his own picks habang tumatagal. into the early round, but Execration not really in a position para mabigay yung mga early picks na yun eh, no? The only first contact that they have is a sniper from MVE, pero Attras are more than just forced para labanan yung mga space na yan. Kita mo kung gaano ka-disciplined yung Execration. Dapat labanan with Util kung pupush sila dito kay Yotib.
They're not even gonna use any utility. Yotib tumatakbo na. HE, binabato si Yotib ng maraming granada. Polex peeking out para tulungan si Yotib, pero it's a ruse. Attras, wala silang nakuha doon, pero wala din nalaglag. It's all up to Kid, or rather K, na makahanap ng first kill dito sa Pillar. Might just find a timing laban kay CBN.
So lang, parang ganito yung default na ginagawa nila sa Ankara, where they make space on LA.
Exactly.
And then they converge dito sa mid-side to give them a better execute. I like that from Attras na pilas nila yung dapat magiging structured na defense doon sa may B.
CRG.
Giving Attras the runway of that mid-side. CRG nakakuha na ng space. And the EA might be their call. Yotib, pressure the pero with the space from Folex, it could be enough. Pero kailangan pa si Folex kung tumatama si Yotib ng ganyan. 3 kills for Yotib, 2 kills for Folex. They only need 2 to destroy 5 from Attras.
That's what happens when you push Yotib. Nagpakilala na sa Attras si Yotib. And he will deny the whole squad of Attras. Nasolusyonan nila, Ramon, yung mid-problem nila kanina. Nag-push lang lahat. Kaso nasa loob ng A-site naman si Yotib. Ituloy na ubos sila. And Attras, it's not as simple as pushing one player when it comes to this Execration sniper. 5-1, lamang na agad ang Execration dito sa first half no matter what happens. And Yotib, hindi pa siya tapos.
While he's had a fiery sort of round in the previous, I'd argue that Folex giving him the support that he needed dun sa C1 to dismantle the exit push. Parang yun pa yung tumulong kay Yotib para dismantle yung push nila. Kaso J-Kim, I didn't get the impact he was looking for. Yotib down. And Storin is now, I wouldn't say firmly, no, pero hinahawakan na Attras habang magdi-default pa rin sila pabalik sa mid.
Kapag talaga nalugi na, no, si J-Kim. I think Attras has found the kano to their roster. His name is J-Kim. Kahit si Yotib, hindi siya napalagan doon, no? And when you look at the stats, Ramon, si J-Kim parang anomaly. Kumbaga, magkakadikit yung 4 na players ng Attras, tapos 2 pages above andun si J-Kim. I'm not even kidding. Pag tinignan mo yung stat sheets natin, ganun kaganda yung performance ni J-Kim ngayong season. As Attras, lumalapit na sa B-site, noise sa mid para lang mapigilan yung push dito ng XL. I like the map movement.
To make sure that they keep control over Store B habang may nag-iingi dun sa mid. Pero if they're taking too much time na makapag-set dun sa B, ang Execration, hawak na ng depensa. And the sightlines are perfect for CBN. Sa pagbagsak ni RTA, babagsak ang karamihan ng Attras. That is 3 from CBN. J-Kim forcing the 2 versus 1. Si Folex na lang ang natitira. And K is late to the party. He has to set up that angle. And J-Kim trying to bait the push coming out para kay Folex, knowing that they have a lot of time to get that post net going.
Good recovery para sa Attras. At sinong nakapasok sa battery? Si J-Kim. CBN, nag-pop off siya dun sa hold na yon, pero nagkulang pa rin dahil nakapasok si J-Kim sa ibaba. Dahil dyan, K holding one angle, J-Kim holding the other, and Folex, medyo maunti yung options niya dito. 23 seconds, nakita ba siya?
I don't think so. Between the walls right now, pero J-Kim is just gonna clear out Folex. Na-realize na yung flank. And Attras with a beautiful push papasok dito sa B, reinforcing the numbers that they still had and holding good angles para hindi makakuha ng clutch.
And finally, no, nabuksan na nila yung B-site ng Execration. Kanina impenetrable yun mula din sa Attras. Finally finding the cracks sa depensa dito ng Execration. Good steps towards finding some impact dito sa ating compound. Although, as it stands, naghahabol pa rin ang Attras dito. Remember, 3 rounds ang kailangan nilang habulin para lang maging tablado tayo. But so far, nairaraos nila yung BL side. I would argue, Ramon, isa na lang yung kailangan nila, eh, no? 3-6, that's the scoreline, I would say, na pwede na pagdating sa second half. Attras, it's a good thing for them. May panalo nila yung last round kasi isa na lang yung kailangan nila para makarating doon. But of course, you want the best scenario possible. 4-5. That means 2 perfect rounds para sa Attras. Let's see kung kaya nila yun.
Lalo na since nagsimula sila sa BL, no? On a GR-sided map like New Compound. against Execration. It's a tough feat pare, lalo na kapag kaganto yung mga angulo ni Yotib. Ang hirap i-clear niyan pre. SK can be the one to do that, pero looking at K, medyo napilas na agad yung karamihan ng HP niya doon pa lamang sa STA. I have to go back and reconsider yung options nila dito.
I think nahanap na ng Attras yung formula dito. No? Huwag ibigay yung mid sa Execration. Kung mawala man yung smoke, gamitin nyo na lang lahat ng smoke dyan sa mid, no, para mapigilan si Yotib. Immediately, hirap ang Execration makahanap ng opening kill. Kailangan na lang ipadala paharap si Polex na ngayon naririnig na ang Attras. Dito sa LA, dito sa exit, tumataot. Umiingay na yung Attras dito. And K finds the timing on to CBN. May isa pang lalapit. Si Justin yon, tatakbo na lang sa EA.
Makes you think, was Fall X the real pick or was it just to bait out the rotate? K picking up the shot kay CBN. Because of that mid kill, it is giving Attras the window para makabalik sila ng store.
Yes.
Pero MVA, he is playing for the long investment pare. Yung angle na kailangang i-clear. And Attras have to be prepared for this. Kid has a nade in his hand. At hindi matatrade si RTA. MVA gets the double. And Attras nakapasok pa sa site. 2 kills for CRG. But he can't get the kill kay Justin. He's still having that control. And Justin makes it a 2K. Attras dismantled sa push. Hindi makapasok. Hindi sila makaplant. Si Jacob na lang. 1v2 for the hope of Attras. He gets the kill kay Folex. But not on Justin. Execration survived the push.
Nag-alatore si Justin sa loob ng B-site na barabang ang pangalan niya ay Moira. 6-2 para sa Execration. 3 massive kills para kay Justin. At yung Execration, gusto pang palakihin ang lamang nila pero yung Attras nagmamadali na papasok ng EA. RTA, pinatumba na agad si Justin. Pero may dalawa na nasa exit. Si Yotib, andon, binato ng flash. At si CRG nakapagtanim kaagad, Ramon.
Pero buti na lang para sa Execration, hindi sila nagpipick agad. Alam nilang malayo pa si CBN at saka si MVA. So, in a sense, ipit ang mga players natin on Attras. They need to win their individual 1v1s. As with this, nades flying out, duguan si Kid at piso pa si CRG. K doesn't know what to prioritize. Yung 2 at Baoy nasa exit, lalabas ang Execration at sabay-sabay na wagsak ang mga players ng Attras. That is a beautiful retake. 4 versus 5 pa sila doon, Daydum.
And what a showcase of map control and retake dominance mula sa Attras. Kada isang anggulo nakatingin yung mga miyembro nila. Kahit saan nakatago yung Attras, lahat nakakuha ng tigi-tigisang bala mula dito sa Exe. Anong comeback? Gusto nang tapusin to ng Execration. 7-2. Resounding comeback after that Angkaras upset. At tanong, kaya bang tapusin to ng Execration sa BL side ng ganun kadali? GR para sa Attras should be the easier half. Pero 5 yung kailangan nilang bunuin dito, Ramon.
Exactly. Yung Angkara na 6-3 na tayo mismo nagulat na nangyari yun. Sabi ng Execration, will do you one better. 7-2. Diyan dapat yung expectation natin no? To expect to Attras, syempre. Medyo up and down yung performances na nakikita natin throughout the group stages. But the lack of the update na nakikita natin na consistency, medyo Execration were kind of expecting them to actually steamroll this sort of game in a 2-0. But with where things are right now, they're happy to take that 7-2. Lalo na sa protocol na on the retake. They're making line shite for Execration. Pero pagka-start sa GR side for Attras, they have a bit of hope na baka maubod nila.
LDA. Sisilip ba? Kay dito sa Pillars? Beauty ba ng exploration? And the most annoying thing para sa Attras dito, na-figure out na nila yung problema nila. That mid-control, that pesky mid-control, binigyan na nila ng priority. But then, the post-plant. But then, the entry. K finds an angle. Wow, what an angle mula kay K. Yotib is down. Okay. Phenomenal start para sa Attras.
Ano di, siyempre. Bakit nga ako, sobrang liit lang ng braso na nakita natin on Yotib. K still spots that and gets himself the numbers. 4 versus 5. Store B. Nag-ingay na yung players natin on Execration. So, handang-handa yung angle sa ilalim lamang. As well as the long angle setup para kay RTA. Attras. No less, this is a very steady defense for them. Execration need a perfect util game para makapasok sila.
Tahimik ang mapa habang nagsiset up ang Execration dito sa B site. It's J-Kim against the world. Kasama si RTA, papasok ng Exe, pero hindi bulag. Si RTA, Polex, gising din. Pero si RTA nasa batteries at magwawala. Getting a double kill, Polex ni hindi makapasok dahil nandun na rin si K. And it will be the crunch from RTA and K, pero si Polex hindi papayag ng ganun-ganun na lang. But K with a crucial shot to end off the round. Attras bumabawi pa dito, first round on their GR side.
They're all locked in, pre. From the kill on K dito kay YouTube as well as the discipline to keep themselves dito sa B. Giving Execration a lot of angles to try to clear. And with K hitting shots like that, lalo nang pahihirapan ng Execration. NBA down. Cannot play Crossfire at this given round. Kailangan bumalik ni Attras. They're already working with the early rounds. Katulad ng kanina sa Ankara. And it's forcing Execration to go creative. 4 papasok siguro dito sa Store B.
Para lang maipaghiganti dito sa NBA. At didiretso ng Execration, walang ginagamit na utility. Tahimik ulit. Pero parang nababasto ni J-Kim. Nagtawag na nga siya ng backup. Andito rin si RTA. On the exact same angle is the last round. Naku po, Justin. This is a very risky task. Pero papasok siya. Hindi siya palalagpasan ni J-Kim. Only finds the one. Polex, pinatumba na si Kim. And Execration nakapasok ng B.
This is perfect spacing para sa Execration, no? From the kill dito kay RTA as well as the refrag para sa pagpasok nila sa site. Beautiful chemistry for Execration. As with this, it's gonna force a 3v3. Yotib holding the flank, Kid forcing himself on the flank as well. Not expecting the angle sa window. This is beautiful for Yotib. The headshot for Polex. CRG na lang. But even CRG can't do a damn thing. Execration 8-3.
It's a perfect post plant. Execration every single time makapagtanim ng bombang Exe, Ramon. Nagtutumba ng Attras kahit yung flank nila. Basadong-basado ni Yotib. Hindi talaga pwedeng ibigay ng Attras yung mga site dito, kaya lalaban na lang sila. Aggressive positions in curve, in pillar, and in LA. Attras, papalag. Para lang hindi maibigay yung B site na kanina pa nilang pinoproblema yung post plant. Yotib, si Silip, nakita ni J-Kim. At kapag kailangan ng bayani, si J-Kim ang darating. Triple kill sa pillar. At si J-Kim hindi pa tapos. Gusto pang humanap ng kill kay Justin. Pero okay na yon, Execration. Hindi makabawi.
In moments like these kung saan dehado ang Attras sa new compound, kahit sa iba't ibang mapa, pre, J-Kim always the shining star. Only positive player sa group stage for Attras. Pero he's followed up by Polex. He wants the headshots. At nagasaksan lang nila si K. Ganon-ganon lang. Lahat ng effort ni J-Kim binato sa basurahan. CRG and Kid na lang. Yes, they have the health advantage. Hindi pa nakapag-plant ng Execration. And there's a lot of time for CRG. Pero Justin already good on the angle. CRG has to clear this. Plant comes through. CRG with the shot. Polex gets the headshot. It's all down to Kid. Okay. And Kid survives the rise of Polex. It is Attras fighting side by side to survive yung new compound.
For the first time, nakapag-retake sa B-site ng Attras. All it took was Kid popping off. Pero kita mo na kinakabahan na yung players nila. Ramon, there was no scenario na makakalagpas dapat yung Execration kay K. Kasi nasa harap na siya doon. Nakahawak pa siya ng USP pero siya yung nalaglag. Attras, kailangan nyo ng umabante. Habang meron pa kayo natitirang gasolina, pero si CBN, isa siyang malaking harang. RTA trying to fight back pero pinatahimik na siya ni Justin. CRG, desperation, setting in para sa Attras pero kitang-kita ka ni Polex dyan. Massive mistakes from Attras Esports. At tutuldakan na ni Yotib ang round number 13 set point sa compound ng Execration.
Look, all the focus was all the way towards that pillar spot, but the fact na ilang beses na nakapag-push ng CB ang Attras into the loving arms of Execration, this is just criminal for CBN to get these kills, pare. K with one, pero CBN again, cerebral on the headshots. At makukuha yung Storby ng ganon-ganon lang on the way towards the port map. As K as well as itong si Kid will have to put up the last stand para hindi nila ma-force out yung set number 3.
Let's see what you're made of, K and Kid. Yotib, nakasilip sa bintana. Huwag ka nang gumalaw, Kid. You don't need to peek. Nakita siya, Yotib! Hits the shot on his foot. Kaya si Kid, piso na lang. Gagalaw pa rin siya dito, Ramon. Ang kulit ni Kid. Makikita ka ulit ni Yotib dyan. And it is a crucial pick kapag naibigay mo to. K needs backup now more than ever. At babalik na si Kid sa batteries. Okay, good call from Attras.
At least may cover na siya. At least magkasama na sila ni Kay. Magkatabi ang magkapatid. Sa loob ng Attras, si Yotib na spot pa nga. CBN will get the shot kay Kid. This is a brutal punishment sa bata ng Attras. 2 versus 4. K all alone on B-side. CBN goes in. And the headshot is clear. Sniper down. And CRG is taken over. Execration forces the third set.
At kita mo ba, yung lalaking nasa bandang kaliwa, binuno ni CBN ang compound para patulugin ang Attras. We are going to set number 3. Dadako na ang barko sa ports. At hindi pa tapos ang laban natin, Ramon. What a matchup. At pagpunta dun sa mapang yan, sa port, hindi ko alam. Wala akong ideya kung sinong lalamang kasi pareho na silang mukhang malakas. Pero ang tanong dito, Attras, meron pa bang gasolina?
Yan nga eh. Lalo na sa nakita natin from that first set, sobrang night and day kumpara sa kung nakita natin from new compound. We can't really blame the players entirely dahil when Execration is popping off on their sniper, where we have Yotib finally getting the early kills that he's looking for, as well as the amount of times na nagiging somewhat of a graveyard na nakita natin from Pillars dahil sa ilang beses nang pinaprioritize yung CB para maging 4-man push yung Execration dito sa B-site. I mean, it's just brutal to watch out for Attras right now. Kahit sa dinarami-raming times na kusa ng mga early picks natin, kahit sa dinarami-raming times na nag-a-attempt sila na kunin yung Pillars control, if it's a proactive Execration that they want, it is a fighting Execration that they get, pare.
Pero hindi ako magsisinungaling dito, Ramon. I'm kind of worried para sa Attras, no? Kasi nung first half, at least nare-recognize nila kung ano yung mga adjustment na gagawin nila, and they actually make it work. Yung re-smoke dun sa mid para mapigilan si Yotib dun sa paulit-ulit na huli ng lurk ng Attras, napaganan nila yon, no? To an extent. Unfortunately, hindi sila nanalo sa mga duels, but at least the adjustments were there. Kaso pagdating sa second half, parang nawala na yung mga adjustment na ganun, to the point where even the players look shaky. K missing crucial shots, Kid making unnecessary movements, and J. Kim, the savior, was the only one that was back on the board yet again. Parang naglaho yung early momentum dito ng Attras, and I can't help but feel like this is a squad na hirap makuha ulit yung momentum na yun, lalo na kapag do or die scenario. Remember what's at stake dito, Ramon. Playoffs, tournament line, kailangan pa rin talaga ipanalo ng Attras lahat ng set nila.
Kaya backs against the wall na ang Attras, and for Execration, they're on their way to possibly the reality check given papunta dito sa Impact team na ito. So balik na natin muna ang mics dito sa ating panel as Mochi and Bipolar are standing by.
Maraming salamat sa ating DR duo, and dude, I feel like na-summarize na ito na maganda ni Dadum, no? We can revolve around all of the things na nangyari dito kay Attras, no? Parang naubos ata yung mga pinaggagawa nila dito from our first map of Ankara, and in turn, they were back to their default, which is something that we should be wary about. Pero here for Execrations, just another day, nabawi nila yung mga kailangan nilang gawin dito, and all they had to do is to wait for Attras to commit their mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of mistakes. Talking about it even more, no, Mochi, I feel like the or what they call this ba? Yung parang obsession dito sa Storby natin for both teams talagang pumalag lang dun, lalo dito sa PL side ang buong Execration. Yes, K was hitting. Yes, RTA was getting some good shots din naman. Even J. Kim, right? Pero kasi in a matter of sense na we expected Yotib to pop off, and he did not just 10-fold but 100-fold. Man, isipin mo yun, hindi lang nila ginawang buong cemetery itong Newcom pag ginawa rin nilang kulungan to ng aking Attras, kung saan they're trying to break out, but there's always Justin there. There's always CBN for the big trades. There's always Folex entering like no man's land, na lahat yun para daw sa kanya. It's just so insane to see na ganito yung may kita natin for Attras, that they were so linear in some of these plays na very readable na rin sila. We saw so many bad plays as well for Execration. I would like to say na very sloppy, very what do you call this? Very forced. Pero at the end of the day kasi, what can you do kung meron ka nga naman talagang Justin and Folex? And I told this to everybody. Justin is such an underrated player because this is what he does. He is an unsung hero and he is a silent killer. From the very first half natin, Moji, that 4 rounds straight, pinatikim ng Execration yung ginawa sa kanila ng Attras.
Yeah, alam ko kung hot take to, pero Justin reminds me of Dracifer minus the flashiness ng mga plays. No?
Yes.
I don't know if it's just me, pero dun ko
Somehow,
mayahambing itong si Justin, no? At palitan natin yung pagka-flashy ng finesse, which is yung na-offer niya rin dito for Execration. But unfortunately, here for Attras, we're back to our roots. Bumalik na naman tayo na si J. Kim, yung nagpapakahirap. And unfortunately, maraming ang mga naging mali dito, no? Parang hindi na nila nakikita yung mga mistakes nila once na tumapak tayo sa ating second half, which is really, really worrisome para sa
there
atin.
you go.
Pero sabi ni Paul, well, babawin lang naman namin yan dito sa ating new compound at meron pa tayong bonus to serve as a cherry on top of the cupcake dito, no? Ang pagka-MVP ni Paul, taking that 100% rating and a sure ball 1 kill per round. And again, sometimes, hindi pala sometimes, oftentimes, here for Paul, when it comes to the trade-offs, present na present siya dito bipolar at minsan, hinihigitan niya pa.
It's so scary to see Folex in this kind of form na talaga on the BL side, diretso lang siya man. Kasi alam niya, meron pong dalaw sa likod niya na hindi lang backup players, but players that can really enter and fight as well. Imagine that. 13 headshots for Folex. And we are up for a treat, Moji. Set number 3, and it's gonna be fun.
And I wonder if Attras still have something left, no? Meron pa ba silang backup dyan na gasolina, na tank, na baterya? Hopefully meron. Pero bago ako magtawag ng break, singit ko na rin to baka kasi mawala sa isip ko mamaya. Shoutout kay Jamie Bellan as well as kay Shengsi, Heart mga sisters. Shoutout kay Auxilian Clo, The Lost Tribe, Boss Aracilia, shoutout sa'yo, and as well as sa community ng Attras. Shoutout kay Louie Insipido, Max Oxford, and as well as Dongsi ADT. Maraming salamat sa tuloy na pagsusuporta dito at may bumubulong sa atin. Shoutout sa iyo, Salvatore. Pero, ang tanong natin dito, may bawi pa kaya ang Attras and would they be able to seal it up or would this be a simple answer from Execration? Malalaman natin yan mamaya pagkabalik ng ating laro. lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang
Oo, nakita mo sa flick of the wrist na mabutuhan niya.
Has to be careful, but he gets the shot. And he makes it to double. Receiving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. LB nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa raw tapos yun. Lahat ng aksyon, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano dun, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLP.
Literal na dumaan lang ang ating break at ngayon nagbabalik tayo sa istorya ng Attras against Execration na kung galing tayo sa ating unang mapa, nagtila tsunami, etong si Attras, parang meron tayong low tide ngayon nung dumaan ang new compound. Pero tingin mo ba, bipolar, may bawi pa kaya ang Attras against Execration?
I mean, I'm all up for it, no, na makabawi dito ang Attras or at least to close it in a 2-1 fashion, because if they don't, it's a reverse sweep mula dito sa Execration, and we can definitely say it was just a fluke yung ating first map natin dito for Attras. But I do like to commend their mid-roundings, no, and as well as their set plays. Pwede action nila i-replicate yung ginawa nila sa Ankara dito sa port. In a sense, because their CA, kind of like TB, all they need to do is secure yung mid-side natin. But remember, everybody, last time in summers na hindi pa naman to yung may Pacific map na players for Execration, they love to play a little bit. So if you think about it, pangalawang best pa lang to ng Execration support ngayong summer. There's not a lot of things to look at mula dito sa Attras. And if they fight here, well, amazingness for Attras. They might be playoffs bound after that.
Exactly. This is gonna be quite of another challenge once again, no? In a micro level. Kaya tingnan natin kung meron nga ba silang may bibira dito. Let's hand it over sa ating mga casters, the DR Tandem.
Thank you so much, Mochi and Bipolar. Malalaman nga ba natin kung may bitaw nga ba ang port para sa parehong Execration at Attras, no? Daydom, while the statistics say nga naman that there hasn't been a lot of Attras dito sa port map na to, apparently there was dito sa summer qualifiers at mismong Execration pa ang nakalaban nila ng time na to dito, pero ang napaka-brutal dito. Deja vu ba ito para sa Attras? Kasi nung time na nakalaban nila yung Execration sa port, natalo sila ng qualifiers nila, pre.
Yeah, I'm looking at the same sheet na tinitingnan mo dito, Ramon. No? And Port was a map na dumikit ang Attras dito sa Execration. 10-8 yung score back in the opener of the Swiss stage. Pero when you look at the context, ibang-iba kasi, no? Yung first map dun sa map laban nila na yon was Ankara, and it was a one-sided affair in favor of Execration. Kung maalala mo yung Ankara kanina, complete flip of the script. Yung Attras naman, yung nag-take over doon sa Ankara. In fact, it's uncanny na pareho nga yung scoreline halos dito, no, na Attras taking the win in that map. In the 10-3 score, the same score na tinalo yung Execration, yung Attras, ganoon din yung ginawa nila dito. I would argue that's enough argument para sabihin na we don't have any data to support kung anong mangyayari dito sa port map natin, which is partly true kasi yun nga yung Attras, no, but even back on the impact days, they barely played that map. Every single time na lumalabas yung port noong playoffs, suffice to say natalo sila doon, no matter what squad they're facing at LJC or SGJ, natalo din sila doon. So Attras, they're kind of stepping into the unknown in this map. And when you take a look at their VP matchup, hindi nila binantalaga nila yung port, no? So pakinggan natin anong plano.
Papay mo na ako.
Nag-deflash ako.
Agad mid.
Yan yung si Kay gumalaw. Isipin niyo, 4v5 tayo,
15 seconds tayo, bro. 15 seconds tayo, bro.
Isipin niyo, 4v5 Isipin niyo, 4v5.
No way, pare. I mean, na-notice ko two things. One, playing around K, which is arguably the person that has to actually step up dito support map, considering it is a sniper map overall. And another, they're all having vibes dito sa Attras Comms, pre. This is what you like to see after being down in that new compound map.
Exactly, I was about to point that out as well. Attras, you love to see the spirits na mataas parit sa players nila. And I like the mentality as well. Sabi nila 4v5 yung mentality natin dito, kasi hinahayaan lang nila si Kay na gumalaw kahit saan. In the same vein na hinahayaan ng Execration na gumalaw dito si Yotib. So kumbaga, sige, Kay at saka Yotib, maghanapan kayo.
That they do, pero pakinggan mo din yung comms kanina, pre. Sabi nila 15 seconds, no? So, mala VP nga ba to? Na matagal silang papasok? Or are we gonna get that first engagement this time? Okay. Release space na agad dun sa mid and Execration. Closest contact dito is MVA and K has been good on the first blood. Pero laban kay MVA, walang makukuha si K this time around. Good shots coming through from the M14. And Execration maintain hold dito sa mid na meron sila.
Yeah, that's a weird push as well from K. Why would you push mid with a sniper? No, given that this is sport, all of those walls are very much wall bangable. So walang matatakbuhan si K doon. And Attras nakuha din nila yung mentality nila na 4v5 with K down. Sipin natin kung paano sila papasok dito sa mid. Still presence mula kay RTA at Kid doon. 30 seconds on the clock. Gagalaw ang Attras pero papatigilan ni MBA. Kid, 1 HP. Kailangan pumasok ng Z. Wala pa ring espasyo ang Attras. Didiretso na lang sa CA in a desperate flee pero wala na talagang papasukan dito dahil pinatumba na silang lahat ni MBA. 4 kills already for X and CRG. It's just easy kills para kay Paul X. Execration didn't do much. Nag-react lang sila dun.
Kaya nga hindi din sila masyadong gumagalaw. Pwera na lang dun sa rotation na nakita natin after nila mapatay yung tatlo na nasa loob lamang na midside na yan. No? They heavily fortify yung both A at B site. Fully confident that NVA can take down yung Attras sa pagpasok dun sa good sort of decision for Execration to do that. 1-0 na tayo na yun mga tropa. And Attras, so they're gonna pop the brakes out. Ang bilis ng priority nila dito sa HB. It's almost like the same thing na nakita natin kanina. Let Kid play around the map habang Attras ay mag-play for that space.
Ay. Justin with a nice read and a nice flash from Paul X para ma-set up yung kill kay Kid. And it's crucial kills para dito sa Execration. I remember Ankara, the way na nakakuha ng mga rounds ng Exe ay kapag napigilan nila yung map control ng Attras, parang ganun din yung ginagawa nila dito in round number 2. Para Attras, susubukan pa rin nila. Tinawagan na nila si K. Sabi nila, dito ka na sa B, pasok na tayo.
Polex solo lang sa pag-hold dito on the box. Round para lang makakuha na mas magandang posisyon pero not gonna give given at the time but Justin is here to layer the defense para sa Execration. They only need 2 again. Para sa Execration, sira ang offense. Attras walang makapasok.
Tsaka very fitting na yung tatlong nasa taas ng player comes dito ng Execration. Justin, Folex, and CBN. The heaviest fraggers in all of the league. At least for Execration. And they're certainly proving that sa ngayon. 4 kills apiece para kay Justin. And actually MBA also. 4 kills. Because Execration playing reactively. Yun lang That's what makes sport a GR-sided map, no? Everything that's necessary on the GR is just to play reactive to the BL side. Lagyan mo ng konting aggression, and you get CBN with the first kill.
That's the first proactive team that they've done all throughout the game, pre. And definitely, RTA, hindi niya na-expect yun, considering how slow the game has been para sa Execration. Catching them off guard into a 4 versus 5 again. Familiar territory para sa Attras. Clear the corner dito sa CA kasi mukhang LA pa rin naman ang atake. And if Jakim is the one to first get that contact, kailangan niya i-clear dito si Yotib. Ang lapit lang nila sa isa't isa. Kita yung barrel at spotted si Jakim.
Wow.
The rifler that is Yotib has already taken control of LA.
Ngayon lang natin makikita ulit yung HK dito ni Yotib, no? And certainly still is effective. CVN, 1 HP kasi siya, no? So, nasa kanya muna yung sniper dito ni Yotib. Attras, 3 people left standing, pero papasok na naman sila dito sa angulo ni Justin. That is never a good idea. Buti na lang na trade ni K. M14 in his hands, K and Kid, the duo, the K brothers of Attras. Hindi sila makahanap ng espasyo dahil kitang-kita sila mula sa ilalim ng B sites. And Yotib to close it down with his HK, and that is Execration. With a resounding start, 3-0, napatay mo agad si Coach.
Can't believe he does it again. They dismantle the first push na nakita natin from Attras. And it was a surprise coming through para kay Yotib, who you normally expect at a position like top 8. But apparently everybody else on this squad can actually hold up the sniper. At kapag naramdaman ni Yotib kung gusto niya mag-rifle, sige. Given the rifle and LA is still secured by him. Doesn't help at all na nagpapakita ng hot and cold. Yung nakikita natin from Execration. Cold in a sense na pwede silang mag-hold lamang at enough na yun para hindi makapasok ang Attras. Hot in a sense that nakita mo yung map movement dito kay CBN on that LA position. That was the only hot thing na ginawa ng Execration so far. Kaya nagulat ng IGL na si RTA sa kanyang position, pre. It's the amount of unpredictability that you can expect from an Execration that can do everything self-sufficient, pre.
Injections of aggressiveness mula dito sa Execration, no? And it's more than enough. Early kills para sa Exe. And you can see the worried faces ng Attras kaagad, no? Probably nasesermonan na ngayon ni Coach or K, drafting up some plans para dito sa team niya. As the one that is talking dito sa ating player cams. But you have to see ano yung kailangan gawin dito ng Attras. Surprisingly, no, hindi kasing tagal yung defaults nila as in Ankara or in Compound. So maybe that's what Attras needs. Kailangan lang nila ma-remind sa playstyle nila. Perhaps that is what this timeout is for sa ating round number 3. Alright, we're back into the game. Execration. On a completely unrelated note, that's a nice looking jersey, Mr. Folex.
Kaya nga eh. Actually, I was about to notice. TBN's cam having a very, very good sort of vantage point para makita natin yung jersey ni Folex. Which is, sa mismong cam kasi ni Folex, hindi natin siya nakikita. Pero, definitely visible sa nakita natin sa series, being very consistent and how he impacts the team. Alright, pasok na agad dito sa store. And Attras. Actually, they're down yung early mark nila dito pa lamang sa may house B habang ang Execration. Hindi na naman sila gumagawa ng anything hot in this round.
Attras actually moving faster. Akala ko magdi-default pa sila na mas matagal, no? Pero tinulak nila si Kid dito sa may house B again. Just waiting for a peek mula dito kay Justin or perhaps kay Fall. But this is the first time, no, na nakapag-control ng Z ang Attras without any of their players going down yet. So that's good steps para sa kanila. Pero yung LA nila medyo delikado. Kaya iniwan muna nila si K sa SD.
No need to do too much when you're Attras. Nakalagay na yung mga tao yun. Nakahawak lamang dun sa HB as well dun sa LA. So all the stress has to be to take control of that CA position. Eh, no? And normally in these sort of scenarios, you're looking to try to nade out yung mga nasa loob ng top A na yan. But considering the position of Yotib, and considering how he's been playing so far, he can be anywhere around that top A. Nasa ilalim ba siya? Nasa mismong kalagitnaan ba siya ng top A? Nakahold ba siya dito sa stairs? This is Attras starved of info sa push nila.
CBN nasa BR, nakikinig niya na may gumagalaw dito sa ilalim niya pero gagalaw papalapit sa LA. Nandun siya sa bodega NBA, nakaintabay lang with the flashline na pero dito na sa LA ang Attras. RTA, easy kill para kay NBA at si CRG wala man lang cover. CBN making impact and he gets a couple of kills. Sapat na yon para kay Yotib. That's one quick kill. Rescope. And that is the USB for Yotib to definitively defy Attras. Execration. Reaction 4-0 kagad.
Talk about reactionary. They had the best decision to layer 4 people around that A site execute, pre.
Yes.
So, lahat ng angulo covered. May tao sa bodega, may tao nakatabi lamang si Yotib. Kaya sa kahit saang angulo mo tingnan, mababaliktad ang Attras sa pagpasok nila. Paul X on the long angle and CBN with the headshots again. Execration, galawang security guard kasi wala makakapasok sa Attras. Kahit saan nila gustuhin.
Oh, NBA, Paul X barely needs to see their opponents. Ridiculous defense sa Execration. Ito yung problema, Ramon, kapag may kalaban kang kasing linis, kasing hagupit ng Execration dito. There's nothing you can do. Kapag tumatama yung bala ng depensa, there's not much you can do.
Rush in towards Justin.
Siguro.
Na kaninang In place of Justin, it was MBA making Attras scared to take that mid position. Pero sa wall, hindi handa si Kid. Kahit saan pa magtago, mahabol siya ng mga bala ng M14 na yan.
Ramon, wala silang
RTA
mapasok.
also goes down, pre. Perfect nade on top of that. Execration. Just dismantling Attras. Walang space na makuha. Walang mapatay sa Execration. Kahit saan mo patingnan, Doom. Talagang trap talaga ang Attras.
It's a crushing defense mula sa Execration. I'm sorry for the noises I'm making, ladies and gents. Pero kasi, ini-imagine ko yung sarili ko na ako yung Attras. Oy, teka lang. K and CRG with disgusting shots. Maybe may pag-asa pa. Tinan mo yung buhay ni Kayo, literal na piso. Kapag naubuhan siya dito ni Justin, laglag na yan. And speaking of Justin, every single time na pinupush siya dito sa RS, lagi siyang nakakill. And they're about to walk into his crosshair. Justin, 1. And that's a second. Justin again para sa Execration. 6-0.
They're playing within their own bounds and not doing too much pagdating dun sa early, pre. Makuha lang yung damage dun sa mid. Kahit nalagay yung smoke dyan, you know that the Attras are either contesting papunta dun sa Z o kaya doon sa curve. Either way, may damage na hahantungin.
Okay.
Pero Attras, when they pop the brakes just like that, they'll get 3 kills in a blink of an eye. Mapapatay si Kid, oo, pero Attras already have that B site.
I don't like that play from Execration. Nag-push sila. Kaya sila naubos, no? MBA trying to recover. Pero yung flash niya medyo tumalbog. Medyo di niya nakita na may pipe doon sa may tagiliran. Kaya makakapagtanim si RTA dito sa A site. Sa B site, rather. K, regaining Z. And this is the crunch they're looking for. MBA nahuli. Polex tatalikod. Pero nasa likod niya rin yung isa. 27 seconds on the timer. And Polex will fall down. Exe. Although, I actually am curious why they felt the need para mag-push doon. I mean, it was a perfect half without them pushing.
Hey, ako si Folex na lahat gumagana para sa Execration. Hindi ko gugustuhin kung gumawa ng something different, pare. Siguro na realize ng Attras considering the positions that they still held. Hawak pa rin dun pa lang sa may HB. Na-punish lamang yung over-aggress dito for Execration. At least now, there's some life left in this Attras squad.
Yes.
And they get the round that they were looking for. But the question is it too late?
More importantly, is it repeatable? Remember, Ramon, kaya lang sila nanalo doon kasi naging masyadong agresibo ang Exe. Parang, kumbaga, feeling ko sinubukan lang nila. No? Maybe try natin na hulihin dito yung Attras. Baka magulat sila. But they're still prepared for the fight. Have to remember, mahilig mag-default tong Attras, no? So Execration, that was not the best idea, but at least 5 pa rin naman yung lamang nila dito, so may leeway sila na magkaroon ng ganong mistakes. And look at the setup from Exe actually, it's very simple. Actually, nasa top A lang si Yotib, no? And 2-2 split. It's as simple as it gets para sa Execration. I mean, yes, may CA players sila, but other than that, it's standard holds for their players.
Di din umaalis sa philosophy nila around Yotib. I think everybody else has worked them around or the map around dito sa mid para sa Execration. Forcing Attras now to find the weaker side and they're hoping that Folex is the weaker side and finally they get the headshot pero MVA here to get the trade. Justin as well, the Pacific Brothers layering the defense para hindi na naman makapasok ang Attras. That is a beautiful headshot para kay CBN. And again, kailangan nilang umalis. 4 na nakatao lamang. Titingnan ang rotation. K gets the shot kay Yotib. Now that is a runway for Attras para makapag-plant sa C4 dun sa top A.
And that's because Justin let go of that mid area pero hindi siya papayag na mawala without getting a kill. RTA, siya yung nahuli ni Justin. Kaya mag-isa na lang si K, hindi makapagtanim ng bomba. CA players for Execration, doon sila manggagaling. At mali ang anggulong tinignan ni K. Hindi niya alam, nasa likod niya na si MBA. Pwede pa tong i-defuse habang wina 1v1 ni K yung isa. Akyat si MBA to secure the C4 and the kill. 7-1 Execration, balik lang sa normal na depensa. At madali na ang trabaho nila dito, Ramon. It feels as easy as it gets dito sa port, at least for Execration.
Finally back to normal programming so far for Execration. I did like it for Attras. They did find the weaker side. But the problem is it was a little too much time para makapasok sa site.
Oh my
and that
God.
is also MVA on the shot. He's been beautiful in the previous round. And in this second K, hindi siya makakuha ng patay agad. Hindi siya makalaro ng crossfire pre.
Yote back on the sniper at si MVA. Balik na lang sa rifle, sa M14 after getting that opening kill. Oh, si Kid nag-sniper na rin. On top of J. Kim. In the hopes na mag-push ulit yung XA or mag-peek man lang. Kahit si Polex pag nag-peek dito, medyo delikado. Kaya hindi niya nagagawin. I mean, advantage already para sa Execration. Oh, they already got the 1 kill. So they don't need to move at all. Smoke para kay Paul. Para lang maka-reposition siya pabalik ng house. And he's out of there.
Almost like they're trying to just perfect the map movement that they have right now. Layering both that A site, layering that mid space ulit. K down also means that Attras have to really slow things down.
Uy.
I can't fault them na nakita nga nila yung kanilang potential, pero CBN spotted na agad because of the peak layer down na nakita natin from RTA. I have an idea from the setup, pero the biggest question mark is the top A position, pre. Kaya hindi makapapasok or makakuha ng space yung LA players. We don't normally see Jakem. Sniper na hawak niya ngayon. Justin versus Jakem dito sa mid space. But instead, he's just gonna go towards Z. They're gonna layer down yung possible B push. So Justin, pasa Jakem, and I think Attras have a very space. Pasok na lang sila dito sa B site.
Binigyan pa ng info ni Jacob na may sniper dito sa mid. So si Justin, di na talaga magpipik yan. Just holding for his life. Execration, rotation papuntang B. Saktong-sakto dito ng Attras. And Justin finds his impact. Finds his 3 kills!
Man.
At yung Attras naglaho na naman sa kamay ng isang Justin. Magre-reload, magre-repeak. And that is going to be his 4th of the round. Execration pinaglalaruan ang Attras Esports.
Walang magagawa ang Attras. No matter how many times they try to push out of HB when it's Justin and MVA stepping up on the defense, pre. Walang space na makukuha kahit may RTA na nakalapit na, pre. This is undeniable coming through para sa Execration. The team that we touted to have to close the gap up against Virtus.pro and Team Stallions. And on their way towards the playoffs, a brutal display up against Attras, especially on the GR side of Port Pre. I would be shaking in my boots kung ako yung Attras.
Kahit ako. At this point, actually, magsiset in na sa akin yung realidad. Na uuwi na ang Attras. Tapos na ang kwento nila sa Masters Summer. Especially with this scoreline, 1-8. In the first half dito sa Port. And yung napansin ko rin dito, no, na napansin din ng Execration kanina pa, the reason why palaging nasa top A si Yote, kasi walang lineups yung Attras with the HEs papunta doon. Or kung meron man, di nila ginagamit for some odd reason. Ramon, kaya yung BL side nila naging predictable. Kaya ang daming kills si Justin kasi contact play lang ng contact play yung Attras eh.
Di nila yung first contact yung CA. They're just gonna go all in sa LA, kaya mapapatay si K dun. Na-realize ng Execration, there's no layers sa defense nila on A, kaya ang bilis at ang dali. Nakuha nila yung 3 kills to make it a 2 versus 4. Execration, dominant on the push. Kahit makuha ni CRG, si RTA na lang ang matitira. And in a 1v3 where CBN is moving just like that, the mountain is crumbling para sa Attras. And Execration get up the match point.
Set point, match point para sa Exe dito sa Port. At ang bilis ng round na yon, pero pabibilisin pa ng Exe, Ramon.
Naku, ang bilis na nila. Si Yontib, hindi na siya magsasnipe. M14 para CRG will get that 1-for-1, but Folex is here. MVA will get one more. Execration, the inevitable support map. The inevitable up against Attras. There is no redemption arc anymore. This is an Execration that want to get themselves the top spot. Brutal support map. 2-1 laban sa Attras.
Matutumba pero aahon ulit. Execration looking as powerful as ever. Pinatumba na nila at pinauwi ang Attras dito sa port with one of the fastest games dito sa ating group stage. 9-1 into a 10-1 dito sa port. And the last time they faced, it was close. Pero ngayon, it was not. Not even.
Iba yung Swiss stage sa mismong group stage pare. When the stakes are high sa last week ng group stage, kapag you're trying to, try to chase after the round differential as well as get yourself to the talk of playoffs, iba na talaga yung competition pre. At medyo na-realize na rin yun ng Execration, since after the recent struggles na nakita natin in the early stages of the group stage, they needed to step up. And we definitely saw that constant coming through dito sa Attras game. Oo, nag-falter sila nung nakita natin yung Ankara game na yon, but their mental held strong. At lalo sa new compound na mismong map pick ni ng Attras, ginawa nilang bahay yung new compound na yun. Mas lalo na pinakita yung vacation home nila, which is yung port map na to. Walang nabat-bat ang Attras. And unfortunately for them, pare, you mentioned it, pre, their story for the playoffs has come to an end because of this loss.
Unfortunately, for Attras, they have to face the music. Pero that is pressure lifted off of them. Malay mo, may milagro mangyari, na maging 4-5 yung score nung tatlong team na naglalabanan doon sa last 2 slots natin. Maybe may chance pa ang Attras, pero I don't want to give false hope. This is realistically their goodbyes para dito. Meron pa naman silang ilang laban na natitira. I believe they're going up against ComebackFriends and Taring Bobby, So meron pa silang dalawang laban na natitira. And Attras, with the pressure lifted, they have a chance to reassert their name dito sa liga natin. But Execration, sa usapan ng liga, on a different league laban sa Attras. At pinakita nila yun ngayon, Ramon.
Exactly, pre. Just have to put emphasis, these are Masters rookies. Jakim in his rookie year, despite the experience, pre, So definitely a bright future for Attras, but today is for Execration. So with that all being said, ibabalik na namin sa panel ang pag-wrap up ng serya ng Execration versus Attras. So Mochi and Bipolar, take it away.
Maraming salamat, Dedomen, as well as Ramon and boy, boy, we took a lot para dito for Attras, but unfortunately it's just not enough. And parang nire-iterate na rin natin yung importansya that they need to repeat the same thing na ginawa nila from Ankara into here, but I don't think that definitely happened because they're just being overwhelmed here by Execration, who's been able to show na port is indeed in their hands.
That was almost just too perfect for Execration, guys. We saw layers mula dito sa Attras na parang, alam mo yun, kailangan pilasin na Execration, pero parang no Execration na yung kalaban nila, it was basically parang kit-kit lang. Madaling tanggalin yung layers ng Attras dito, and it was easy to play out, especially sa holds dito ng NBA sa mid. It was just free-flowing dito sa ating buong mapa ng Porto. On the GR side, we saw it amazingly. Everything denied. Everything despite the players getting damaged dito sa ating Execration. We saw them in a flow state kung saan parang lahat gumagana. You saw MVA with a TRG. You saw a full 5-man onslaught with rifles dito sa last round ng ating BL side ng ating Execration, and you saw as well an HK in the hands or an M14 as well possibly dito sa kamay ni Iobib. Talagang lahat gumagana for Execration. I'm so sad, honestly, in the bottom of through the bottom of my heart para dito sa Attras, because their chances of getting into playoffs, there's still some, pero that is minuscule now just because of their multiple losses. Pinakita naman dito ngayon ni CRG na he can be the surge factor para makapuntos dito ang Attras, even for K getting those immediate shots. Sinasabi ko nga kanina na if Yotib dies immediately, K will outfrag everybody in this server, pero hindi natin nakita yon. Execration just fully gunning it, and 1-10 scoreline with Attras only getting 1. And look at that, the Pacific boys of all 2 players dito sa ating Execration with an accumulation of 21 kills or 31 kills together with just an NBA. I'm telling you, this is just not 100% performance. This is 1,000% mula sa dalawang players na ito.
Exactly. And I would like to retract my statement kanina, that Justin is like Lucifer without the flashiness. parang
Meron
may
na.
flashiness dito. Meron na, no?
Yes.
Narinig tayo kaagad dito in the map of Fort. And it's just insane how he's been able to show
Look at
na siya
that.
talaga ang alas dito ng Execration in the map of Fort. Dude, did you remember that round wherein he's been able to take 4 just by
Yes.
ensuring na iikutan niya lang yung nag-iisang kahundon, no? Sa Madrid taas ng ating B-site. Ang lala ng ginawa ni Justin dun, and it's so nice that we've been able to see him at his fullest form. 100% rating after that one, at hindi lang kill ang kanyang abag, may additional damage pa sa mga miyembro natin dito from Attras.
Wow.
At if you missed it, sayang, no? Kailangan mo balikan, panoorin mo ulito. Kasi hindi biro yung pinagdaanan ng Attras dito sa ating serye ngayon. 10-3 ang kanila nakuha dito from Ankara, pero sabi ni Execration, hanggang dyan lang yan. Taking that 10-4 and 10-1 sa mapa ng new compound and as well as Port.
Yun ang Mochi, pinakita sa atin dito ang lakas ng Attras. Parang it's very rare. Alam natin dito, just like Kierdas, just like MATTJESS, just like any kind of team na kaya
Yes.
palakasin yung team nila in the first 2 sets is mawawala yung lakas. Ngayon lang tayo nakakita ng malakas sa first set, nawala sa last 2 sets natin yung lakas. It's pretty crazy, no? That Attras has some firepower. Yes, Attras is improving day by day, pero hindi lang talaga kinaya up against the Wild Dogs. Kapag naging rampant talaga yung mga Wild Dogs natin first Execration, talagang they will be rampant. But now, for our match MVP, ikaw na naman! Paul X with a 1.39 KD, a 0.81 na headshot
Wow.
percentage, Mochi. That is
Wow.
such an amazing feat. Lalo na kahit di siya dito nag-double digits in terms of KD sa ating last set, still amazing mula kay Paul X.
Sorry guys, natatawa ako. Kasi every single time na si Paul yung na-interview namin dito, imposibleng walang pa-post tsaka words of wisdom, no? And seems like bro has been able to do very great in this series,
Yes.
no? At maya-maya maririnig din natin ang kanyang mga inputs, no? Sa oras na interviewin natin siya. Pero it's just right na balikan din natin, ano nga ba yung mga pinaggagawa dito ni Paul? Kung bakit niya nakuha itong titulo ng pagiging match MVP? Abay, ito lang naman, no? Rumagasa sa mapa ng Fort, and been able to be consistent all throughout simula nung umpisa kahit na nakinuha ng Attras ang ating mapa ng Ankara. Well, 32 kills in total lang naman ang kanyang nakuha dito to top it all this series for tonight. Kaya naman, it's just about time para i-welcome natin sa ating desk ngayon si Paul X.
Hello, ¿cómo
Hi,
estás?
Paul.
What's up, bro?
Muy
Very
bien?
good, bro.
Muy bien?
Estoy bien.
So good.
Unsa
Muy
man na?
bien.
Bien.
Unsa man? Gawe ka, Paul. Congratulations for taking that match MVP again, bro. You're so good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Parang di ko tayo matanong ng mga serious dito si Polix. Hindi ko alam kung ano pwede tanongin.
Ang
Mochi,
hirap
ikaw
pagka
muna,
si
ikaw
Paul
muna.
Yung interviewin natin. Pero yun, Paul, no? I am wondering what happened
Uy.
sa mapa ng Ankara natin at parang nahirapan tayo.
Ano, talagang talo lang kami sa barilan sa kanila. Ang ganda rin ng... Sorry, yun lang, talagang natalo lang talaga nila kami sa barilan. Yun lang talaga, sobrang talong-talo kami kanina. Wala pa, hindi pa mainit eh. Ayan, nagpainit muna.
Ayun nga.
Sure ba yun? Hindi
Sure.
sa talagang pinag-aralan kayo? Sure yun?
Sure yan.
Alright. Okay. Sige. How about you,
At
my
le-
Polar? Baka may questions ka.
At least may acknowledgement na mula kay Folex na talaga outgun sila sa
Yes.
very first set, no? But I would like to ask, no, Folex, since ganun ngayon nangyari, what was the reset point, no? Kasi just one map away, one set away, mapapanalo na sana ng Attras, and they were really dominating sa first set natin. Talagang halos di kayo maka 6 points dito sa ating first map.
So, ayun nga. Yun lang naman eh. Talo na talaga kami sa barilan. Tapos nung second sumunod na, doon na talaga namin sila natalo sa barilan. Yun na talaga.
Okay.
Puro barilan talaga.
I would like to connect my next question, no, Folex, dito. Nakikita na natin dito, Folex, ang buong Execration halos journey na ang lahat ng mapa na available ngayon sa map B2 natin. Would you really say na despite 2 rounds, parang 2 times pa lang, no, kayo nakakapag-port, na isa na to sa mga strong suits nyo pagdating dito sa ating group stage ng ating Masters?
Sorry pa ulit tong question. Hindi ko mag-gets yung point.
Okay.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Kayo mo
Again,
yun.
no, I hope you're muy bien, Paul X, Jayo. First and foremost, no, nakita na natin ang buong Execration na nagamit lahat ng mapa natin dito sa map Vito. And we're seeing some highlights. Isa pa lang ang talo niya so far, right? Tapos puro papanalo dito ngayon, especially up against top teams. And now, diving deep, is there a map na parang is port the map na parang we can definitely say na parang mag-secure na walang butas sa kahit anong Vito, kahit anong map ban pa yan, map pick pen, ready ang buong Execration?
Oo, ready naman kasi naman yan tawag dito. Lahat naman din ng mapa talaga kailangan practicein pati rin naman yung mga ibang teams, sure naman di kami na lahat ng mapa pina-practice sila So kahit ano naman laro namin mapa, naman yun, tawag dito, ready naman kami.
I mean, tinanong ko lang yun, Folex, kasi nakikita namin na parang kakaiba talaga yung gantong Execration ngayon na parang may set play kapag GR side, di ba? Nakikita natin yun pag Ankara, you have very 2-1-2 setup, especially na si Yotid nandito. Tapos, even here sa port na you have NBA and sometimes just dito sa mid na parang walang butas, which is pretty good. No? Yun na nga, sabi mo, kailangan talaga i-practice sa lahat ng mapa. So, yan, amazingness mo lang sa Execration. Mochi.
Thank you!
True.
Thank you.
Welcome again. Grabe, Paul, no? Lala, every single time na yung interview ka dito, no, napapadahaba yung chika natin. Pero it's about time, no? Pwede mo nang ilapag dyan ang iyong mga shoutouts and mga salutations sa iyong mga fans and supporters.
Okay, so kauna-una ang i-shoutout ko yung dati kong coach, si Coach L. Coach L, thank you!
Yeah.
And shoutout sa ibang casters, kay Daydom, kay Ramon, kay Ate Mochi, kay Salvi, kay Sneaky, kay Atele, sa buong Tiger City Bladers, and sa dati kong coach si Mark Christian Kagiwa, sa mga tropa ko dyan sa Nueve Ecija, kay Limuel, kay Lloyd yan, sa mga boss namin sa labas, sa Execration family, kay La Boss B, kay La Kuyewe, kay Kuya Terong, and sa teammates ko, pati sa girlfriend ko, kay Tiffany, pati sa mama ko.
Yun!
Bipolar.
Grabe, dami na buong barangay ang shoutout dito ni Paul. At Paul, bago ka mamaalam, isang ang banat dyan. Isang Mark Christian Kagiwa nga dyan.
Hindi ako
Yun! Solid! Solid. Maraming salamat, Paul. I'm looking forward sa iyo mga susunod na laban.
Thank you!
Congratulations, Folex. Thank you so much. Mochi, shoutout mo nga ako, Mochi. Hindi ko ibababa. Hanggat di ako shoutout.
Shoutout ka niya, promise.
Okay, shoutout niya ako. Okay.
Yeah,
kasi iba na pangalan ko Iba na pangalan ko sa CrossFIRE, kala ko yun yung i-aaral niya. Pero yun na nga, Mochi. It is gonna be intense, no, na ganito na ngayon. Parang, if we can safely say na onti minuscule na lang ang pwedeng chances dito ng Attras, Execration ready for the playoffs. Officially, kahit na 80% pa lang sinasabi dito nila NBA na yun pa lang yung grasp nila sa buong CrossFIRE.
Couldn't agree more with what you said. No, I feel like that's already quite of a given and a fact, especially after all of the results na pinapakita ngayon dito ngayon ng Execration. Pero tama na yun, no? Nag-enjoy tayo ng husto sa kanilang serye, and I feel like for the next one, mag-e-enjoy din tayo. Will MATTJESS curse and as well as their branding activate again kontra sa Team Stallions? Malalaman natin yan maya-maya.
Careful, but he gets the shot and he gets the trouble. Receiving play pa. Duguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing Prevalence Race here dito sa house.
Ano doon, flash grenade? PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KFP!
Tayo ay naririto muli para sa ating CFS SEA Masters 2026 Summer, the third match. At this time, ang magtatapat ay Team Stallions against MATTJESS. And do you think, Bipolar, that MATTJESS can do the ineffable and the surprising and the unexpected again against dito sa Team Stallions?
I mean, ayun na nga, we regard STS as number 1. Some would say otherwise, but it's still in the it's still in the mix. Pero ngayon, matches last possible game, that is their big hurdle. It's STS pa. And they're one loss away from not even qualifying dito sa ating playoffs, or maybe possibly sa round differential if something happens sa ating mga standings. Pero ngayon, di ba, STS in a somewhat better form, still in the rebuilding phase with the Revenge at KLP, pero yun na nga, STS at the end of the day is STS.
True. And let us talk about them even further, no? And so far, their performance has been pretty much stable. But I don't know if it's just me, this might be a hot take, pero parang it doesn't have the same spiciness and aura as before. But at the same time, they're building something else with it, with Revenge integration dito sa ating team.
Yeah, yun na nga, rebuilding is there, pero it's still Stallions. I second you on that, no, Mochi, na parang it doesn't look the same. Pero kasi Revenge gives a different taste pagdating dito sa Stallions. And I would like to actually say na it could be for the better, honestly. Para lang masabayan dito yung players natin, just like Kano, just like Lloyd, just like just like KLB. Pero sometimes, kailangan din talaga dito matutunan ni Revenge kung paano maglaro si KLB. That passiveness is what Stallions, what we were looking at Stallions before eh. Kasi there was a matchup beforehand sa ating group stage na parang kailangan natin si Revenge mag-play very, very slow. And he didn't even do that to a point na todong passive. There was a time, pero on the GR side pa ng sub-base, he was still moving towards CR, moving towards DR, and if Revenge really does improve at the end of the day, well, okay lang. But Team Stallions, you know what? KLB has been frying as an IGL, right? Topping the frags right now as the IGL frags together with Kellar. Pero man, look at that. After that loss mula dito sa ating Execration, tuloy-tuloy ang arangkada nila up against Taring Babi ngayon. Matches their third and final matchup. Well, let's see kung makakatalo nga ba sila ng matches na meron ng Vincent.
With the same history or match history na meron dito, no, for Virtus.pro earlier on, although I am actually curious, no, if matches would be able to take a map away or even take the series, or Team Stallions will just keep on being Team Stallions themselves. Especially na for this one, it is a must-have para dito kay matches na mapanalo itong seryeng ito in order to cement themselves patungo dito sa ating playoffs. Kaya naman pag-usapan na rin natin kung ano nga ba ang meron dito for matches, because to be fair, when it comes to rising up to the occasion and always full of surprises, well, sila agad ang iyong unang maiisip na pinamumunuan syempre ni Vincent.
Yeah, pinamununan niya ni Vincent, ni Ninkyu, ni Zach, ni Edjan, ni Jason, lahat na yan. You would say na, uy, MATTJESS, talo na agad yan. Stats pa lang, di ba? 82 dito kay Jason, 88 kay Vincent, Yetja with 88 as well. Yung sniper nila, 1.00 lang. Exactly. Well, you have to look at it in a perspective na kailangan mo panoorin ng live yung laro nila, because these are explosive players. And I'm telling you, with the recent stint dito ni Yetja na umaangat lang siya talaga dito sa ating standings beforehand, kasi first 2 weeks natin, Yetja wasn't really that powerful, pero ngayon he also still instilled that Vincent effect tulad neto ni Ninkyu. I would like to say, if the map B2 is right para dito sa matches, if maging Black Widow to or something like that, there might be a chance, or there might be still a slim chance para ma-catch off guard dito ang buong Stallions. Pero kasi there's also an argument na medyo mahirap yun. So tingnan natin, no, there's also been some upgrades mula dito kay Ninkyu, especially dito sa kanyang peripherals, which is pretty nice. Tingnan natin kung magagamit niya nga ba ito fully up against Stallions.
Exactly. Especially na nagkaroon tayo ng very, very bright moments galing dito for Ninkyu, no? And alongside na rin, like you have mentioned, yet just been steadily adjusting and ensuring na magkakaroon at tataas ang kanyang mga numero throughout the course of the weeks. And kitang-kita naman na nag-reflect yun dito sa ating match history for matches. Tabla at pantay na ang numero ng magtatalo at pagkapanalo nila dito at paunti-unti silang umaangat at gumagapang pataas dito sa ating standings. But again, the road leads to Team Stallions, which is a must talaga para sure, no? At safe na ang kanilang spot papunta sa ating playoffs. Pero, merong katanungan para dito kay Vincent. Which opponents are you looking forward the most in the last week? And what can you say to them? Well, sabi lang naman ni Vincent, we're looking forward to facing every opponent in the last week because every match is a chance to prove ourselves. To all the teams, let's give it our all, play with respect, and make every game competitive and exciting. Best of luck to everyone. Sinabi niya yan, no? Napaka-forman naman pala ni Boss Vincent.
Yes, kulang na lang may kurbata dito si Vincent para masabi niya talaga yun ng tuluyan, no? Pero yun ang ano, Vincent, yes, he's a man of many words and I feel like this sums up sa yung buong journey so far ng ating matches, no? With STS being the last stretch para sa kanila, I would like to say, also coming in from the words dito ng ating past IGL na si Jason, na that EWC slot is also in the line. MATTJESS, man, this is a tough fight. If you were to ask me, Mochi, na makaka 2-0 dito ang MATTJESS, I would be very, very surprised. I would throw off my computer towards the window if mangyari yun. Because it's still very,
grabe naman.
It's parang ano, if you think about it, realistically, a lot of people will agree with me on this, na parang hirap isipin na pwedeng gawin yun ng MATTJESS, lalo na't ganito ang styles, despite them having the recent roster changes.
To be fair, yeah, I might agree with you on that one, no? Pero let's see sino nga ba yung pagtatapat din dito, no, sa ating head-to-head because this might aid us more into thinking ano nga ba yung mga strengths and weaknesses nitong pareho nating team. Well, simulan natin yan sa stats nila dito and as well as sa kakapalan ng playbook bipolar.
Yeah, I feel like no, tignan natin dito ang ating head-to-head with the IGLs. It's KB and as well as Vincent. Vincent has a bigger pressure here. Not just because he's up against Stallions, pero kasi he's an IGL that needs to actually provide pressure and that needs to control every pawn or every piece dito sa chessboard niya para lang makakuha ng rounds. Meanwhile, KLB, he can definitely just, no, kunwari kung sub-base to, he can definitely just stay dito sa ating missile side. If ayaw dun ni Revenge, pwede siyang mag-lay low, kumbaga. Hindi niya kailangan dito ng full-on onslaught kasi nandyan naman yung star players mo like Revenge, Kano, Loy, and JJ to be another shot call or at least parang mapadali lang yung boy dito ng KLB. No, Vincent doesn't just need to prove him to be an IGL but also a fragger. Yan yung kahirapan dito sa ating head-to-head. Meanwhile, KLB, man, again, sinasabi ko naman sa inyo, he's one of the top fragging IGLs right now. And Vincent, man, you have to be ready not just for Stallions but for this head-to-head.
And they should also be ready with the maps, no? Na paglalaroan din natin ang mga teams right now because I'm pretty sure there's gonna be some interesting stuff cooking up dito, no? For both of us. Ewan ko na lang kung magiging decider ang sub-base na naman! Which is quite crazy for us. But we have Ankara here being chosen by Team Stallions at meron din tayong fourth here for MATTJESS Bipolar. This will be grim for MATTJESS.
Nagkahayaan pa sila, Mochi, na pumili ng sub-base dito, no? Etong dalawang teams natin sa very first place ng ating picking. But yeah, very, very grim just because Ankara and as well as Sport, we saw Stallions play this so much. Ankara specifically, no? At lalo't magsisimula pa sila sa BL side nila, it's gonna be intense because STS doesn't even mind. Actually, I would like to see them more na mag-start palagi dito sa BL side, no? Kasi may kita natin A-split push nila, that coverage towards C8, towards TB. Basically, full-on onslaught kasi we never see them specifically dito sa hotel most of the time kasi Low will just be trying to hold that ground, no? Especially na may malikot ditong ㍍Match sa kabila on matches para ma-shut off nyo yun, just like what they did on Execration. Pero pagdating dito sa Port, again, parang nag-start na naman ang Stallions sa strong side nila because they will be starting on the cheer side. And imagine this, Mochi. Port, Revenge is there. Zach will be fighting through hell pag pumasok na dito tayo sa Port kapag naglaban na itong dalawang teams natin. So, sub-base would have been better na maging nandito sa first base natin para makita natin yung tapatan ng dalawang teams na to. Pero if it goes towards 2-0, well, we will never see that there.
I hope that we step onto sub-base just for the story.
Hopefully,
no?
yeah.
And I feel like there's also the time wherein Zach requires to be online more than ever, no? Bawal yung hindi natin siya makikita dito. Pero ito ang ating mga predictions, no? 2-0 all across the board except for Sneaky Frog vouching na maaaring makakuha ng isang mapa ang MATTJESS dito.
Yeah, I mean, I can't blame Sneaky Frog na makakuha dito ng mapang buong matches, no? Despite the veto right now, and first time lang naman natin ito makita, there's still some powers, especially I believe sa Ankara. Personally, kapag nakaputos dito ng marami ang players natin for matches on the Ankara, it will be very, very good. Kahit matalo sila sa port, they will meet on sub-base. So, yeah, there's possibility na makaputos pa rin dito ang matches.
True. And I believe na ipakita na rin natin, no, kung ano nga ba ang puntos natin or ratings from the community. Well, this is gonna be leaning to our Team Stallions. This is extraordinary stats. 96% no, ang nagva-vouch na Team Stallions will be taking the cake here. Pero, MATTJESS, you already saw this before. Nakita mo na tumaliwas ang lahat against yung possibility na kayo ay manalo. I'm not gonna be surprised if they're gonna simply prove us wrong para dito, no, sa kanilang tapatan alongside with Team Stallions. And in order for us to pick apart everything na meron dito sa ating laban so far, right now, well, let us welcome ang ating casters na sasama sa atin para sa aksyon. Maya-maya, let's welcome Sneaky Frog and as well as Salvatore. Hello guys, welcome again dito sa ating desk. Parang kanina lang nagkita tayo. Hello. And I guess we can start it off. Sneaky Frog, do you think that the curse here na inilalapag ni MATTJESS would be alive sa ating current series?
Oh, for sure. Curse, you can call it, I like to call it the prophecy, no? Para dito sa MATTJESS, not gonna lie. I think I was the one who posted it actually na every single time na nakakapasok itong MATTJESS dito sa group stage, whether it is Masters, whether it is Regionals, they somehow, some way slip into playoffs. And kahit na nagbago na yung format natin for Masters and they actually had a worse season going into the last one, no? Nakapasok pa rin sila somehow, some way. So yun nga, no? They really are, or at least the spirit of them actually in the form of QRD, if I'm not mistaken. Pero yun nga, MATTJESS, obviously, they are ramping up kumpara sa nakita natin from week number 1, 2, and 3. And I have full belief, no, that this could be their final form going into yung series na to. Kasi ito na yung last chance na possibly na makakapasok sila sa playoffs. But then at the same time, Stallions yung kalaban mo at the end of the day. That's just the reality of it. No, Stallions, obviously, they have had a few mishaps pagdating sa kanilang macro, but it is very quickly covered ng, yun nga, no, ng mga ibang players dito with their highlight plays. Kagaya nga dito ni Kano at kagaya nga dito ni KLB. I think para sa MATTJESS, no, they need to look for a way to punish yung mga mistakes dito ng Stallions more heavily without costing them too many lives dito. Kasi, ayun nga, no, once the ball starts rolling dito sa side ng Stallions, especially when the fight starts, hindi na yan titigil whatsoever. So they need to find a way to really neutralize that specifically.
Yeah, definitely, no? And it's all about punishing the recklessness na maaari din natin makita dito from Team Stallions later on. And hopefully that MATTJESS finds a way in order to do just that, no? Especially na hindi biro ang ating dalawang mapang pag-uumpisahan natin. Pero how about you, Salvatore? Do you have any expectations din dito, no? From MATTJESS specifically, knowing na nakita na natin sila at their best form against Execration?
When Vincent says na kaya niya, I definitely believe it, though, Mochi. After the series with Attras, nag-PM yan sa akin si Boss Vincent. Shoutout nga pala sa'yo. He definitely said that he's that confident. Kakayanin nga talaga nila. And I think with his words, which was already proven naman during spring, na talagang pinapatunayan niya he's the biggest underdog of the whole league. I feel like anything is possible dito. No hate to Team Stallions, but this feels like a MATTJESS prophecy na sinulat nga talaga ni Sneaky Frog ever since the dawn of MATTJESS. So if something is absolute, syempre, yung mga hindi lang naman naniniwala, yung kaya naman magpatanggal ng prophecy yan. So I'm very, very much excited to witness these two fight against each other.
Yes, and hopefully that we can see just that, no? And for Team Stallions, though, I feel like it is worthy being noted na si Kano right now is being ranked first, no? As the Wonder Kid, as for sure, no? Destroying the whole league with his skills, which is just insane bipolar.
Yun na nga, I mean, Kano is such a powerful player, talent na prodigy, the wonder kid is always online.
Lahat na.
The matter is now, no? Lahat na. Every time he's here. Pero kasi kung isipin mo, if matches cannot shut down Kano in any kind of form, they have 4 more players to shut down. And Kano, man, he'll be driving off of that force na parang kung di nyo papasin, kung di nyo pupuntahan, just like what other teams did nung si KLP pa nandito naglaro mostly from the last Masters before, even bago tayo mag-CFS. Kano will be very much hungry for blood, no? Lalo na Porto, lalo na Ankara to, that these are maps that he can play on despite na hindi pa nakakapag-port ang buong Stallions sa buong Masters recently, no? So, let's see. Kano can definitely outshine not just Revenge but the entirety of the server.
Especially that Team Stallions is trying to get back that perfect run, no, after being tarnished dito sa ating group stage so far. Pero I think we can include more players in the mix. So let's... And do you think that they can still make that magic happen, Stinky Frog?
One second, there we go. Sorry, mahina yung signal dun. Mochi, for a moment. Pero ayun nga, no, I feel like definitely the Zack and Intyu lifeline is definitely in full effect, no? Dito sa ating series. Kasi ito na yun, this is possibly the yung masasabi natin prophecy nga dito kanina, no, Mochi. This is exactly where they need to be. Back against the ropes, and kailangan na nila mag-perform, and the pressure is already there. And usually, pagdating dito kay Ninkyo at kay Zack, they really do perform really well under pressure. No? Nagkakataon lang talaga na, you know, they do get destroyed in some of these games. And I feel like if you do get destroyed, like for example, 7-3, like at 8-3, you do get deflated, no? Pero pag medyo close pa yung score, 8-6 and 8-7, let's just say, nararamdaman mo pa na gusto pang lumaban dito ni Ninkyo and gusto pang lumaban dito ni Zack. So, hopefully, we do see itong si Ninkyu and itong si Zack, especially kasi Mochi, no, isa-spoil ko na dito para sa stream natin. The MATTJESS to Stallions pipeline is definitely real. Just look at Loy. Malay mo, diba, Zack? Could be wearing a different jersey very, very soon.
Ooh.
Whoa! That is quite of really great foreshadowing and surprise galing dito kay Sneak, no? Pero balik tayo sa ating topic here. I feel like Vincent has a lot of stuff to do here. And do you think that there is a way for him in order to not follow the script of giving that W kaagad-agad for Team Stallion, Salvatore?
Oo, Mochi, no? Sa pelikula, pinapanood yan, hindi hinuhulaan ng plot, eh, no? We'll wait and see on what Vincent is definitely capable of, no? Pero as someone who has witnessed, subscribed, and viewed Vincent as one of the players talaga na kailangan mo panoorin because of his shot calling, we were already made to be believers the moment Vincent has stepped into the Kierda sa space, eh, no? And even right now with the MATTJESS jersey, nandyan pa rin talaga ang puso, no? From a vetoed game to 4 consecutive wins, what's stopping Vincent of doing the same thing all over again, you know? Because this is looking like a winner take all talaga na scenario para dito sa side ng MATTJESS, eh, no? Whereas Team Stallions, they want to win just to cement world domination. MATTJESS, they want to win kasi gusto nga nila mag-playoffs, 2 different priorities. And for Vincent, he just wants to prove everyone wrong. And with a huge W against a team na merong revenge at Kano, that will be so satisfying para kay Vincent.
And this time, Vincent has to win this alongside ng kanyang mga kasama. Everyone is required to be online. And I feel like the battle is set and the arena is ready. Oras na to para makita ang bangayan at laban ng Team Stallions against MATTJESS, Sneaky Frog, and Salvatore. Rakrakan na!
Maraming salamat, Mochi, and bipolar itong dalawang teams nga na to. Naghukaya na ng tranchera kasi hindi lang to basta laro. Gera to for MATTJESS up against Team Stallions. Like I said, Sneaky, playoffs are on the line. MATTJESS, hindi sila makakapag-playoffs ever since they started their venture sa Masters 2024. And this could be the turning point. Pag di nila nakuha tong panalan to, MATTJESS would be having a failed experiment. Di pa sila makakapag-playoffs. Any other thoughts dito, Sneaky? Because this is very, very scary para sa MJ.
Yun nga, no? I feel like these are two very different scenarios. Parang yung sinabi mo nga dun sa watch point mo, pare. It is kind of like survival versus domination, no? And it kind of just feels like MATTJESS needs this win more than itong Team Stallions, pare. Who probably are gonna sit comfortably around the top ng ating standings at first or second. Pero para kay MATTJESS, man, this is like, yun nga, if you don't win this, you're in the doldrums ng ating red ranks and you are praying that the map score is gonna go in your way, pare. Pero I feel like MATTJESS wouldn't want to be in that type of situation. And I feel like, yun nga, no, I feel like people would notice, yun nga, no, why are Sneaky Frog and Salvatore talking about MATTJESS more than anything? Kasi pag nanalo dito yung Stallions, pare, that's just the expectation.
Tingnan na natin yung comms, guys, no? Kasi kailangan natin malaman sino ka ba talaga ang nasa forma ngayon.
Bumba. Wait lang, moment.
Reklamo. Banta.
You know, the gaming chairs are ready, Salvi. You saw the behind dito ng mga MATTJESS players natin. They are locked in and ready to go. STS dito sa BL side. MATTJESS dito sa ating GR. And it's the usual. It's the usual, Salvatore. It is a 2-1-2 slow start para dito sa MATTJESS. They have been a lot slower of a team ever since dumating dito si Vincent, no? And Stallions as well trying to keep it slow. Pero Vincent will kind of speed up a bit. It's a 1-for-1. And ito yung sinasabi ko, Salvatore. You can have a good play dito sa mapa. But then Stallions is like, okay, I'm just gonna shoot you in the head.
Good call para kay Vincent. Nahawakan ka agad yung hotel, no? Because Lo is now the primary lurker apparently para dito sa Team Stallions. Mahirap lang dun talaga is for MATTJESS to undo na pag may talagang naalay, may kapalit nga ito, no? And that exchange was definitely Dinkyu, who is in the top leaderboard of kill per death ratios, no? Pero may epekto ka ba to para sa downfall ng MATTJESS sa kanilang depensa? There is, as Jason getting picked here by KLB, nagpapaupa muna sila dito ng flashes. Vincent made his way from hotel all the way to LA. Sapat nga ba ang timing na kinakailangan dito ni Etchat Isaac for them to play around? KLB with a read. It's Captain versus Captain. Violence sa may EA pre. Revenge lumalapit. Bakit? Anong kinain ng Stallions? Ba't ganyan kayo mag-post plant? And Team Stallions starts round 1 with a bang.
Yun nga, and that's what I'm saying, man. No matter how out of position Stallions is pagdating sa kanilang site takes or site defenses, pare, somehow, some way, they just fight their way out of it. And pakiramdam ko, medyo nakahawa na rin dito si Revenge. He's like, hold on, man, I want a kill as well. Gusto ko rin ng kill dito sa exit, and seems like he got exactly that, pare. And sayang yung 1-for-1 sa start ng round, no? Pakiramdam ko kung hindi sila sumala dito sa high mid, they would have enjoyed the 5v4 a lot longer dito sa mapa natin. But MATTJESS, you know, trying to hit the 1-2 a bit too fast, pare, at sila pa yung na-slip dito.
Or even a round na controllable talaga ng MATTJESS, no? And yun talaga, na-control ni Etja dito kung saan pwede tumungo si Revenge. One down here for Team Stallions, and this is an all too familiar situation for STS. They've been dealt 2v5, 3v5s all their lives. 4v5, still couldn't count them out. Mahuli man ng isa, but that is already death cam information para kay Revenge at there are at least one player, no, na nasa loob ng A. Pero tinabo, pre, inisip ng Team Stallions. Dalawa na lang din ang ipadala natin dito habang kasama si JJ who is the C4 holder. This might be an attempt ni kinalusubin ng A with a bit of a fake mula kay Kano.
That's the thing. STS. Yun nga, they're gonna start fighting out of nowhere para they just got Yetza. Kano nakalagpas ng RS? I was just about to do some analysis, pare, pero mukhang hindi na kailangan para dito sa STS.
No.
And KLB will taste dirt for a second, pero alam mo naman si Kano and si JJ is right behind it. Pero Zach will be getting Kano in return, but still a site is in the hands dito ng Team Stallions. Zach gonna have to peek EA early para makuha na dito si JJ, pero hindi naman. He is just gonna stay in CA. It's gonna have to be a 1v2.
High-low. Tapos hiwalay pa sila. Yun lang. The one play in the one time. Nasasala si Zach. Dito pa talaga nangyari. Kailangan niya patamaan yun to separate the two players, but it did not happen. Team Stallions with one call. Di ko ina-expect mula sa kanila to play split in a 4v5. It's just that insane, no? From Loy lurking to Kano on the round. Grabe nga naman talaga yun. MATTJESS needed a readjustment sa kanilang playbook pre para lang makita yung ganong play. They wanted the rotation papuntang RS. Nandun si Kano. They wanted na kumuha ng top A. Nandun sila JJ. MJ, walang kawala sa round na yun.
Ayun nga, JJ. On the mid side, so TP control temporarily para dito sa side ng Team Stallions. Pero hindi yun yung target nila dito sa Alvi. They are targeting possibly for an A split. Pero nasan si Loy? Sa buong push na to pare, I think Loy is gonna be the late lurk similar sa ginagawa dito ni CBN sa Execration. But no, it's just them scouting yung A side pare, looking for a reaction.
Right. Our players of Team Stallions converging now into mid. Pero teka lang Loy from bypass, magpapa-LA, kasama si KLB. What are we actually cooking? Siguro entry nga ba tayo for EA para lang kalahatiin lang to? May iiwan muna panandalian yung C4. What are we actually doing, Team Stallions? Kahit ako hindi ko mabasa, not even a position para makapag-util fix sila. There goes the buyout here para dito kay Kano. Para akalain na meron nagaganap sa RS nga nila. Thank you. Gets the angle. There goes the kill. Pero lahat ng members ng Team Stallions nasa loob na nga ng A-side. And MATTJESS kumagat sa pain. Lahat ng iikot pwede mahuli kay Kano. Piso na lang si Loy. There goes the plan. What a play by Stallions.
Grabe, it's so simple yet so effective no dito sa Alvi as they enter. Yetza will be getting
Holy!
KLB pero si Zach na lang
What?
natitira. And yun nga, no, Zach has pulled off their few miracles dito sa mapa natin. But up against 3 players staring right down at him. Pakiramdam ko, hindi na siya sasala dito. But at the same time, STS, they're also showing their, or flexing yung kanilang macro muscles dito, no, Salvatore. Kita mo ba yan? Genius move galing kay Revenge. Mag-isa lang dito sa B. Attracted the whole defense papunta sa kanya, pare. And STS, they got a red carpet papunta ng A-side.
Yung pasok ni Revenge, no util. Bumatos si Kano for the sake of Ares. What prompted MJ na mag-stay lang, pre? Probably na mag-rotate para tulungan si Ningyu. Team Stallions is doing the absolute best. 100% para talaga hindi makapag-playoffs ang matches. The ultimate act of saying no, no, no. Laban dito sa MJ, friend. We're all living it. Team Stallions pulled the 3rd page of their thick playbook. At balak nga nila gumawa ng panibagong ngayon with a CA rush para sa 3 players. Arco ang position ng 2 pa. Pero sasama na nga si Loy dito with the regroup. Zach now trying to converge. Napakarami. Oh, gets the collat. Beautiful miracle para dito kay Zach. Pero wala kagad ang seremonyas. Kano gets sa triple kill mula sa USP. Grabe naman. Baha ng luha dito sa TB as MATTJESS' hope dies. Kasi si Kano, the Wonder Kid, is now the God of Wonders.
Oh my goodness me, nagpa-highlight for highlight, ban for ban sila dito sa TV pare, pero mas malaki ang pera dito ni Kano. And he will get another one. And this has got to be the scariest form ni Kano pare. The kid is just running around the map, tapping heads, and para sa matches, that is going to disrupt whatever game plan na meron sila dito pare. And STS, ito yung best example na masasabi ko, Salvatore, you can do the best that you can dito sa mapa. And then Kano just does that.
Grabe, man. The best of any team is just Team Stallions is bare minimum. 4-0 start.
Jesus Christ.
My God, MATTJESS. Meron kayong pinadalang Zach na hindi sumasala sa mga shots niya. Pero nag-triple kill si Kano. So anong counterplay nyo doon? Eto nga pala, Ningyu double kill. No, shuts him down. 2v4 nga tayo. Sneaky now. Jason knows na merong pop flash na naganap. Kaya bulag dito si Kano. Walang magagawa. Si Wonder Kid sa bulag na mata. Sa down to 1v3. Loy could be making it. Pero nasa RS siya ng sariling kalaban niya na mga dati niyang kaalyado. Loy might be catching 2 players dito, Sneaky, pero may nasa miniter. It's gonna be bad for Vincent. Ayun na nga, nakaltokan na nga dito si Loy with the EBR. Kahit anong gawin dito ni Loy, pwede pa rin siya mahuli with 1 HP. A long overdue round for MATTJESS. We all know who's gonna win this. Yun na nga, Loy still playing cat and mouse.
Iikot pa dito si Loy. He's gonna make the full wraparound. Papunta sa CA, never mind. He takes a U-turn back. Jason has to turn around just in time. Buti nilang may onting HP pa siya. Extra para sa sitwasyon na yun, pare. And I would like to see that galing sa MATTJESS main. A bit more confidence from their side. Do not allow Stallions to just simply set up dito sa boxes. You kind of have to surprise them from time to time. I want to see strong side, weak side main galing sa MJ. Kasi feeling ko gagana yan up against STS.
Definitely right, no?
Just shoot you in the head, parang.
Yun talaga, pre. Kailangan nila palagi i-take note yan. Like, 100 to 200 plus IQ move for MATTJESS, tapos isang wonder kid na malakas ang tutok. That's crazy. Okay. Now that the lines have been crossed para dito sa MATTJESS to set up itong round number 6. Second mid and B site covered here by MATTJESS. Which is a good call, no? So anytime Loy, pwede kang mag-init dyan. Any TB player, pwede kang pagmulan ang Team Stallions. LA stock. Wow, sneaky. 5-2 split. In terms of players dito for Team Stallions, they're not holding back. No utils. Gulat na lang talaga ang puhunan dito ng Team Stallions. Papaldo nga ba sila? And there goes the first cash out. Palitan na pangalan dito no, for Jason and KLB. KLB now with an entry. Gets the double kill. And Kano from Cat A. Nakaangat na nga Vincent and Zach left dumbfounded. Overthinking na may manggagaling sa second mid.
And yun nga, Salvi, no, we have seen that exact execute time and time again, but it doesn't fail to amaze me how well Stallions fight for that top A position. KLB distracting. Meron pang dalawa na magagaling dito sa my left stairs. You know, Vincent will get a headshot on Loy. It is gonna be a bit of a dying effort. Revenge, nakita na nga dito si Zach is neutralizing him this game, and Kano will be getting Vincent. MATTJESS, how will you build momentum if Stallions is just stepping on your head, pare?
Okay, first of all, KLB, Revenge, we have to talk to you. Paano nyo naisip na ipa-5-stack nyo yung LA, man? How did it go from default of 2-2-1s to now a 5-stack? Kasi plinantahan nyo ng ebidensya yung MATTJESS. Binili nila yung paninda nyo na mag-default kayo buong laro. Ganun ba yun? My God, man, Team Stallions, I am lost for words. How are you able to execute this? Pre, hindi na to sa usapan kasi magaling tumutok yung Team Stallions eh. Any other team would have benefited sa mga ginagawa nilang default kasi second nature eh, di ba? It's amazing no for Team Stallions and MATTJESS. Dahil nga sa threat na nagpa-LA na ang karamihan ng members ng Team Stallions, hindi sila makalabas ng EA Sneaky. Not even try na i-counter-rotate itong CA nga na to. May makakaltawan nga dito, panandalian, Vincent na ispatan ng dalawa sa may market. Onting hesitation lang, but there is a chance the Team Stallions can still fully commit itong B-site na to. Loy is now down, KLB swinging, pero del piso na nga lang siya, di siya mahuhuli.
Yun nga, Kano trying to enter the site. Headshot still on Zach. And another one para kay Kano. Are you chasing an ace? Namatay na yung kasama mo dito na si Revenge. He picks up the sniper. And from the past few times that I've seen this kid snipe, pare, tumatama yan 100%. Pero kita na siya dito sa 2F, I think. Tower, RS, the way to go, Kano.
Bang na lang yun
yata dito si Jason. Jason will just get the sliding shot. I think naspatan na siya kanina, no, pare. And they just wanted to make sure that they could kill Kano in that situation, man.
Pre, no? Power Kano could have played the B-slow position. Pero the head glitch would have benefited Kano. Kaso nga lang, pre, naispatan nga siya kagad. Couldn't get the ROI. Pero imagine, no, pre, Kano. Sa isang magandang kills ni Ninkyu, no, kahit papano napadikit niya pa nga yun. That is a scary detail na kailangan pag-ingatan ng matches. There is no guarantee. Habang di nila napapatay si Kano, there is always an uproar.
He's 16-3.
Pagdating sa firepower. He's 16-3 in 8 rounds played. What? Ano yan, Kano?
Ano yan? Si, ano ba? LeBron, Wilt, then si Jokic, pare. Back in the day when those stats were crazy. Parang ganun nga yung vibes na nakukuha ko dito
ano
kay Kano.
Yan?
Ninkyu. Bit of a 360 dito sa ating second. Actually, maganda yung ginawa doon ni Vincent Nosalvi. I feel like he stopped the push in its entirety. Pero Ninkyu sumala dito kay KLB. Loy will be getting Ninkyu in return. A fast trade Bago ka makapit dito, Zach, bit uncomfortable dito sa batteries. Double scope, onto Kano. Hits him twice actually, pero si Loy finally gets the finish. 3 versus 2. Jason jumping with the USP. Meron na silang onting hotel control dito pare. Yetcha will decide to stay within the spawn site. Pero JJ at si Revenge yung dalawang magkasama dito sa loob ng site. It would be a huge mistake para sa MATTJESS na dumaan sila lahat from the exact same spot. Unless Revenge misses the shot. And ayan na ang sinasabi ko, Salvatore. The retakes, it would never work if there's no hotel or TB guy, man. Nilinya talaga kayo dyan. 6-2.
Oh my God, Team Sans at this point, pre, give them ang kara right now. MATTJESS, wala pa rin talaga silang sagot unless may ginawang malupit dito si Zach. KLB jumping Jologs, misses the shot. KLB threatened, aalis na nga siya. Good call for the captain of Team Stallions, no? Kano, playing anti-flank panandalian, pero he's not confident pre na hindi na nga tumingin. He's now first contact? Second? Galaro sila dito ni Revenge kung sino nga ba unang papasok, pero si Revenge na nga uuna. They know that there's someone in hotel. Yetcha, di kagad na lingungan. Here comes Ninkyu, who's gonna get a double kill over to KLB and Kano. Ninkyu, napakaganda nga napasok nga naman niya. Kahit nga ba late, welcome pa rin siya. Pero eto nga rin pala si Loy na mas late pa sa'yo. Loy with a headshot, and there's still 2 more. Manggagaling nga sila lahat ng HM, pre. JJ now playing left, right. The guys skating sila sa loob nga ng B-site. And Loy gets the third. And Loy dismantles MATTJESS sa round na yun. His former team. Team Stallions ay dominating attack side.
Yun lang. And it seems like the white and red is not feeling too good at the moment dito pare. And this is what I was talking about. MATTJESS, they do really well in close matches. But if it is pure domination, walang walang launchpad para sa kanilang confidence pare no dito sa mapa natin, and this is already bad news for them. Loy and Kano! Oh my goodness me! Yung dalawa na yun, men, pwede nang kalabanin ng buong MATTJESS. And Vincent's the only one left alive. And spotted na nga siya dito sa yellow pare, and it will be a kill. Ito yung problema. Here's the Stallions problem, Salvi. You kill Kano. Ando naman si Loy. Bro, what can you do?
Boy pareho. Oh my God. Ref, tigil nyo na to.
He's doing it
MATTJESS
sideways, ref.
is a perennial playoff team. Jason and Zach gumagawa ng milagro dito. Pero pre, what's the assurance na makukuha na ng MATTJESS tong round na to? Patay na si Lloyd, patay na si Kano. Eto na tayo sa kabilang banda ng flowchart. What is happening? How did KLB get Vincent, and how was he able to read that? It was a 3v2. And now JJ finally caught pisong KLB laban sa 66 na Ninkyu. Tinuruan tayo sa school, Sneaks, na ang 66 ay mas mataas sa piso. 1v1. KLB finds it. Di niya alam na nasa Ares nagkasalisihan na nga sila. And Ninkyu still spotting. Tong arko nga natin, there's no other angle to look at, but now KLB hoping to plan and play for retake na lang.
Oh, the timing is crazy, pare. And honestly, the best play para kay KLB is to stay in this exact same position. HM, second mid covered. If he does get the first shot in, pwede siyang tumakbo pabalik dito ng batteries and make it a harder fight for Ninkyu, who is slowly approaching itong hotel natin. KLB investigating still. A-site not looking as clear as it was. Tamang check lang dito sa A-site. Nakarating na si Ninkyu. Thank God na KLB was not anywhere near the B-site, pare. Kasi kung narinig na yung accidental shot na yun galing kay Ninkyu, he would have had his head on a swivel. Pero 38 seconds. Ninkyu tossing an HE. Almost hitting itong si KLB actually. But he is very well aware na low HP na nga dito ang ating last Stallions player. So gets shot in the head, Ninkyu. And instead, he will get his own headshot. 3-8. So, one of the few times na nakita natin na, Stallions, they did not look in the direction of Hotel. They were very intent na dumiretso lang talaga dun, pare.
One of the few rounds then, MATTJESS has to force the 1v1 in order for them to get the round. Not really on the idea na, okay, dahil meron silang magandang entry, kaya sila nakakuha ng round, or even a very good defense in the first half. Still props to MATTJESS for stabilizing yung mid-round na yun at hanapin mga dapat na hanapin, especially from the likes of JJ, who is always all around the map. Kanina pa talaga on the first half. And for context, no, playing 8-3. 19 kills na si Kano. So every round, there is a reason why he's number 1 in kills per round, pre. How will Matches be able to counter this? Probably i-rush na lang siguro sa HM. Very good fake. Na syempre, bibilin ng Stallions, pero Team Stallions has understood every single play in the book para kumagat sa isang pain lang na Matches. Revenge now, thin, pixel, dito sa may TB. He could start and ignite a rally of Matches sa loob nga ng B site. If he gets this kill, atras na nga siya. There goes the flash. Yet just swings. Gets the headshot immediately over to Revenge. Ninkyu parating na nga. Here comes the late entry once again here from Ninkyu. His signature play. Kano, is he aware? He is not. Sabog ang bungo dito ni Kano. Hard entry na ahoy for Matches. Pero si KLB nakalimutan nila na nasa likod. Who gets a double? Can't get Ninkyu. Nice double swing. What a play from Matches. Everyone is double swinging.
Parang kakasabi ko lang kanina no Salvatore, Ninkyu performs the best when his back is against the ropes and nagantay pa talaga siya na mag-8 pare. Itong scoreline natin before we saw his actual form. Pero BL side nga ang kalakasan nga dito na matches and at the same time Team Stallions. Oh my goodness! Still not stopping whatsoever pare. How do you deal with the problem last round? Just pick him off at the start dito sa ating next. But at the same time, ayun nga no, man, I feel like matches, they're starting to be a lot more fluid dito sa mapa natin, which is what I like to see. Kasi Stallions, they're automatically assuming na may body system na nangyayari dito on the side of matches. So they are being very careful about the peaks na ginagawa nila. The exception of Long, of course. Seems like JJ and Kano, may perma green light sila dito para Zach with a nice shot.
Pakaganda nga naman doon, but the fight continues now. It's a man advantage for Team Stallions. Once again, Zach ruined for his play dahil kay Kano. Team Stallions claims match point sneaks. What is even technical sa round na yun? Lahat nagsilabasan na, tas nagpakita ng baril eh.
Dude, it's the fact na it's not even Kano popping off on the camera at all. Yun yung nakakainis dun, Salvi. He looks indifferent. He looks bored. That's the thing, Stallions. I feel like they've reached another level na hindi na mapanghahawakan dito ng mga teams kagaya nga dito ng matches. But man, the prophecy, man, seems like does not matter to non-believers kagaya nga dito ng Team Stallions who still are intent to make their stamp in the league. Pure domination is what they're looking for. Loy will be getting Zach. At ayan nga sinasabi ko pare, you run into Kano, you avoid him, you run into Loy, you avoid him. Where do you have to go? Where can you go? Kung kayo yung matches, dalawa na nakuha dito ni Loy. Kano looking for a kill dito kay Ninkyu. Nakita yung baril niya. Ninkyu executed right before the camera pans. We did not want to see that. KLB. Nakita na si Vincent pops his head out of CA and it will be a 10-4 sa lacking ng ating matches squad on Ankara. Team Stallions, a bit too good, a bit too sharp.
It is an understatement, pre. Come on, give them the whole damn package. Team Stallions is that insane. Sa loob ng Ankara, I feel like matches already knows the memo that their playoff hopes will not be granted that easily, pre. And to understand the stakes of this series, no, kailangan nilang paabutin ng sub-base, which is also something that matches hopes na makaabot nga sila doon. But that is also a situation na syempre papabor din talaga for Team Stallions, pre. Well played for matches. We all saw the effort, pre. Pero man, you are just getting outshined by a 15-year-old named Christopher Robinson, no? Pre, he chose violence, pre. It kind of feels like Team Stallions hates matches so much. Ayaw nilang makita itong red and white sa loob nga ng playoffs, pre. But that is not the case literally naman, mga bossing, no? Team Stallions just playing 100% right now to prove everyone na meron nga talagang nagaganap na world domination, pre. Kasi alam mo naman, Sneaky, the golden road starts locally talaga. They need to win all 3 splits ng regionals dito para i-continue nga nila ang golden road. There's still CFS Grand Finals, there's still EWC. Syempre, hindi mahihinaan ng loob ang Team Stallions dito, no? Because this is just one of their paths. This is just one of their ways para ipakita sa buong mundo na you should notice right now that they are the gods of the game.
Ayun nga pare, and the fact na this kind of smacking, no, is not really exclusive dito sa local natin, Salvatore, naranasan ng matches, ang naranasan ng Twisted Minds, ang naranasan dito ng teams like itong, if I'm not mistaken, Baisha in the groups, they were kinda having a hard time up against itong Team Stallions. Mas lalo na yung Swamp Gaming, pare. Back in the CrossFIRE 2025. And the fact na kayang dalhin ng Team Stallions yung ganitong na type ng play internationally is nothing short of amazing galing sa kanila, pare. And I do see some innovations, no, galing sa kanilang macro na pare. Granted, I wouldn't say na it is as complicated as yung mga ibang teams natin, but I feel like Stallions do not need complicated, pare. They just need a macro that works at magdadala na sa kanila ang mga players natin, pare.
Well, no? It really sucks to be MATTJESS right now, pero ang laking higante na kailangan nyo ang patumbahin. Pero ano pa ba masasabi dito ni Mochi at ni Bipolar dyan sa ating panel? For sure din naman nagulantang sila sa lahat na nangyari. Standing by is our panel, Mochi and Bipolar. Kamusta kayo dyan?
Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters, Salvatore, and as well as Nicky Frog. And dude, honestly, I am not surprised sa resulta. Pero surprising palagi yung ginagawa ng ating mga players dito from Team Stallions. If you catch my drift, and I feel like that is the crazy thing here, no? From time and time again from Team Stallions and for matches though, that hurts a lot.
Yeah, it hurts a lot, Mochi. Isipin mo yun, no? We expected the best mula sa stands. Pinakitaan tayo ng greatest, Mochi. Nakapuntos nga dito ang ating matches, pero na-realize nyo ba kung bakit nanggaling sa CrossFIRE stars ang Stallions? Because they are stars. And matches is not ready for the constellation that we have like Stallions, because they are just mere warriors looking above the sky and cannot reach this kind of caliber. It's just intense. Isipin mo yun, nakita natin dito, executions na mula dito kay Revenge, executions na mula kay Kano, pati kay Laloy, dun sa may, GR side nila to push towards L8, walang nakahinga dun. For matches, yes, amazingness mula kay Ninkyu, it's the same. It's Jason and Zach getting these frags up. Yung attacker natin na ngayon, dating IGL lang, still giving some firepower. Pero what can that do kapag tumingin ka sa kaliwa, tapos yung bata na wala pang ang 20 years old, naka 22 kills and 8 deaths.
Grabe, no? Parang edad mo lang.
Was it even a conversation?
Ang lala nito, no? Our MVP.is Kano. For every single time, I mean, I feel like that's already quite of a given, no? Na hindi tayo nasusurprise na siya ang kumukuha ng mga titulo. Pero nasusurprise tayo sa kung paano niya ginagawa yung mga bagay-bagay. And hence, 100% rating dito galing sa kanya. And this is gonna be quite of a, hindi talaga na kasi tapos na, no? This is quite of a slap on the face dito, no? Para sa matches. And I wonder kung meron pa nga ba silang masasagot dito the moment na pumunta tayo sa ating susunod na mapa. Magkakaroon pa nga kaya ng bawi ang matches dito against Team Stallions? Malalaman natin yan maya-maya after a few minutes. pa lang, naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang
Oo, nakita mo sa flick of the wrist. Nakupuntuhan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot. And
Uy,
he's in trouble.
grabe!
Receiving play pa. Duguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Kaya pero wait lang, hindi pa raw tapos yun. Lahat ng action. Masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing Prevalence Race here dito sa house.
Ano doon, no? Flash grenade for PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KFP!
Narito na tayo ulit with the potentially last na ating mapano and hopefully not, it is still Team Stallions against Matches.
Yeah, yun ang Mochi. It is gonna be one interesting show. Kung makakapalag pa nga ba dito ang matches or will this be their last hurrah pagdating dito sa ating Masters, no? Or Stallions nga ba talagang gunning it for the big leagues na talaga? Just not looking at matches as a threat, no? Just looking at the named teams na sinabi ni Sneaky Frank kanina.
Yeah, and they might be looking at the main prize that is, no? And let's see. This is all or nothing for Matches. So let us hand it over para sa ating caster, Salvatore and Sneaky Frog.
Maraming salamat, Mochi and Bipolar bago yun. No? Binabati ko nga pala, Boss Bernard, pati si Boss Wang ng Keyong. Maraming salamat sa pagtanggap nga sa akin. No? Ingat kayo dyan and enjoy sa panonood. Pero yun, going back, no? Bilis lang din na dumaan ng Angkaras. Bilis lang din talaga ng pagpasok nga natin ng Port Sneak. Ito yung malupit na detail dito, no, Sneaks. Team Stallions has yet to play this map this season. Pero despite the 100% win rate dito ng matches, lahat pa rin ng mata natin, pumapabor pa rin sa Team Stallions with their historical gameplay of Port nga naman. Kung maalala mo pre, Port is the deciding map na kinuha nila up against Evolution Power. I feel like that speaks enough. Gaano ba talaga karespetado ang Team Stallions dito?
Yeah, they could definitely play Port na pare, especially with what we saw in last year's tournaments and of course, mapa local or international man lang yan pare. Low-key, I feel like one of the main reasons why kung bakit MATTJESS is not really getting any ground to work with dito sa mapa natin because it feels like yung mga ibang games dito ng MATTJESS pare may ganun pa yan may ilaw pa yan onte. Pero pagkalaban mo kasi itong Team Stallions pare, the amount of pressure that they put upon any team or yun nga no, kung sino man ang kalaban nila dito pare, parang nawala yung ilaw bigla no? Parang there is no light at the end of the tunnel pare. There is just suffering if you are going up against itong Team Stallions pare. And ayun nga, it was kinda torture para dito kay Vincent, no? Not gonna lie, kasi ayun nga, he was calling a lot of stuff right dito sa mapa natin. He was calling out positions ng mga players dito ng Team Stallions, but it just seems like they cannot get it done in the frag department pare. And that feels very deflating, no? Na yun nga, nagawa mo na lahat ng tama, yung setups, the flashes and everything, pero you just cannot seem to shoot back up against itong Team Stallions pare.
Iba kasi yung control ng utak sa control ng tutok talaga, no? Sneaky, two of different natures. Pero apparently, Team Stallions has both in control naman talaga. You can definitely feel na Kano and Loy had that mind na they can also call for the team, call for shots, and then shoot while all of that is happening, no? Pre, yan talaga ang pagiging ambidextrous dito, no? Ni Loy and as well as ni Kano sa kabilang banda. They are entering. On the other hand, they're doing the thinking para sa mga kakampi nga nila. Plus, matches, they have this detail na kaya naman ni Ninkyu, no, pre? The fitting player para talaga sumabay sa lakas ng Team Stallions because all of the players of STS and as well as Ninkyu all shared the same banner of Ubek Maniac back in the day. So, tulad lang din nila Dre, tulad lang din nila Yobs, wala nang ibang mas tatapat pa talaga sa Team Stallions kundi si Ninkyu mismo individually. He dropped a mean 15 bomb at least, no, dito sa loob nga ng ating Ankara. So, that says a lot on what Ninkyu is capable of, no. Pero kasi, it's the reliance on Ninkyu. Yun yung ikamamatay dito ng matches. If there is no any gasoline na pwedeng lagyan dito sila Vincent or sila Yetja para man lang matulungan dito si nag-aawang Ninkyu, there's going to be a huge problem at mababurn out si Ninkyu. Kakalaban niya na 5 members ng STS all at once.
Yun nga pare, no? You know, that number is definitely impressive. Galing nga dito kay Ninkyu up until you think na Kano got that exact same number in the first 4 rounds ng game natin pare, which is astounding to see. Pero ayun nga, no, I feel like tama yung ginagawa ni Vincent actually in that one round that they did win dun sa B-side. I feel like MATTJESS needs to be a bit more creative with their angles, pare. Kasi ine-expect na dito ng Team Stallions na nakaupo kayo dun sa 2F, nakaupo kayo dito sa batteries, nakaupo kayo dito sa harap ng, near the boxes dito ng hotel. I need to see more face-up plays. Granted na, natatalo sila sa labanan dito ng barilan. But at the same time, I feel like if there is no stopgap in between yung push ng Team Stallions and the site itself, they're literally just gonna take over the site. Evident naman yung nakita natin dun sa A dito sa Ankara, evident rin yun nung nakita natin dito sa B. So MATTJESS, ironically pare, kailangan yung tumapang dito sa laruan natin, and I feel like you need to face them a whole lot more, maybe from some weird angles na makikita ka natin on port, maybe a bit of a two-man dito sa HP, maybe may Z, baka may odd setup sila dito sa CA or something, pero you cannot beat Stallions the conventional way, pare, pwede natin sabihin.
Pre, nakarinig na nga ng konting galembang dito, no? Na meron na nga tayong makikitang port. Pero pakinggan muna natin, ano nga bang salitaan ng Stallions at MJ?
Okay.
Nobody talking. Grabe pare, the sound of silence in the comms. That's how you know everybody is dead serious, pare. Damn, MATTJESS. Oh yeah, just not doing the prayer on SD anymore, pare. It's serious business.
As I was told by viewers and Vincent himself, kita yun sa 800, 600s ni...
Hindi ako makarelate.
Pero is Team Stallions a kind of team na mag-LA rush?
Maybe.
Probably not in this match.
Depende. Pag nakatalikod si Tams. When he goes to the bathroom real quick, pare, bigla may dalawang flash na lalabas dito sa long A natin.
Ipapa-flash yung beer, no? Crazy. Might be true.
Grabe.
Pero kita mo naman, STS still playing the discipline game. Okay, Kano, CA, pero lahat ng action magaganap dito sa HP, pero no information still being brought out yet by Loy, kaya walang ikot na nagaganap para kay Revenge at kay Kano. MATTJESS still has the option para makapag-A-sign dito. Problema nga lang, there's still a setup here for Team Stallions. Pero kahit saan sila pumunta, walang tapon yung mga pangalan na binabato ng Team Stallions pagdating talaga sa depensa.
Yun nga. And I think they're trying to catch any early peaks galing dito sa side ng Team Stallions. And Loy, tamang bungad lang pare. Ayaw niyang isagad masyado itong HP natin. Good flash, but Loy is just gonna start firing whoever is in front of him. Pare, nakuha na dito si Linkyu. KLP will be getting Yetcha in return. Yetcha, yun lang, bulag pa dito si Jason na nasa loob ng side. Good counter flash from the side of Team Stallions. At nakarating na si KLB pabalik ng ating top B. Zach mag-isa na lang, and with a call that's not gonna miss, KLB will be getting another one. Tignan mo naman kung gaano kabilis mag-rotate si JJ dun. Pare, insta-flash pa B-side.
How do you even play around that, no? Yung flash na yun. If decidido na ang MATTJESS na lumusob talaga ng B-site. So, stack here on mid para sa side ng MATTJESS. Paano na kaya nagagawa ni Kano ng first try to? Diba?
Eases him.
Ako nga, hirap na Kahit yung sa Black Widow, di ko magawa. Pero teka lang, Kano, pwedeng magkasalubungan dito nila Vincent. He's falling down! Lumilipad si Kano! Pwede ba yun, admin? Tournament referee?
Ayun.
Pwede rin namang sumabog si Kano bilang karma sa ginawa niyang pagnakaw ng buhay kay Vincent.
Grabe, men. Binunggo lang si Vincent, men. Chinespas yung buong katawan niya pabalik ng CA. Oh my goodness, Kano. Not really known for his physical strength, pare. Pero in-game, malakas talaga yung bata na yan. Pero Loy, on the LB side. And yun nga, you can kill etong si Kano, but you still have to go through Loy. That's a headshot immediately. Dire-diretso ang kanyang HK! And that's a 3K para kay Loy. And Yetcha, nakapatay na nga dito, men, but all of his teammates are also dead at the same time. Revenge looking for the flank. 2-0 para sa STS. And that's the thing. That's the issue, Salvi. Mapapatay mo si Kano. You still have to deal with Loy.
Everything that was thrown towards the bin para gawin nila yung play na yun, pre. Ang ganda na eh. There's always a defensive player sa top 8. Nahuli din si Kano. What's stopping from MATTJESS para mag-B-rush? Loy. It was Loy. No setup. No crossfire setup, pre. Walang lurk na magaganap kasi nga merong nakatao sa alley. It was just Loy. MATTJESS always has the right calls. Ang problema lang, yung calls lang yung tama. Hindi tumatama naman yung mga pantutok nila dito, pre. And now they're just getting skill gapped here by Team Stallions. And all that MATTJESS, despite the pick. Kaso nga lang with Team Stallions' advantage para pumili ng side. They just had to teach him a lesson na mali yung pagpili nila ng port, man. Because you can never be too sure sa pag-contest ng Team Stallions sa loob ng GR. What a shot dito para kay Zach. Amazing. Para kalabanin si Loy. One down, MATTJESS on a roll so far.
Yeah, 4 versus 5. Loy out of the picture. And then, iikot na naman yung problema dito sa Albi. Napatay niya si Loy. How about si Kano? Pero JJ is also quite a big threat as well, knowing he can frag heavily. Pero tatlo na yung nakapick sa kanya dito sa baba ng BR. JJ
Thank you.
will be the first casualty. Kano will be up next as well. Ginroop na nga ang ating player dito sa may midside. KLB, the only one left alive. And with an ABR, you can only do so much, especially na mag-isa na lang siya doon. MATTJESS with their first point on the board, Stallions. Ayun nga, medyo nagulat sila doon pare. Pero ito yung iniisip ko rin kanina sa Alvi eh. Since hindi nila magawa to sa Ankara, kasi dahil nga lumang default yung ginagamit ng STS with Kano back on the A site, hindi nila magawa yun sa Ankara kasi, ayun nga, Kano's all the way back in top A. Ngayon, pwede na nilang gawin yan pare with him being the rotational player.
I feel like yung round din na yun, si Revenge, may tutok na sa may BR pre. Have you gotten any players from NQ or even kay Jason? That would have been really nice. Kasi tanggal yun para madalian si KLP. I feel like he was pressured, he accepted na eh. Pumuelo na lang siya ng rampe. Team Stallions with a very formidable ego check dito, no? But their defense does speak volumes and could play an orchestra. Pero MATTJESS is a heckler amongst the crowd. Kita mo naman gano'n nila kinambala dito. Team Stallions gameplay. 1 minute and 23. Once again, Team Stallions relying on individual play sa pagbantay talaga ng mga angulo dito. Kano no longer on the HK. Wants to make it an efficient defense. Wala na siyang pakialam sa headshot per kill pre. Basta manalo ang Team Stallions. Na nga lang ang pakay nga nila. MATTJESS taking their precious time para malaman ano nga ba ang pakay ng STS. It has always been the same. Pero paiba-iba lang talaga ng outcome kasi depende kung anong klaseng STS yung makikita ng MJ eh.
Uy, they do with a bit of a poke already. Punasan si Kano, flash in towards Z. Really good pick-off dito kay JJ. Meron na silang Z control pero si Kano instead, pumunta na lang na BR. Nakita dito si Jason na palabas pa lang ang smoke. And with 38 seconds left, decisions have to be made para dito sa MATTJESS at mapapabalik sila sa A-site. Honestly, a good decision to do, especially knowing na magmintis lang talaga dito si Revenge and that is an entire A-site take potentially. Pero sa CA sila lahat dadaan para maklose nila yung distance. Immediately, Zach spotted sa long. Challenge on Revenge already. Good shot dito kay Yetza! Pero kahit isa pa siguro, man. Revenge is popping off of all the players na naandito sa long. Ninkyu finally gets him. Ninkyu gets 2. Hold on. 3 seconds. Wala na magagawa.
You could only hope na meron talagang magiging magandang kakalabasan ang MATTJESS. Dun sa rotation na yun, pre. They had B. Pero si Lloyd, di nga nagparamdam buong round na yun, pre. Pero it was a good call. Nonetheless, pero pre, yung ikot nila doon, there was 30 seconds remaining. There goes the guarantee. Aakyat na nga sila. Kano, first to be here inside of CA. So alam mo may advantage dito si Kano. Still, madadaplisan na siya ng onte dito. Kano still fighting. USP gamit niya. Where is your weapon, my friend? Ito nga ba talaga ang tunay na primary with the double kill? Yetja gets the trade. JJ Wallbang, paano mo nalaman? Di ko rin alam. Team Stallions emerging as a team that is absolutely scary sa loob nga ng port. Look at their defense, pre. It just speaks a lot.
Oh, Vincent, di pa nakaharap sa tamang lugar, pare, Zach. Well, does get the flick dito kay Revenge at the very least, pare. It is a 1 versus 3. Probably the best shot that Zach is gonna have this entire game, pare. And that is just gonna be a push galing sa STS, and that will be a 4-1 scoreline. KLB with 7 frags already dito sa mapa natin. And, ayun nga men, what can you do about that? It's just proactivity after proactivity para dito sa side ng Team Stallions. You run into any member and it's a guaranteed 1 para sa kanila, pare. And this is where Stallions is gonna start to stretch their legs, man. Tingnan mo nasan yung position dito ni JJ. He does this a lot pag up na dito yung Stallions, pare.
Kinda like what JJ is cooking here, no? Either a bait for JJ para makaswing si Kano, or they just get everyone here sa RS. Wait, JJ, what are you doing? What are we actually doing? Napakaaga, di pa nakabuelo si Kano. Ninkyu now getting the kill for MATTJESS. Pero was it a Psycho Warfare? Para hindi nila i-check etong mid na to. Just very insurmountable amount of pressure para sa Team Stallions. Pero Kano now swinging. Saan mo siya nakikita sa kapal ng smoke?
You can see itong si Kano, no? He really wants to roll on forward into the MATTJESS members. Pero MATTJESS, that is exactly what they want dito sa mapa natin, Salvi. To draw in at least one more Stallions member para maging mas madali yung kanilang execute. Pero si Loy, nandito na naman sa B-site. Making sure na hindi ka nakatingin sa left, pare, at hindi nakalabas yung baril mo dito sa pader. And I think he's very well aware of that exact thing possibly happening. 50 seconds left. Jason, Zach, possibly dadaan at magmamadali dito sa ilalim ng BR. Pero KLB, hell of a job to do. A-sign, B-sign, tama ba ang hula dito ni Zach? Zach, slightly blinded. Pero si KLB, mas tempted sa mga B-players natin. Pero na-identify niya na kailangan pa i-cover yung curve para sa kanyang teammate na andun pa naman si Loy. He is in a safe spot. Zach is gonna get taken down. Jason forced to retreat all the way back into HB para masamahan na kanyang teammates dito. Jetja getting Loy. Good check galing sa kanya on the Jenny box. And Revenge will get taken down. Vincent rolling on forward. And Stallions, not even an opportunity para mag-retake. Pero si Kano, usually the kid that can do the impossible dito, pare. Yetcha on the climb up, left side para kay Vincent. Ninkyu spotted. Yetcha, hindi magpipeak. You do not want to peek this. Yetcha, Kano, USP. Medyo sumala ang spray and Yetcha just waited for the perfect time. Na vulnerable dito si Kano. Second round para sa MATTJESS, and honestly, it's not a bad go para sa kanila, pare.
There was 30 bullets sa EBR dito ni Kano, pero pinili niya kagad ang USP. Could have gotten a spray transfer laban kay Yetja, pero yun na nga, MATTJESS, finally an entry na maganda talaga para nga sa kanila, no? From the amount of space na nakuha nga ni Ninkyu to cancel itong si KLB. To make sure na wala talaga makukuha nga magandang resulta dito sila Revenge. MJ locking in every step of the way para talaga hindi maging madali ito para sa Team Stallions. It's been the slowest game we have seen, no? Ankara is a map that wants you to play beyond default talaga. I feel like doon nagtap ang Team Stallions. But right now, the map is forcing Team Stallions to play within the map parameters talaga. Sipin mo lang, ang lakas ng depensa dito, there shouldn't be any form of overextension para sa Team Stallions. Yes, they might give space to play for retake, pero yung ginawa talaga nila, pre, that is just one punishment. Na pag ginawa mo talaga paulit-ulit, of course, MATTJESS will be able... Wait lang.
Ano, Salvi? Do we break the bad news or?
Wag na muna siguro, no? Let us wait for the management to give us the green light. Pero yun guys, kita nyo nga naman na mga nagbumunwak ng Michael Jackson dito. Saktong-sakto MJ pa man din ang team name nga nila because they are now experiencing issues, no, on their end. Pero maya-maya tingnan natin kung makakabalik nga ba ang MATTJESS as Team Stallions still on the lead 4-2. Kailangan, no, MATTJESS in a very crucial day. It just sucks to na ma-experience ka nila yung ganito.
Yun nga, no? And if you are a fellow Cebuano, no, pare, and you just so happen to be around the area where MATTJESS is, I think you know what is happening at this point. Pero hopefully nga, makabalik nga dito yung MATTJESS, no? Actually, it has been a pretty interesting port map so far, no? You can really see the gears turning para dito kay Vincent na okay, may gagawin silang CA play dito, baka may mid play na mangyayari. You can see them kinda try to throw out yung aggression nga dito na Stallions from time to time. Pero problema nga lang, no, Salvi, Stallions, they do not fight from one side. So, may magsisimula na fight dito sa BR, biglang may lalabas na Kano dito sa LA, and pag di gumana yun, may biglang lalabas na Aloy dito sa LP. So, there's a whole lot of problems about there's a whole lot of problems kung ibang team yung gumagawa ng ganun na type na play, but of course, it is Team Stallions, they can get away with it because they are that good, pare. So, ayun nga, MATTJESS obviously still a hell of a job to do para sa kanila, pare, but they're also starting to get some rounds here na, medyo mas magalaw sila, men. I love the way that they bait itong mid and then they go into Z and then they take Z control, dun sila mag-aantay na matagal, and that is where they decide. It kind of feels like yung CA, instead of CA na kinukuha dito na MATTJESS, they're more prioritizing itong Z as it is easier to take, pero you do get a whole lot less room to work with, no, compared dito sa ating CA position. As you can see, yung bridge ng PL, you can get access to top A. It's also a very good lurk spot, but Z kind of offers every single thing na na-offer nga dito ng CA, plus you get access sa bottom bridge play potentially, pare.
Sabi men I had to just rewatch one of the rounds na ipanalo talaga ng MATTJESS. It was very good entries. Though it is not the thing na talagang accustomed tayo, no, mula sa LB at LA. Pinapadaan nila talaga palagi dito sa A-sign, which is a very good point of contact para laruin yung BR dito, both curve and as well as exit. All of which are point of rotations din para sa Team Stallions. And apparently, kaya naman talaga, no, ng MATTJESS. May mga occasion na talaga na nagpa-pop off ang Team Stallions, and I feel like they just need to tap this kind of area na wala doon ng Team Stallions, which is their ability to just make these amazing plays. Kaya naman nila umentry, they can make an impact, they can go for spots na masasabi nating power position doon ang Team Stallions rather. MATTJESS does have a very good port, no? May dahilan nga kung bakit nga nila pinili ito, pero man, we're just on edge right now kung ano nga ba talagang magiging kalagayan ng MATTJESS para makabalik nga sila, because we, as someone who watches the game technically, nor even just a regular viewer, would enjoy and the bask in the beauty dito ng MATTJESS sa kanilang laruan. Pero yun nga, no, sucks to be MATTJESS right now, pero hopefully makabalik nga sila for the sake of tournament integrity. Pero nga guys, we are still experiencing some bit of issues on the end of MATTJESS, no, and as well as a dead round was called because of that. 4-2 nga tayo. May po ng konting dispensa lang po sa ating mga viewers, no, sa mga nakakaranas po ng konting delays on their end. Pero tulad niyo lang din po kami na sana makabalik nga po kami kagad sa laro po na to. Kasi nakaka-excite nga naman talaga ako yung magiging resulta. Indeed, so huge shoutout nga pala dyan sa ating mga viewers dyan na sumusubaybay pa rin kahit nga tayo nakakaranas ka na ganito. So far, men, Team Stallions, MATTJESS, living up to the expectation talaga that this is going to be a bloody fight. At least on the standard of port talaga.
Yun nga, no, this is one of the more bloodier games natin dito sa mapa na to, as you do have to fight for every single inch of map control, no, pagkalaban mo yung Team Stallions and or etong MATTJESS nga natin, pare. And honestly, if the half goes 6-3 para sa kanila, pare, and if they can somehow get a good round on the GR side, there's still realistically a shot para dito sa MATTJESS, as port is kind of friendly on mga teams that usually do not kind of foray it, no, compared sa mga ibang teams natin. But of course, MATTJESS, no, with their mountains of experience dito sa mapa na to, I feel like they can still bring it back dito sa second half natin, min.
And nga guys, we have received the news na in order to delegate the ongoing issue dito, no, we have to call for a break. Pagbalik nga namin, makakakita na nga kayo ng resulta or an outcome of the possibility ng laban nga na to. No, you're still tuning into CFSC Masters Summer 2026. Salvatore Sigifrag nga pala, pahinga lang kami.
Be careful, but he gets the shot and he gets into trouble. Receiving play pa. Duguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Envy nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Kaya pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing Prevalence Race here dito sa house.
Ano doon, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KFP.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to CFS Master Summer 2026. No, during the break, with careful delegation, no, mga bossing, it really is disappointing to hear, no, na kailangan natin ipagpatuloy ang laban ng matches at Team Stallions sa susunod na araw. No, hindi natin kailangan, di siya pwede matuloy ngayon due to the power outage of matches in their area. Pero since uncontrollable circumstance lang siya, hindi madi-default ang matches. They still retain the set differential nung set number 1, pero pagpapatuloy natin ang ating set number 2 or possibly set number 3 to be announced pa yung araw nga na yun. No? Pero yun nga guys, no? Dahil nga wala tayo magagawa, dahil nga sa poste, sa kung nasaan man ang lugar ngayon ng matches, di sila makakapaglaro at di nila papagpapatuloy ang laban sa loob ng court. Sneaky, nakaka-excite sana, pero wala talaga eh. Dix, ang ating mic.
Hello. It seems like, yun nga, no, matches are the only one struggling, pare. Pero yun nga, I feel like it does happen. Yun nga, no, it kind of like is an act of God at this point na hindi na makakalaro dito yung matches, right? To actually, you know, get into the server itself. Pero, at this point, pare, ayun nga, no, I feel like this has a part 2. Yung labanan natin, pare. Especially knowing how potentially close yung port natin is. So, ayun nga, no, sucks para dito sa matches. You know, they've experienced a whole lot of stuff ng group stage, pare. But this one might be the wildest. But at the same time, what can you do, man? Walang kuryente.
Well, wala ka talagang kuryente, no? Ganun talaga. Really sucks to be in the area right now of matches. Pero ganun talaga, no? Huge shoutout nga pala kay Alex, pati na nga rin sa ating league operations for that saddle meeting, no? Sa magiging decision ng laban nga na to. Pero at least, buti na nga lang, no, pre? Buti na nga lang, Sneaky, na there is still a chance. There is still a world. There is still an area. Meron pa ring mundong pwedeng puntahan dito ang matches na makakapag-playoffs nga sila talaga, no? Pero yun, no? Well played. I believe, no, pagkapasok natin ng continuation ng laban ng matches at ng Team Stallions, guys, we'll be proceeding with the score of 4-2. Hindi ako nagkakamali, no? So, onting confirmation na lang sa ating league operations on that end. Pero yun, guys, para nga malaman nyo talaga ang magiging announcement na itong laban ng matches and Team Stallions' continuation, please palike and follow na lang din ang page ni CrossFIRE Philippines para sa mga updates tungkol nga sa CFS Masters, no? Syempre, with a very, very crucial week number 4, kailangan talaga lahat ng laban makita nga natin. For crucial week like matches, dapat talaga makita natin tong laban na to. Baka sakali lang naman makapag-playoffs pa nga sila. Guys, after netong linggo nga na to, magpe-playoffs na nga tayo. Hindi ka ba na-excite? Kaya para alam mo ang lahat na nangyayari, like and follow na tayo sa ating CrossFIRE Philippines Facebook page. Niki, baka ikaw nahuhulma mo na sa utak mo kung ano ba yung itsura ng playoffs na yan.
Watch the podcast episode. Yun na lang sasabihin ko dito.
Yun na, tama dyan.
Low-key, we got some feathers riled up, no, after yung opinions natin who is gonna win or who is gonna go to EWZ. Pero knowing yung expectations natin, pare, at in-expect natin last year, no, we also had predictions as well, Salvatore, and they were sorely wrong. And we are open to being sorely wrong dito sa ating playoffs, pare. Kasi yun nga, this is probably the most exciting year so far. Sinabi ko na yan last year, no, that this is the most exciting, you know, year of CrossFIRE, pare. Pero ngayon, this is probably, ito na talaga yun, men. Ito na talaga, final version 1.
Okay, men. Okay, so at least kinapi-paste na nga ngayon ni Sneaky because there is a possibility na 2027 might just also be a good year of CrossFIRE. And akalain mo nga naman, mga team names na di mo akalain pwede nga pumasok dito sa loob nga ng liga. We will never know what can happen in the year of 2027. Pero hanggang ngayon, guys, habang malupit pa at masyado pang presko ang taon ng 2026, enjoy nga natin to. Pero that is it para talaga sa pagputol ng laban ng Team Stallions versus matches. We'll be continuing this for another day. Stay tuned para sa mga updates. Salvatore Sige Frag nga pala ako, the casters test. Ibabata na nga pala natin dyan sa ating panel. Standing by, Mochi and Bipolar. Kamusta kayo dyan?
Nalungkot kami. Thank you so much sa ating mga casters. No? Nalungkot kami because we're thinking na there would be... Ano daw? Ilan ba nangyari ko? Alam mo, Andre, shut up ka nga. Pero ayun nga no guys, parang nalungkot kami
Ay.
kasi we're thinking that there would be some more after this one, no, especially that Matches is looking into answering back against Team Stallions, hopefully. Pero again guys, you heard the guy, this will be continuing in notice.
At least, no?
And yeah, at least, no? And this will be announced officially dito sa ating CrossFIRE Philippines page. Or if not, manggagaling ito sa amin the moment na magkaroon tayo ng broadcast tomorrow.
Yeah.
Just to
Hindi
be
ko-
sure.
Hindi lang natin sure no, Mochi, kung may pwede pa tayo ipakita na kahit ano, no,
Yes.
yung mga standings, gano'n. Kasi hindi pa pwede update eh, di ba? Hindi pa natin sure.
Yeah.
Pero siguro, pwede naman sa atin dito, ang dami natin Mochi, take it away.
Pero dito nga no, sa ating standings, eto kasi may chill ka lang. Ang ating standings, hindi kasama dito yung laban ng Team Stallions and as well as
Not yet.
Matches. Okay, not yet. Since hindi pa naman siya tapos. Once again guys, hindi pa tapos ang at hindi included ang laban ng Team Stallions and as well as Matches dito sa ating standings. So far, ito yung mga naging changes natin, no. After nagtapat ang ating mga gods against sa ating mga underdogs, no, ito yung naging resulta for that.
Yun nga, the gods right now is Virtus.pro and Execration, no? Pero ang the gods on Matches side, yun yung Corinthi na nawala dun sa kanilang lugar. Pero nonetheless, this is our standings. Still the best case of scenario para dito sa ating matches because they are still on number 5. If this change up though, well, that will be very much laying down. And napag-usapan na natin to, no? Pwede pa rin makapasok dito matches. Ang problem lang talaga is that kung may makatapat silang team na parang same standing lang din tapos round differential. So hopefully,
True.
yes, something will happen here. We will see that tomorrow or the schedule next for it. Pero to speak about schedule, papakita natin yan.
Ayan, ang ating schedule, no? So, it will be Team Stallions against Acceptance, followed by ComebackFriends against Attras, and as well as si Veteran versus Taring Bobby, no? So, we are gonna be seeing some formality matches and as well as growth checks para dito sa ating mga Rosy teams alongside ng mga nagtatapatan at nag-aagawan pa natin sa ating standing so far. That is CBF versus Attras, no? And Team Acceptance, ito, ano na naman to? Trials of Fire na naman against Team Stallions. So we're gonna have quite of a mix of narratives tomorrow, Bipolar.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting, no? Na first time din natin makikita na these two teams fighting now. Veteran as well as TB. Pero just to reiterate to, para lang malaman nyo, STS will be also having a very last match after itong Veteran and Taring Bobby. They will be fighting up against Matches. Itutuloy po natin yung port natin and we will see kung ano nga mga kalabasan nun. So, tingnan nyo lang to. Dagdagan nyo lang yun ng STS and Matches sa Pinod.
Yeah, so again guys, so just to reiterate, wala dyan sa ating PubMat, pero sa dulo or after ng laban ng Veteran against Taring
Bonus yun.
Bobby, magaganap ang continuation ng matches against Team Stallions. And again, we are gonna be carrying over, no, sa kanilang kinatapusan na rounds for this very moment, 4-2 ang last nakita natin dyan. So ensure na you will be posted about that one at imarka mo na sa iyong orasan, mag-set ka na ng alarm para sa kanilang laban bukas. So again, before tayo magpaalam dito, Bipolar, do you have any last sentiments and as well as words of affirmation para sa ating mga audiences?
Big shoutouts to you guys, no? Maraming salamat po sa pag-intindi. But again, we were treated with a multiple CrossFIRE series na talagang we had so much fun with. Big shoutouts sa aking father na pauwi na po. So, big shoutouts sa iyo. And para sa inyong stat, no? Sobrang solid, no? Abangan nyo lang tomorrow. 4 matches, tandaan yan. Better CrossFIRE, better games.
Exactly. At kaya naman guys, pasalamatan natin lahat ng mga kailangan pasalamatan. Maraming salamat sa TNC Production for ensuring that everything flows smoothly. Yung obs natin na sobrang goated, yung director natin na sobrang goated, yung nag-aasikaso sa atin na sobrang goated, Miss Le,
Mahinahon na director.
Miss Colleen, lahat-lahat na, Miss Ay, Miss Alex, ay nako, Boss Marvin, Boss Jess, ang dami, di ba? Basta lahat kayo na nandyan. Maraming salamat. At maraming salamat sa ating mga teams na nagbubuhos ng kanilang oras, pagod, pawis, lahat-lahat na the effort just in order for them to improve at tumungo sa layunin nila na makilala dito sa ating CF scene. At maraming salamat sa aking mga kasama na sobrang kukulit and at the same time sobrang babait. Wow, ngayon nyo lang maririnig sa akin yan, no? Shoutout by Bowler and as well as kay Snix, kay Datum, kay Salvatore, kay Ramon, lahat ng mga talents natin dito, and as well as kay El, no? Para bago dito, no? Sa ating lineup. And maraming salamat din kay Smilegate, Boss Alex, and as well as Boss Mark. Thank you! And as well as sa ating mga audiences, no, that made everything possible, their support, all of the things na pinagtatype nila dyan sa ating comment section, mabuti man yan, o hindi, o magulo, o masaya, lahat-lahat na, no, maraming salamat for the upstanding support that you're supplying para mabuhay ang ating scene. And with that, please remember to keep the fire burning, at bukas magkikita-kita tayo muli para sa kontinuasyon ng ating istorya dito sa ating CFS SEA Masters 2026 Summer. And with that, see you bukas, our day 13. Di ko lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang
Oo, nakita mo yung flick of the friends na kupunta niya.
Be careful, maghigas sa shot. Uy, grabe! Saving play pa. Duguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Kaya pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing Prevalence Race here dito sa house.
Ano dun, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KFP.